함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 돌아와 줄까 아니다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
Show yourself. 이제는 잡을 것 없어. Higher. Show yourself. 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade. 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 higher feel. 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better. 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력. 와찬녀니까 아름다운 lady. 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 하루가 버리게 돼. You can make it better. 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해. We're the party at. 날 데려가 새로운 세계로. We're the party at. 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해. 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게. 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어. 네가 가질 테니까. 지켜줄 작은 별. 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade. 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 higher feel. 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better. 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해. We're the party at. 날 데려가 새로운 세계로. We're the party at. 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해. 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게. 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어.
Let me get out of here. Sick of dumplings, Dion driving, yeah. 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 가라 엎어쳐. 일상 공공망치 draw, looking for nails to disappear. Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘. Waited long enough, 최근 시간 15년. 빛이 보여, fill the mind, you with life up the bus. 우리 가도 무관심자들이 이제 모두 척하던 놈들 이제 고개 숙여. 다음에 스케줄미 정은 right, 맑으면 대답도 못해. 영어로 하는 척하다 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장이야. We don't play game, we just 날아가지 game. Rivals 그것 혼자 here we be the reds, you be wrapped. Quit acting like you came up from the slums. 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb. 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV. 넌 랩 못해 넌 못 비벼. 지가 못되는 줄 아나 봐. 집 가서 덕시나 닦아라. 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇. 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매. 너가 백날 찜 튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩. 어서가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여. 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범여. 이제는 이해가 돼. 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼. Ambulance 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me. 이게 나 do not think. 혼자는 너무 BBG 너 그저 디스턴 벼. 너는 무슨 내 벼. 그냥 맞는 내 포. 그냥 흘려나 너 진 그게 딱 너한테 어울려. 이혼해 니꺼 좀 빌리자 rapping 나 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보. 일삼 제대로 너 차일러 혼나고 나서 니 형한테 일러. 니건 오래 타장 내가 AK 니건 fresh 타장 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge. 무슨 테이저 건마 주주. 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게. 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 what 에이스는 너 사랑해요. 없어 넌 그리워할까. 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘. 응답 수신 겁은 말해줘. 전화 걸지 말아줘. 없어 너는 그리워할까. 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘. 무엇보다 수신 겁은 너네 둘. 전화 걸지 말아줘.
오늘 봤을 때 잊어버려. 또 오늘 밤에 늦게 손으로 오늘 밤새 다 지워버려. 나서 다 지워버려. 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all. 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨. Let's party tonight. Every day every day 날 멈출 수 없었어. Every day it's my day. Drop it low, drop it low. Every day 볼륨 높이고. Every day 모두 함께 미치고. Every day it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low. 의사님 어딜 아파 내가. 이젠 음악이 내 약이야. 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록. 모두 흔들어 람빰빰빰. 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨. Let's party tonight. Every day follow my lead. We going 럭도 춤출까 볼륨을 높이고 I'll take it to where don't it go 보다 더 뜨거운 곳으로 하루의 스트레스는 뒤로 하고 내일 걱정은 잠시 접어둬 yeah. Oh baby it don't matter 오늘은 걱정 마 Oh baby 나를 따라 밤새도록 Shake it out 흔들어봐 걱정하지 마 All night Shake it out 흔들어봐 모든 날 따라해 I'm gonna left right 이 리듬을 타고 Shake it up 밤새 즐겨봐 Left right 이 노래를 따라 Baby one more time 밤새 춤춰봐 세상이 널 힘들게 한데도 지금처럼 다 털어버려 툭툭 별일 아닌 듯이 다 잊어겠듯이 후회하지 마 Let's dance up all night 밤새도록 Shake it out 흔들어봐 걱정하지 마 All night Shake it out 흔들어봐 모든 날 따라해 Left right 이 리듬을 타고 Shake it up 밤새 즐겨봐 Left right 이 노래를 따라 Baby one more time 밤새 춤춰봐 Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 da. So be mine under city lights. Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 so be mine under city lights.
Yeah. 맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내리던 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰 있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들을 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 밖은 아까 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 갈거로 장애물은 터미널 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 얘네들 열정과는 달라 Overbite 명의 energy Hey stop and from like 쿵쿵이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my fate
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 나는 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤에 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까 한이 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져 언젠가는 내밀어준 손을 다시 잡아 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 한시 앞 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나
Go back to the my stage Where just lives in January 얘네들 열정과는 달라 Overbite 명의 energy Hey stop and from like 쿵쿵이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my fate
Stupid ass 빨빼 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move
move get out the way 다음 생을 노리는 게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹어 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 백맨 작당 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨
내 말은 또 X가 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 거 시험 마시네 나 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 You make it clap look at me body
내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 뜯을 어떻게 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling mop 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 간
사이코 형 죽일까 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방칠게 우리 CB는 힘있게 비렉 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistle it, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신은 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 deep working my studio 한 지출내 지린 the funniest Just gonna beat Millie 꽃들들 샤프는 bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 거또한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 사람 나를 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man lalling like 난 벌써 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속
내가 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 this is 두 번 세 번 더해져 mission Open another level Go check my EP cycle with no P 손대에 두껍지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아주 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 붙은 태태 붙은 다음 소리 카브로 따라 하다 캐캐 목건강을 버린 수두로 백백 하지 마치 폐업치고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초순력 초순과 대드치 기체 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔 Whistle
it whistle it whistle it whistle it whistle it whistle it whistle it whistle it
whistling, 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 yeah.
Your jealousy, be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits, nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. I double dare in rare form. I came, no pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started. Now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing. Just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Baddest man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네끼리 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 대결선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나간 예상어리 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우린 몸값 21세기 boys 우린 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 날아가
tight 누르게 되지 like
우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아무 기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 wow 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site I
우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 이제 난 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 흘리고 있어 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 낚시는 척 여기 너무 또 내 목은 텁텁 카리형 다 주워서 소스를 뽀뽀 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 우린 핫 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상빈공내도 안해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뽀뽀뽀 Then we burn it up 버섯처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤는 한참 지났어 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절했어 갑이 아닌 구린들은
겁이었나 봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀 우린 직진하지 why they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 130 이제 돼버려 나 가수 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구온 나나의 범위는 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 No more time left to pack it up On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight.
was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive.
I'm alive.
Want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shrooms like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Stir straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Surge, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music.
Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and shastics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit.
Now your face feeling the fist. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on.
Don't get your hopes up.
Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'ma cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, with your step, don't you let curiosity get you in trouble. Heed your warning, just like you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Yeah, you don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you departed. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started. Now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing. Just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? The world's away. Full moon, it's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies. What would you do with that to me if you're really mine? would you do that to me if you're really mine?
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it.
Welcome everyone to the World's 2023 Semifinals live from the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium in Busan, South Korea. 4 teams are left in the fight for the Summoners Cup, and today the LPL is duking it out for the first spot in the Grand Finals next Sunday, with 4th seed Weibo Gaming aiming to take down MSI finalist Bilibili Gaming. Here we see Weibo already, and hopefully that's BLG, otherwise we're in trouble.
Surprise!
Surprise!
BLG's back.
Hey, no, just kidding.
You'd be really happy about that.
Yeah, it would be, but that's not the case. It's BLG that is going up against their brethren from the LPL and Bin. We're always looking forward to the Bin show, no matter what happens. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here at the desk by Emily, Kobe, and Chronicler. Everyone's going to a business reception, and I'm going to a party, apparently, because it's going to be a
party in
Rift.
this? Yeah! Good enough.
It's going to be a party on the Rift, so I wanted to dress accordingly for the LPL versus LPL matchup. But first, let's take a look at how we got here. We were almost going to have a full field of LPL teams in the semifinals, Emily, but T1 said not today.
Yeah, and I mean, the absolute domination that T1 showed over LNG was so impressive, not just because of the one-sided score, but also because of the way T1 really took the meta that had been evolving and evolved it once again. And this is something that they are so comfortable around playing with these 2v2, like really, really strong bot lanes. This is what they dominated with in spring. So this is such an amazing return to form to them on the world stage in front of their home crowd.
It's also something they just haven't been able to replicate for literally the entirety since spring playoffs. Spring playoffs, they got upset by Gen G, got beaten there. MSI, their performance was the best of the LCK, but obviously that tournament was all about the LPL. And T1 making sure that we do still have an LCK representative here in Korea.
Honestly, I think the most difficult thing is even separating how much do we take from that series, because they smashed LNG so hard and LNG made a lot of mistakes that you still have to get hyped for this team. Because my favorite part is Gumayushi in his interview afterwards says they still have more secret picks to pull out on stage.
Go.
Him and Keria have been playing together for so long that they can play anything down there.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for the Kalista support.
Okay, that would be nice indeed. We got to remember, of course, 3 LPL teams made it alongside T1 as well. It is still all she wrote. But there, where you talk about Gumayushi and the meta pick, so much is about the bot lane. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how in the beginning of this tournament, we saw the dominance of the blue side and how much that has shifted because of also those picks in the bot lane.
Yeah, the bottom lane R5 counter pick for support is the big snowball here, because we've been talking about how many resources these teams put towards the bottom lane. Jungle time, plus all these counter picks. It might be a little bit different in this series since we've got the Bin, the Shy and Bin, the Shy and the Bin in the top lane. Maybe they want to have some top lane counter picks, but predominantly throughout the tournament now has been so much bot prio.
Yeah, and I mean, I think actually both of these teams still will be going for that prio, because once Renata was on the table, you saw Crisp being one of the supports to do the Milio counter pick on red side, and BLG's bottom lane has also been focusing on these more lane dominant, like 2v2 skirmishes. So I actually think these two teams will still be looking at that same bot lane prio. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Kobe, if you wanted the R5 top lane counter pick for the Shy or Bin.
I'm sure we'll still get a Fiora pick or something like there.
And what for me was the coolest thing is we saw this Renata pulled out very early on by T1, but it didn't really feel like it stuck. They themselves moved off of it as well in their game against Gen G. But then it was, in particular, as you pointed out, Crisp, and then also On that used it so insanely well. This, to me, is the epitome of why Renata should be the most hotly contested support here, because she allows you, like no other early game support, like no other range support, to dominate these type of early skirmishes. And getting your bot lane ahead is yet again the most important thing here at Worlds.
And Renata has been one of the most hotly contested, one of the most banned here. So that's why I'm very, very excited to see what are the other champions that they start to pull out.
Would you say Renata is taking over?
Yes!
I give you like 5 out of 10 for that one.
A lot of dad jokes today. Don't you worry.
Let's go.
So we are super excited to see how everything's going to evolve. I think specifically tomorrow, but also today already in terms of the bot lane. And Kobe and Chronicler actually prepared a pitch for Emily and I in terms of what we should consider in the bot lane as support, I think, right?
So we've got a bunch of ideas, but we made PowerPoints just for 2 of them to try and whittle it down here. And production actually didn't even want to show us the PowerPoints yet. We gave them the points. Let's see. Mine is Soraka, because Soraka was only played 1 time, and it was by Hilly, and we don't count that time. It was like 6 deaths or something he racked up. But Soraka has so much potential in this meta. And you can go super poke heavy if we're talking about so much bot prio for the early lane phase. Now, the stats websites will tell you just max your W, but you can actually have a lot of poke potential if you put 2 early points in Q, and you can also get Q and then E super early on for a lot of offensive power, and then, of course, you still max W for your heal for later. Here's the build, though. Lucidity boots, get their cooldown reduction. If your AD carry is trolling, then you can get Mikhail's. Otherwise, you can go Redemption. Plus, wait, come on.
What's going on?
If you've got if you have a psychopath top laner that will take any fight that they've ever seen, 1v2s, thinks they can win 1v3s, the Shy, then maybe you have the perfect champion here to try and turn the tides for a top lane 1v1, 1v2, 1v3 in their favor. If they have a death wish, then you have a real wish to be able to turn that one back in your favor.
That was great. This is a great pitch. Yeah. Kind of down, but I have to see your opponent's pitch before we lock it in.
I'm not even done yet. There's more great stuff. We've got a bunch of other things to pick with it here. If you are picking it, then you need to have a jungler that's going to be one of those tanks. Maokai, Sejuani, Rel, all those types of things, because you don't want to be face checking when you're a Soraka.
No.
It's too dangerous.
True.
Please also consider, what else we got here? Soraka is a Star Guardian who actually calls stars, unlike the other fraud Guardians.
Wow.
I think that should be it.
Strong words.
I don't know.
From Kobe.
All right. Now, that was a great pitch from Kobe, right? He's a great pitcher. He did a good job. But everyone knows that everything is better in the past, right? We're all a sucker for nostalgia. That's why I'm bringing him back. The Donger, we only saw him once, but it's not enough. I know he was nerfed. I know that he was the breakout star of last year. Oh, base turret health reduced, boo. But he's still so good. It doesn't matter. The nerfs are not relevant. I'm telling you, you will still guarantee prio with this baby. Everyone's still drafting dive. They ban Renata. They think it's fine. But I am telling you, it is going to be the thing that is going to be the breakout star. You just have to believe. Ignore the nerfs. Think of the prio. Look at these bans. The people are already on this. But you can jump in now and ensure that you actually are the early adapter. Before his stock goes up, still not convinced, he has turrets. Free turrets, I'm telling you. Sometimes even a big one if you get to level 6, which you will, because you will have lane prio. He was in Arcane. Everyone loves Arcane. New season coming out next year. To sum it up, raise your dongers.
All right, well, I know Chris believes you because he was the support that picked it with the Caitlyn. I was expecting a Lux, and he brought out Heimerdinger.
So it's bananas versus dongers, actually, for Soraka versus Heimer. I don't know.
True. Soraka also has a horn, and it's magic.
That's true. This is magic.
So in terms of what I would rather have as my bot lane partner, it'd be Soraka. But I thought Chronicler had the better pitch.
Yes, I thought your PowerPoint was more thought-invoking. Anyways,
beautiful.
One of today's supports is former world champion Crisp, and he's featured in our latest edition of Draw My Life with Emily Rand.
Draw My LPL Life. World's Edition. Crisp. Lu Crisp Ching Song began his pro career in 2014 as an OMG trainee. He then went to Tanchisa Gaming in the LDL and then Newbie in the LPL. Before swapping to support, Chris was actually a bot laner when he was still 16 years old. His name was meant Tear the Wound, and he made this very emo public post about how at the time he didn't feel like he was as good as Uzi, Name, and STYZ, but he was going to grind until he was. Crisp joined Fun Plus Phoenix for 2018, and then in 2019, he won the World Championship with FPX. Crisp was the LPL Finals MVP that summer in 2019 with FPX, and he just recently reached 5,000 assists in the LPL, becoming the 4th LPL player to do so. If Crisp's victory celebration instantly seemed a little muted when he won Worlds with FPX, it's actually because he initially hurt his back jumping out of his chair in his first celebration. More recently in his career, Crisp has struggled compared to what we know as his peak, but now with Weibo, he looks to regain his form. And I actually think, again, we talked about how he was a part of this initial meta evolution with the R5 support counter picks. We talked about how he was actually the person to bring out the Heimerdinger. I think he's had a really good tournament thus far. Also, shout out to LPL fan club on Twitter who helped me dig up Crisp's emo posting pass.
Aw, we all have those.
That was really kind. It's true. I also posted random nonsense when I was 16.
I still do.
Same.
It's so cool. It also kind of reminded me when I saw this in rehearsal, you know, Weibo has Crisp, who's of course the world champion from 2019, the Shy in 2018, Zhao Hu, who is a 3-time MSI champion. In terms of decorations, they couldn't be more stacked, right?
In 2 roles. Like, that's still the most
Yeah.
insane thing to me. The level of dominance, however, has not really been what we've seen of Xiao. So I think today's a good redemption moment.
It would be.
Yeah.
Who knows? But since we have an LPL versus LPL matchup, we have a little quiz that Emily prepared for us to see if we can guess the LPL slogans.
Yeah, so basically in the
You have your
LPL,
flags.
every team has their own slogan. And so I'm going to do some more popular teams that you will know in the West.
Conquer
terms
said that
of-
he already watched your podcast where you
Don't
told
look
all
down,
the
you're
answers.
cheating.
I would never.
You're looking
All right,
down.
I
You're
would
cheating.
never.
I'm not cheating. He knows the answers
Oh, well,
already.
I changed them. So it's all about believing. Who is this?
Journey?
All right.
That's,
You
guys,
know
let's
the
guess.
answers. What
Yes.
who?
A popular team in the West.
RNG.
No.
No.
WE?
No.
EDG?
No.
Wait, who else is? Everyone's popular. in the
Invictus
West.
Gaming.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, of course. Oh.
All right.
I do
How is
not.
that a
Oh,
bonus?
of
It's not-
course.
of course.
It's all
I had
about
no
believing.
idea.
Yeah.
What about this one? This is another popular team in the West that's already been guessed by one of you.
Go back to
Okay,
WE.
I'm going back to EDG.
Yes. And here's the last one, since we have to keep this short. This is a very generic slogan, actually, for the team it's attached to.
Make it real.
Make it real. Who wants to make it real?
RNG.
JDG.
I really don't know. I always thought they were like specific for an event. So it's cool to know that this is all their kind of lifelong org slogans.
Yeah, so basically when the org goes out, they like flash this as they walk on stage.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a really fun time.
It's awesome, and we are really bad at it. We should have caught up.
Here, I'll
with the
do one
slogans.
more. Because they said we had time.
Cheers for the faith.
My research was too good, so I know this one. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
it's up
Kronko
to you
has to
two.
duck out.
No.
It's cheating.
I'm not participating in
That's
cheating.
cheating, Kirby.
CLG.
RNG.
No. You've guessed RNG every
What
time.
is RNG's one? That's what I want to know. I
Yeah,
forget.
just tell
I
us
forget.
that. Let's
I forget.
reverse this game.
This is BLG.
Oh.
The
Wow.
team's playing today.
All right, I'm a BLG fan then.
Cool.
The faithful.
Cheers for the faith. Yeah.
Well, speaking of BLG, of course they're up versus Weibo today, so let's get into the match at hand. And I first want to pull up the Swiss bracket, because before they got to the bracket stage, there was a lot to say about the way these two teams made it both to the bracket stage, but then also Weibo being drawn against NRG for their quarterfinal.
Yeah, and it's really important when we talk about today to look at the opponents that Weibo actually faced, right? Because obviously they did lose against G2, but outside of that, if you look at the teams that they were actually able to beat, it's a 2-0 over Mad and then a 2-1 over Fnatic. So all the games they won were against Western teams. Whereas if you go back and you look at the route that was there for BLG, it's very different. BKT, really big moment, right? Obviously that's amazing. Then you face JDG, which that one was always going to be very rough. And then Fnatic, they handily dispatched of, but then got 2-0 by T1, another strong team, and then were able in the end to, of course, take the win over G2, but a much tougher road. And particularly when it comes to assessing the form of Weibo today, you always have to keep in mind who they played against.
And I think the key is not even on this graphic. It is that BLG disposed of Genji.
Yes, didn't even mention them.
That Weibo played NRG, of course, in their quarterfinal, right?
Why you say it like that, huh?
I didn't say it any type of way.
I'm going to predict Weibo today, actually, because if they go finals, then that means Energy really only got beat by a top 2 team in the world.
Okay,
Nice.
I see.
Yeah.
I like it. We'll see what happens, though. But one of the great battles today is in the top lane, and it's promising to be a very explosive one, as it's none other than the Shy and Bin facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Two colossal forces from the LPL are set to collide on League's grandest stage. Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, showcases a clash of titans, as two of the biggest personalities in League, Bin and The Shy, reignite their rivalry in the top lane for the World's 2023 semifinals. These LPL giants are known for their volatile and aggressive playstyle. The Shy, a world champion by 19, and Bin, a world's finalist at 17, are no strangers to the weight of expectation.
Q is going to miss. Kazi's under the turret. The Shy just touches everything.
With the world watching, The Shy returns to his home country, the very soil where his legacy was forged, to claim glory once again.
Now they got the Maokai. The Shy's ready for the follow-up. He locks down two. Ignor's dead. Dokla's dead. Weibo is going to go through those Nexus turrets like butter.
But in his path stands Bin, fueled by the hunger to become a world champion. Only one will rise in the last hurdle on the road to the World Finals.
The equalizer coming out as well. Delightful move for the re-engage. Norman goes in with a mega knock. Hayes now dives onto the back line. Next execution from BLG may be too much. Toby buys a second, but he just can't buy the win.
Will Bin's unyielding chase crown him as the new king of the top lane? Or will The Shy revive to legend status once again? Either way, this will be a semi-final to remember.
Fight night! Bin versus The Shy. Who's gonna take the win today? You see everyone who's been knocked out already.
Oh no!
Wait, that is the least fearsome fight night I've ever seen.
Yeah.
They're just standing there. He's like,
You're waving, but we're the same here. We're
Okay.
No.
Fight night!
Yes, fight night.
Let's
Super
go.
hype matchup. I think it's just such a cool matchup to look at when you look at kind of the trajectory of both of these top laners. And Emily, there's actually a lot in terms of what The Shy did for top laners in terms of setting them up for a new era back a couple of years ago.
Yeah, there's been predicting another 3-0 for BLG. I think
changed it last time.
The big thing is like when The Shy started being so aggressive in the top lane, it really set the tone for the next generation of LPL top laners, including Bin himself. When he was coming up, he was that person who was contesting the wave at level 1. You're going to see a lot of these plays from both of them from past world championships that might hurt a little bit, Shucks.
Yeah, that's okay.
But yeah, like I do think here is, and this I feel like endeared Bin to a lot of people. But yeah, I'm sorry you have to relive this.
It's okay.
I do think though, like, Bin towards not just LPL top laners, but also LCK top laners, and a lot of LPL up-and-coming tops have looked towards the way he plays so aggressively in and out of lane to set the tempo for their own play.
Yeah, I mean, part of the coolest thing about this matchup is that The Shy became, the peaks of his fame were because he was the best carry top laner, the most Giga Chad top laner in the world and won worlds, and now that's Bin. Bin is like the next generation. He is now putting his name forward as the best carry top laner.
Yeah, some of the replays we saw there, Bin was actually the only person to ever get a pentakill in a Worlds final. It was when they made it with Suning, I think, which is where the world knew of his name for the first time. But then Bin went on to make every final of every international tournament he played so far, but no title yet.
And to me, when he was part of RNG in 2022, that felt like he was very much a part of that roster. But for me, MSI was all about Bin.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't end up winning, their run taking down Genji and T1 in the way they did was truly historical. And I think he's actually chilled down a little bit. Like at MSI, he was just slamming everyone in every single interview. And I do think he's realized, probably thanks to 369, that until you win, you gotta take it a little bit easier.
Yeah, but we'll see how he feels about facing The Shy particularly. And I guess it's all about, will The Shy reach the peaks that he did when he won the World Championship, and that we haven't seen that much from him this year, because Bin is certainly firing on all cylinders. He pulled out the Rumble as an example, even though we heard that he had never actually played it competitively. So it's going to be a wild card, Kobe.
Yeah, you love to see that adaptation from players. You mentioned the Rumble already. Last tournament, all the talk was about how he had never played tanks. And 369 kind of forced him into playing tanks, and he dipped his toes a little bit into that pool before returning to his true style.
Maybe it's wishful thinking that it's all going to be about the top lane. We certainly would want it to be, but as we move towards the game, we need to talk about the bot lane. Let's kick it off by hearing from BLG's Light ahead of the semifinals.
离冠军的目标只有一步之遥就是感觉很奇妙吧。然后可能真的就冠军有种摆在眼前的感觉。整个瑞士轮的困难，可能对于我们来说，就从心态方面可能是比较着急的。然后因为也导致我们输了，可能输给 G2、输给 KT 之后，让我们可能有点不太相信自己。到后来拿下 MAD， 只有在比赛里的胜利可以让我们更加团结，就是让大家会开心嘛，这种状态。比赛前确实跟他说了一些开玩笑的话，就是今天状态很好，你一定要来保我，不来保我的话，我就死给你看。
Energy, they kill the ward, they're still gonna go.
Energy wants to make the four-man play. They got the unbreakable will and they're ready to start. Weiwei's already here for the counter-attack, but they jump in. The killer instinct's gonna find light, and he's already down. Ignore with the flash away to make sure he doesn't pay one back. Pop Blossom only finds one. Xiaohu's gonna pick up Ignore, but now he might be taken down. The Shy teleports in. World Enders ready to end their world, baby. FBI staying alive only for a moment to kill Xiaohu, but now they're trapped between a rock and a hard place. FBI falls. There's nothing left. Energy are crushed. It's 5 kills over to Weibo.
艾尔克这名选手也是 LPL 非常厉害的 AD 选手，他很擅长在5开的对局中去打很多的伤害，就是有很完美的发挥。春夏季我们没有赢下 BLG， 所以这次如果遇见 BLG 的话，我会打败他们。
Of course, Light from Weibo. I brain farted a little and saw WBG and I read BLG for some reason. That is my fault. But in any case, Elk versus Light is going to be a fantastic matchup today. And as we said already, it's going to be all about the bot lane, we think.
Yeah, there's so much importance in this entire tournament we've seen really congregate around the bottom lane. You know, the dragon stacking is there. So much turret plate gold is there. And if you look back at Weibo's last series versus Energy, every single game, Weiwei is pathing to the bottom side. Even in some of these attempts at these tower dives where he does not succeed, he just then goes back, clears a couple camps, returns to camp the bottom side to ensure that Light will be fed, will be rich to be able to carry some of these team fights later. Plus they use it to transition into those neutral objectives very effectively. And even in this game, the third game, where they got counter-picked by a Karma Ezreal into their Caitlyn lane, and they had a Maokai jungle, he still pathed bottom side to cover the bottom to make sure that they didn't get dove, didn't get behind, and they even turn it around for an extra kill there. And we just heard about him talking about how important the two AD carries are specifically. They're the 2 highest damage per minute players of the entire tournament.
What I think is important, looking at the jungle proximity, both teams have a jungler that know what they need to do. Both Weibo and Shun have been perma-playing towards this bot side, and I think that's also why these players have been able to shine the way that they have.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's can't be reiterated that these are players that are very familiar with each other from the LPL, and whenever 2 LPL teams meet on the international stage, you get the sense that they both enter the match feeling like, we can crush our opponents. So I am expecting a lot of action in the bot lane very early, whether it's from the actual 2v2 or from Shun or Weiwei going down there to help out their pushing bot lane.
That's what we hope, and I think it's always different than I think it's going to play out when LPL teams face each in best of 5 specifically on the international stage, because in my head, when you look at what BLG has done throughout the entire year, yes, they lost to JDG, well, who wouldn't at this point? But the incremental gains they have made every time we saw them in an international tournament, and the whooping they gave Gen G, I think they should crush Weibo today. But here's the problem. Weibo is so hard to judge because of the way they got here, right?
It's a combination of that, the fact that we don't really know their true strength even this far into the tournament just because of who they faced, but also I don't feel like they had to show that much yet. And we've seen in not just this tournament, but over the past couple of years, once you get to best of 5 stage, one really good meta read or form on the day can be enough to break a series wide open.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the T1 ban pick actually ends up affecting this series specifically, because we know that both of these bot lanes are willing to like optimize into the 2v2 or a hyper carry. I think the other super interesting thing for these 2 bot laners is that, you know, Elk coming into this, I feel like this year has been so important for his career previously. Like, he's been around for so long as Chomong on WE, and this is the first year where we've seen, I know you like him because he makes a lot of crazy plays.
My kind of AD carry.
Yeah.
Get that damage out.
But it's been tempered a little bit more, right? Like, it's been a little bit more purposeful this year, and I feel like that's been such a huge key, actually. Like, we talk a lot about Bin, we talk a lot about topside. I think this has also been instrumental in BLG's success over the year.
Yeah, when we talk about where BLG and Weibo came from at the beginning of the year, Kobe, we had a Weibo that was very hyped because of, if only, the international titles that they had racked up in their roster. But then BLG is a team that came out of nowhere, and I know won a lot of people's hearts at MSI, but continues to impress.
Yeah, and then in summer, they set records in the regular season with how well that they had been playing. This team is so hyped to me, really because of the personality of a lot of these players too. We're getting some footage here of 17-year-old baby Bin getting there, and like these, it's really hard not to fall in love with these players because they do stick to their style. So many people, we talk about Adam, you know, and him sticking to his type of style as well. That's what BLG have done the best, you know, stick to those carries and play with confidence.
And talking about plays, I also think Tabe is a really big part of it, right? Like, that man is just pure energy, and it makes it really easy to root for this team, particularly with the run they've had this year.
Draft gap versus score as well, but let's talk about that another day.
Hey, keep throwing me under the bus!
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the other thing, like on the other side, you have Weibo. BLG actually had an incredible regular season, right? But then faltered in the playoffs. I think Weibo is both a frustrating and exciting team to root for, not just because of kind of this star-studded lineup they've been able to put together, but also because there is this sense that we have not seen what this team is, like the ceiling of what this team is capable of, right? Like, we've seen them kind of hit some of these highs occasionally, but never with any sort of consistency or coordination. So, like, there is a world where they just enter and it clicks, right? And that would be so exciting to see.
And that would be great if they can really fight pound for pound here in this best of 5 today. But maybe our fan insights can give us a little bit more guidance as to who we should be favoring today. Each day you can head over to @MastercardGG on X to participate in our MasterCard fan predictions. Let's take a look. It's close. Pretty close, actually.
Ooh. All right,
Wow.
the Cajal supporters have some more work to do.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of, let's do our own predictions then as well. Emily, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, since I wrote it down.
Okay.
I think it'll be closer, if only because, like I said, when two LPL teams meet each other internationally, I feel like people have this expectation of, like, this is how the series is going to go, and then they're just going to try to attack each other constantly because they're both entering this matchup with a lot of confidence. I do think BLG should win out. I do think, from what we've seen from both of these teams at this tournament and obviously throughout the year, BLG is the more complete and better team.
That's the logical choice.
That's the logical choice. But now you're going to go...
You heard I spoiled mine earlier when I was talking about if Weibo get to the finals, then it means that Energy only lost to the top 2 team in the world. Honestly, I actually think that they can do it. One of the pieces they haven't used to the fullest yet has been Xiaohu, and I know Xiaohu is a better player than he has shown at this tournament so far. He showed it in their last game on that Jace. I think he could be a really instrumental part in actually getting an upset victory here.
I'm not an interesting man here today. This is what I feel should be the representation of, if you look at what these two teams have shown over the year. I think that BLG in particular really deserves the respect for how consistent they've been able to be. Every single team that isn't specifically JDG, obviously they struggled a little bit in the LPL playoffs, but I don't think that takes away from the year they've had. And I really trust this team at this point. I think that the consistency of how they're able to enable Elk plus the star power of Bin should be enough to get a winner. Now, of course, it is an LPL series, so if it turns out to be a 5-game banger, I'm not going to complain.
No, we're not.
Yeah, I feel like that's the logic. That is the most logical prediction.
It's
this
the
is
vanilla
me
prediction.
having watched these teams all year. And Kobe is just a Weibo stan now.
Yeah, he is. He listened to that song over and over. But in any case, it is such an honor to see these LPL teams take to the Rift today. The World Championship final spot is on the line. The Shy versus Bin, Super Carries Light versus Elk. Who will stand tall and get one step closer to the pinnacle of League Esports, to the Summoners Cup next week? This is Weibo Gaming versus Bilibili Gaming.
대한민국 부산에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 월드 개막 한 달이 지난 지금 단 4팀만이 월드 챔피언이 될 수 있다는 자격을 입증하고 결국 살아남았습니다. 자, 오늘 경기가 끝나고 나면 한 팀은 꿈의 무대 고척 스카이돔으로 향하게 되고 다른 팀은 1년의 여정을 마무리 짓고 집으로 가게 됩니다. 자, 그러면 4강에 나설 두 팀을 여러분께 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 LPL 선발전과 월드 8강을 뚫고 이곳 세미파이널까지 오는 LPL의 웨이버 게이밍 탑 더 샤인. 정글 웨이 미드 샤오후 바텀 라이트 서포트 크리스피 그 반대편엔 웨이버 게이밍과 수없이 많이 만난 팀이 있습니다. MSI 준우승 이후 다시 이 무대에 선 BLG 탑빈. 정비의 신 미드 야카오 바텀 에카 서포트 온 과연 어느 팀이 왕조에 한 걸음 더 다가설 수 있을지 아니면 그동안의 여정을 정리하고 집으로 돌아갈지. 웨이버 게이밍과 BLG의 4강 첫 번째 매치를 함께 해주시는 많은 분들의 뜨거운 바로 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다. North America. Busan with the charge of Kobe. What the God
우승을 빠른 시기에 했었다 보니까 사실 목표로 너무 빠르게 가게 된 것 같아요.
The LPL are one win away from claiming their first world championship.
좀 정신이 없었어요, 제가 그 당시에. 그래서 뭔가 기뻐할 겨를이 없던 감정 상태였고 결과가 좋았으니 이제 좋은 거지 않나라는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
当时我也是IG的粉丝吧，然后我也非常开心，因为那是 LPL 的第1个冠军。对我来说，最大的感觉就是觉得非常神奇吧，因为在几年前我还只是在电视上或者电脑上看他打比赛，但是现在我可以在全职总决赛这个舞台上面和他对阵，然后我们也会被淘汰一位。
마지막 기회를 잘 살려서 파이팅 해야 될 것 같습니다.
感觉很过瘾。
It's going down, and Fun plus Phoenix are your world champions.
假设如果还有机会的话，我觉得应该会觉得就人生中比较开心的时候。
他拿到冠军的时候，那个情景我还记得，就是那个时候我还在 LDL 嘛，我看着他比赛就非常羡慕，但是他也没有退步吧，我觉得他一直在成长。
红杯，我想成为 APL 首位，得到2个冠军的人，但是这一次的话，就感觉每一个对手其实对我们而言都挺困难的。
今天就是证明自己的机会。
在我的职业生涯当中，唯独缺的就是赢得世界赛。我离我的目标已经非常接近了。
泽赛，现在是年轻人接管比赛的时候，现在是属于我的时代了。
빈 정신이 번쩍 들게 해줄게.
Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
결승의 첫 번째 티켓을 위한 대결 이제 시작합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2023. It is time for the semi-finals. With an introduction like that, I don't know how you couldn't be excited for what we got in front of us here today as BLG go up against Weibo for a shot at the title. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Azael and Dagda. Gentlemen, I'm ready to get this going.
It's gonna be a banger. I cannot wait to see these two teams face off. It has been such an expected matchup to go the distance. I cannot wait to see how it pans out.
And I want to jump it right into picks and bans because I'm so interested to see what Weibo is going to do here. They got blue side as the selection. We saw red side really kind of rising in priority though with how the bot 2v2s have been prioritized. And we wanted to know, would the Jarvan be banned out because Shun dominated with it in the last series against Gen G. And traditionally people have been banning out Jax, Xayah, as well as then Nico as that third ban. So Jarvan going to be added. What is going to be left up for BLG?
Respect towards Shun, and immediately that first ban, the Jacks for Bin. They don't want to give him the shot that other teams have given BLG and learn the consequences of. Kalista and Orianna banned out by BLG, as Weibo is going to remove the opportunity for the Rakan pick to come in.
Still the opportunity for the Rumble, though, and with respect given towards the Caitlyn, you've got the Rumble, you got the Maoka, you got a lot of these big power picks, but there's that Nico you were talking about, Azale.
Yeah, the Nico not going to be given over to Gao. But Rumble showcased by Bin for the first time his entire career in the last series to great effect. That is one of those picks that you could be looking towards. Maokai Jace also available and really high prio. Could pair well also with that Rumble if they wanted to go that route. So I think there's a lot of powerful options here.
And I'm curious to see exactly what the game plan is, because I think they will probably pick up the Rumble here. The Shy has shown he's a monster on that pick. But I'm curious if they think, hey, we're fine to give the Rumble. Let's go for the Aatrox into it. Let's see if we can kind of just have the Shy beat Bin in the laning phase and then outscale to a later portion of the game and then play for those big fights with the Shy.
But the first pick of the draft for BLG is actually the Vi. This is one of those champions that can be very devastating, specifically in combination with Nico. Also giving the opportunity for some powerful ganks, some powerful playmaking, especially once you get the ult, similar to what the Jarvan may have otherwise been able to provide if it escaped the bans.
And it's also denying one of the powerful AD jungle pairings here. You know, when you think about the most popular pairings at Worlds for AD, it's Jarvan and it's Vi. Jarvan's banned, Vi's now taken away. When you go Nico, yes, Rumble is there, but if they do grab Rumble, they're going to be pretty heavy on AP already, and they're going to be having to find some sort of other AD jungle pick. You can, of course, go to like Lee Sin. You can go to things like the Viego as well. Weiwei obviously really happy on the Poppy also, but it is obviously a lower damage option.
And of course, that second champion locked in for BLG, the Xayah. You guys saw the numbers pop up. 98% pick ban presence so far here in the tournament. Absolutely incredible. It's been banned out a ton by both these teams. The fact that it got through that first part of the ban phase, I'm not surprised to see it picked up first rotation for BLG. Aphelios and the Rumble locked in for Weibo.
Yeah, and the Xayah ban kind of had to get dropped because of that Jarvan, right? Because Shun performed so well in this last series with something like 25, 3, and 25 around that sort of KDA in that previous series. Absolutely dominated.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with the amount of AD carry bans that were thrown their way as well. The Sindra, though, picked up for Yagao. This is something that he's been incredibly good on domestically, and now going to see if he can try and bring it out to the international stage. It is something where you can look to try and at least beat back Weibo, who are going to be playing this incredibly short-range composition, and it looks like they're probably going to try and set up here for BLG to try and have a little bit of that option when it comes to keeping Weibo at arm's length.
And Renata now, again, banned against here by Weibo. This is 10 straight games that either Crisp has played Renata or has been banned against them. They really did start this march towards the priority of these enchanters down in bot lane, playing for bot lane 2v2. The Renata gonna get banned out when Light, you know, is able to get that strong support pairing for Crisp. When they have that dominant 2v2, they've had so much success playing in that style.
And over on the other side, it's support focused, but the different way, right? You're banning out the Nautilus. You don't want to allow On to have the engage potential, especially when you've got Light on this immobile AD carry that can be under extreme threat from those powerful engage options. They want to make sure that's off the table. The Wukong, the final ban of the draft here for BLG.
Yeah, so it's another really good team fighting AD. I think it's actually a great pairing as well with both these kind of AoE ultimates that come in from the Rumble as well as from that Nico. So a good ban there. But now we have to find out, are they going to leave fifth pick, you know, for On? Are they going to be playing towards that support wing condition, or are they going to save it for Bin?
Yeah, I think you take the Aatrox here for Bin. He's already played it twice up in that top side. I think that works really well into the Rumble, and then you're always able to leave that opportunity then for On this counter pick. The Blitzcrank ban as well kind of says to me that Weibo are imagining this is going to be the game plan. They're like, look, we want to try and secure some sort of enchanter support here, so we're not just going to enter into a Blitzcrank lane into counter pick.
And I think it's interesting, right? You know, the obvious thing is to go for that top lane, but some of these times teams are just really focused on the contested supports. They want to have another denial as kind of the additional ban. But in this case, obviously putting value on that fifth pick support counter pick. This would be definitely an AD option. Haven't seen a lot of it, and is absolutely feast or famine. It is going to get locked in. The Bel'Veth for Weiwei.
I like it though when you've got lanes that you can kind of use to push in and get big advantages. When I look towards the bot lane, the Aphelios, you look like we're going to get the Lulu there as well. Doesn't scream to me that you're going to have push against the Xayah that can now counter pick with an opportunity to go for an enchanter support for yourself on that bot side of the map as well. So it kind of is a little bit tough here. If the Shy doesn't get control over that top side, I feel Bel'Veth won't be able to get these invades off, and she's going to start to fall behind.
And this is the first career game on Bel'Veth for Weiwei. So first time bringing it out in a World semifinal. Crisp again sticking with those enchanters, does go towards the Milio. It won't be able to, grab something that is really a lane counter on the side of BLG, but it will be the rel. That final piece to the puzzle here does give them some good engage to be able to follow up, alongside that Vi, set up potentially for the feather pull here from Elk, for the follow-up from Yagao as well. But when you're looking on the other side, it just feels like the entire game to me for Weibo is going to be about that top side of the map, about pushing lanes here in mid, in top, getting Weiwei involved early with these invades, trying to create a really big lead because Bel'Veth is absolutely feast or famine.
And honestly, it feels like a huge amount for relies on Xiaohu. I mean, that's your sole engage tool. That's the sole person that can try and set up for these fights. And Xiaohu hasn't been performing. When you look at him coming in towards Worlds, I think a lot of people are like, no, this is the moment Xiaohu can kind of step up, toss off the mantle of Emperor of Spring, falling short of Worlds, but he hasn't got to see that yet. And now against Yagao, he needs to set up here with this composition.
It's going to be interesting because the other question is, do they even have to engage when you're playing against Virel? There's not really that many options on the other side. And I think Weibo has, in a lot of cases, been very good with their counter engage. And I think both Milio as well as this Nico really do excel in the counter engage, the amount of setup that they're going to have. If you're piling in with the Vi, all of a sudden the peel, the shields, the heals come through from Crisp, from Xiaohu. That can create the space that Light needs to take over a fight.
I mean, you bring an equalizer down on top of a botched engage. Even Bel'Veth, if you try to engage on this carry type of jungler and you don't 100-0 her, the ability to resist damage and weather that storm in time for the team to come in and help you is there. I'm excited here for this first game. I can't wait to see where we're going to go. We were all talking a lot about the junglers specifically and the way that they've been playing. The desk even highlighted it. Kobe was mentioning how Weiwei just loved going bottom in that entire quarterfinal, just over and over and over again. Shun, more of a yo-yo across the rift. He'll go top, he'll go bot, he'll go top, he'll go bot. But when you're up against Weiwei, who's got that pressure, I'm curious if Shun is just going to gravitate even more so to the bottom half of the rift too.
Yeah, LoL Esports stats actually tweeted out some kill maps where you can see where all their kills are pre-14. For Weibo, it's basically only in bot lane. Like, everything is bot lane. They are very clearly playing heavily towards this, and with the Enchanter, they'll be able to.
All right, as we're waiting on the minions to spawn, a reminder, you saw it pop up on the screen a moment ago. You can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote that the players have been spamming on each other the whole time here. As the ward is going to spot out Weibo, doing a late invade here towards those Raptors.
But look at Bin is coming. They have the extra man defending. BLG have 4 here, and we don't see the extra people for Weibo just yet.
Level 1 could get spicy and get spicy quick. The Shy's going to be found there with the ward in the brush. Now Weiwei and Xiaohu need to try to get out of here. Flame Spitter from the Shy, just buying a little bit of extra time for his teammates to continue the long way home. But the flash Q3 and the Shy's in trouble. He drops down the Ignite, but what's it going to do? On continues the chase as the Shy flashes out. He may be able to survive here. On going to continue after him. The Shy, he doesn't die, but his lane's in a real bad spot.
I mean, this is an absolute disaster. You're playing 0 sums, no TP Rumble, starting top against a full HP Bin, and Xiaohu got completely zoned away. Look where he is on the minimap right now. This is an unmitigated disaster. He hasn't even gotten 1 minion of experience yet. And I think that Yagao actually stacked the wave to pull towards him, so Weibo off to about the worst start possible.
And a lot of when we look at these two teams facing off in summer was, okay, can we try and get an advantage on BLG side for Bin against the Shy? Then we can try and just leave them to their own devices as we look towards the rest of the map. And Bin has certainly got a bit of an advantage in this one.
I mean, he's going to have to base. And remember, this is no TP. He's going to be down likely 2 levels right off the rip from this play. This is absolutely horrible for them. And I'm just surprised that Weibo didn't pull up Crisp because it's so obvious that you're going to be going for this type of invade. Anytime you're playing with Bel'Veth, your first camp is their Raptors. It's not your Raptors. On moved up, Crisp didn't. That was the difference.
Especially when we said, hey, look, your bot lane, actually, he's going to be in a bit of a better spot than we were talking about in draft, but you still want to try and get push on the map to facilitate this Bel'Veth to keep invading, keep getting in the space of this vibe. But when the Shy is completely out of top side and you don't really have as much control as you'd like over mid lane as well, it's going to make it very tough for this Bel'Veth to play out the map as she wants.
At least for the Shy, there was a cannon minion there, so I mean, I think it's going to not potentially be as bad as it might have been, but 17-4, it's such a big lead here. He'll be able to mop up some of these underneath the turret, but that level 1, such a disaster for Weibo. They're going to have to claw their way back from the disadvantages they had there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it all shakes out as far as the total experience advantage, but when he walked back to lane, he was still 1 when Bin hit 3, right? So yeah, you do see that temporary massive XP disadvantage. On the other side, there was a cost, of course, for Elk because Elk did get zoned off.
Weiwei getting caught out now as he tries to invade the enemy jungle. The Bel'Veth not wanting to fall behind. ends up losing a little bit of HP. Luckily, does not have to spin the flash, can go back down into the bot side river and claim the Scuttle Crab thanks to the lane push that his bottom lane has acquired.
Yeah, exactly. So Weibo's bot lane, really a lot of pressure on them now. You know, given how badly everything went on that top side, the only advantage they had was that Crisp and Light were in lane and could zone Elk, right? So they did create a CS advantage there. Elk picked up quite a bit as that wave did crash, but Light and Crisp have got to pound this bot lane 2v2 now because the solo lanes are just in a tough spot.
Shun clearing out his blue, hanging around on this bottom side of the map, but not going through anything here just yet. You can see Weiwei invading again. You talked about the importance of Bel'Veth, stealing away enemy Raptors, wanting to do it at level 1. He's going to come back around, find the second spawn of them, and Weiwei should now also be able to get this Scuttle Crab on the top half of the map too. So double Scuttle early on is going to feel pretty good. As Bin goes in pretty aggressively here, finds a nice trade on the shot.
Yeah, I think a large portion of this is going to be seeing, hey, can Weiwei try and keep up this pressure? But Shun now has an advantage where he can move into the bot side, hasn't been spotted. There is a ward here, but it might be a little bit too late as On has flash.
Well, yeah, looks like Shun's just going to step out in the vision there real quick, so Weibo should know what's going on.
I really want to see if Bin can actually hold that wave off the turret, though, because he TP'd back and the Shy had no buy.
Immediate flash engage coming out from On as Crisp is forced to flash away. He's nearly killed, but he keeps himself alive just a little bit longer. It's first blood. Back over to the rail as BLG are on the board.
Nicely done. Beautiful flash engage there from On. Shun with a follow-up, but they can't quite turn it around. Chris couldn't get away. But again, on that top side, I'm really interested to see what the Shy is going to do from this position because he had no buy. Bin gets the buy, comes back, prevents the crash, and now he's going to try to lock him into this wave state where he doesn't want the Shy to ever be able to crash the wave and then actually look for that base. So Bin is trying to hold this off the turret as much as he can. He's going to try to stall out these range minions and say, you don't get the base, you don't get the buy. That is the advantage that I've gained off of this level 1.
Yeah, I think he needs to pull Weiwei up here if he wants to try and do something, but Weiwei needs to get back to this bot side to try and protect his camps from Shun, but we're going to see here, I think they thought that Shun had gone away after they saw him initially poke his head out on that ward, and then Chris not quite able to get back in behind the tower in time, get enough healing off as well, and you can see how much damage has gone onto the BLG side, but they just can't respond.
Exactly. They tried to throw everything in there. The Summoner Heal, the Cozy Campfire, the Warm Hugs, everything in Melio's kit, but just not enough still. The damage was there from BLG. They're first on the board. However, we look at how close the gold is. The first blood with an assist is worth 600 gold. There's not even that much difference here between the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And there, the Shy hits 6, used the Equalizer immediately to crash that wave. So is not going to get stuck in this long extended laning phase that Bin wanted him in with no items. Does go back to base, gets the tier 2 boots. You can see a number of them have. So Weibo, their solo laners honestly doing a really good job of recovering from what was a difficult situation at level 1.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at Weibo, one of the things I immediately notice here on the scoreboard, the massive difference in terms of the amount of camps farmed in the jungle. Weiwei is up significantly there on this Bel'Veth, so trying to keep pushing the tempo on this carry-style jungler as he hangs out down here in the bot lane now, but the ward placed over the wall is going to spot him out.
I think he's done a relatively good job, though, of getting control now, using the push to travel bot side and mid to start to teeter over towards, I was going to say Dragon, but Shun is here to try and protect it. I think it's just getting vision down before they started up. But you can see, at the moment, BLG trying to respond.
Yeah, On finds a stun there on Light, but immediately has to disengage. As you can see, control over that river still belongs to Weiwei. He's got his smite. He'll secure that as Shun wanted to come up, potentially fight for it. But Weiwei, again, maintains control over these Scuttle Crabs throughout the entire early game so far.
I think Shun has been doing a good job of tracking where Weiwei wants to go, though, and he's kind of keeping him in check here, making sure they can't use the advantage you had off both waves. And because Weibo hesitate, they don't actually get to take the Dragon immediately, so BLG are then in position to respond. And now it's going to become a case of, all right, I'm going to steal these Raptors, try and set up vision on this top side, and more than likely play for that Rift Herald that's in 30 seconds. Maybe even catch out Shun as he moves in here.
Weiwei level 6 versus Shun only level 5. Could be an easy knock-up here, but I would expect for Weiwei. Shun is not going to win this 1v1. So much damage coming out from Weiwei, not enough to force a kill. The flash wouldn't have been available anyway, but Shun is now forced back out of that quadrant of the map.
And that's huge because there's not anything on this bottom side. Shun hasn't hit level 6 yet, and he really wants to have that before the Rift Herald spawns, but now you're in a position as Weiwei where you get to clear out Raptors, immediately fall back over towards this Rift Herald with the push that you have on this top side. Thanks to the Shy doing a good job, despite the early deficit, of now bringing it back in that top lane match.
And now it finally means he's able to take away multiple camps from Shun. You know, he hadn't been able to get them. He had been farming heavily on his side of the map, but now he's going to push him out, get the Raptors. He's going to take the red. He's going to get the Krugs. It's going to be a full topside clear of the enemy jungle, and that could potentially mean a Herald after. That could potentially mean a dive top after. I don't think that Weibo can really contest this because Weiwei is still moving up, so he's just going to trade for that Herald kind of as expected on the top side, and that is so much more valuable when you are playing on this Bel'Veth. You get the little Voidling spawns that are coming out. That really does help the push. Plus, you get that additional empowerment from taking that Void Eye.
But even just look at the little purple bars that are underneath Weiwei and Shun's quadrants. That's your levels, and you can see how far ahead Weiwei is. Plus, he's going to be able to go in onto this top side, take Raptors, zone Bin off of this wave as well as it's about to crash from the Shy, and keep full control over this top side continuously. This is becoming a massive issue now for BLG, and honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if Weiwei just gives a ton of those resources to the Shy with the Rift Herald to just take down first tower and get this rumble rolling.
The Shy doing a great job bouncing back here. This is a huge wave crashing into the turret. That Weiwei's presence is now going to completely deny that from Bin. The Aatrox, we were talking about how great that lane state was early on, but now it's rubber banded entirely back the other way.
I mean, it's so rough, and credit to the Shy. He actually slow stacked that wave while his jungler is taking Herald. Really well played. Crisp defends the red buff on that bot side, and he doesn't even have to commit the Herald for the play. He just walks up. Bin knows he's going to die with the Ignite and the Equalizer available if he tries to stay under that tower, so they get a couple plates. They deny, I want to say, 3+ waves to Bin as well, and he just uses that tempo recall, gets back down to pick up the red buff that was defended again by Crisp. So this is really well played by Weibo across the map. I'm super impressed.
And this looks like the Weibo from earlier in the year, not the one that's going to, hey, we're going to take Poppy and dive you over and over again level 3. It's, hey, we're going to try and get some sort of control here over in the mid lane. We're going to start playing up towards the Shy in that top side as well, like making sure that we're in a position where we can actually play towards the Shy on carries and use the pressure that Xiao Hu had been so famous for coming across from RNG.
And it's so interesting, right? Because when they came into Worlds, everyone's like, yeah, you're going to play to the Shy. That's how they got to Worlds. And it became this total pivot towards bot side, where that's all Weiwei was doing, these poppy dives towards bot side, all these moves down there constantly. The emphasis on the support counter pick as well for Crisp and these range supports that have been so powerful for them. But clearly, trying to be flexible, trying to catch BLG a bit off guard, and thus far, it absolutely is working. But of course, BLG not too far behind whatsoever. It is just a 600 gold lead at this point. Right. And they are the ones with the engage on their side. So if you do misstep, if you do make that mistake, BLG are more equipped to punish it, whereas Weibo really need to push the pace, because when you don't have engage, I feel you heavily have to dominate the objective game and force your opponents to come to you, because that is the way that you choose your fights, is when you're stacking those dragons, when you're threatening those barons, and they have to engage into you.
And that's where I do get a little bit worried, because Yagao has a lot of control in his back pocket for that, but Weiwei hovering, Shun is available.
Yeah, Shun recalling nearby, but Weiwei's going to dash forward. As you can see, Shun now coming in to reinforce Bin, but he's burning up the Equalizer over the top, and the Shy picks up the kill.
Nicely done by Weibo. Bin waited way too long. He wanted to try to bait this play out. I think he overestimated how much damage he could take, and that late flash really means he gets punished. Now the entire tower is likely to fall. On's trying to come here to reinforce.
Man, Aatrox can be deceptively tanky, but a Drain Tank doesn't work when you cut his healing. The Ignite just absolutely wrecks him, and now that's another massive amount of minions that are just crashing into the turret.
Also the fact, like, he's going for this Hex Trigger early, wants to try and get a ton of that early magic resist, so he's a ways away off of actually having a lot of that AD damage that he wants in his kit to try and sustain off. Even going towards things like Core Drinker are going to take a little while.
Okay, hold on. Maybe a little bit of a scrap here in mid. Crisp comes up to reinforce, make sure Xiao Hu's okay. On stepping away there from the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, so nothing's coming of it.
And one of the dangerous things about itemizing in towards something like a Hex Drinker, when you're against a lane bully like Rumble, you want to rush towards it, but there's an AD carry, you know, jungler style here.
Weiwei gonna be engaged on here as Shun goes in. The Vi ulti leads the charge, but now in the back line, they're still keeping him alive. Weiwei getting away. He makes his way to the blast cone, and Weiwei survives the counterattack. Where's it at from Weibo? They're not gonna get anything back for it, but the fact that there's no kills for BLG was huge. Now Xiao Hu's coming in looking to lock down Yagao. He tries to get away. Skin of the weekend gonna work. The Shy flashes over, and he burns them all up. A double kill back to the top laner from Weibo. These guys came to fight.
Scatter the Week isn't going to work on the Shy. The Giga Chat top laner flashes past it and roasts him.
The Shy honestly popping off and saving that play. Xiao Hu whiffs on the ult, whiffs on the tango bars, and the Shy says, who needs CC when I can just roast them alive?
Credit to Crisp as well, flashing to get in range for the heal, for the breath of life, for the shield, everything coming through, and everything needed to barely keep Weiwei alive.
Yeah.
That is a big fight and a big turnaround here from Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good job here. You can see Xiaohu spots out that they're all there. Weiwei gets caught, but just being able to at least zone, even for Xiaohu there, is big. Because as you say, Crisp gets timed into flashing, get the shield, get the heal. The blast cone barely interrupts Shun on the back end of that as well. And here, Xiaohu tries to get the flash in, just barely misses, but the Shy's in the perfect position.
Yeah, just watch the Shy right here, is able to flash in over top of the scatter. Beautifully timed there. Nicely done by the Shy. Picks up the double kill. And you can see he's feeling good about that one.
Oh, it's going again. He's going again.
We're not done. Bin falls in the 1v1. The Shy, despite a disastrous level 1. Isaac, you said it at the start of this game. It's as bad as it could have been without giving up a kill. And the Shy is now 4-0-0. It is a massive lead for Weibo right now, 14 minutes into the game, and they're going to start up the second Drake of the game.
What did you think was going to happen if he gave the Shy Rumble? Like, even set behind early from the level 1, he's popping off again. And I mean, this is reminiscent of the Shy right the way back in 2018. Dominate lane and then go on to win the whole bloody tournament.
It's so interesting because I feel like with the Nico coming through early, BLG thought that they weren't going to go for the Rumble. I think they didn't think they would go towards the double AP solo lanes. Maybe thought that they had limited them enough on the AD jungle picks that they wouldn't be able to have success. But Weiwei locking in the Bel'Veth here has really enabled it very, very effectively. He's farming incredibly well. He's put on pressure. He's taking objectives. And check it out in the lane economy snapshot here, powered by MasterCard. 2,400 gold lead in the top lane. That is ridiculous.
And it's literally the reverse staircase of what we usually see for Weibo, where it's like, it's actually going to be more the Shy who's trying to sustain in that top side. But now that he's got given the resources, he's in a terrifying spot. And I mean, look, it's 103 gold in that bot lane, but Light is going to scale so well with this Melio as well. Like, BLG need to find a way to slow this down, or they are just going to get absolutely overrun in these fights.
I mean, it's already a 3,500 gold advantage for the side of Weibo. The Drakes are tied. Weiwei's working on the second Rift Herald of the game here. As soon as it spawns, Weibo's going to be taking that as the Shy just picks up another one. This man is on a mission today.
Yeah, on to off real quick. The Shy finds him. And it's just nice positioning there, right? You can see, hey, look, we are trading that Rift Herald on top side. Let's get the vision. It's your standard play for the support, but not having the jungle, and then not having a top laner.
Pop Blossom lands. They tie him up in the Tangle Barbs, and Weiwei's ready to bring him down. Alley-oop. The kill goes over to Light, and now the push comes through. These guys are ready to absolutely wreck this top side. Beautiful plays coming out from Weibo.
This game is getting out of control. Weibo are stomping them as BLG were trying to push for that tier 1 bot, but they get a kill around mid. They move top. They get a kill up there. They push in. They don't even have to use the Herald yet. They're going to be able to still have that for later, try to take a tier 1 bot or even push for a tier 2. Weibo are in an incredible position. And what a shocking start to this game is now the Shy's 3,000 gold ahead. He's got Equalizer. I don't know if you even want it.
Yeah, this is tough, man. I don't even think you win these 2v1s. He's going to go ahead, drop the Equalizer to zone Yagao away, turns on the Flame Spitter, his Shun goes in for the ulti. They try to wombo combo him down, and the shutdown goes over to Yagao. But what about the counterpunch? The TP comes in from Xiaohu, but they disengage in time. Shun and Yagao picking up a critical shutdown there onto the Shy, but man, he still put so much damage down while they did it. They have to find moments like that. It's the only way they can get him.
Big moment, though, because as you say, they quickly got in, dispatched him, and you burnt the TP from Xiaohu, so you kind of disrupt all this tempo advantage that Weibo started to build up, because you can see pushing top, control over mid. It was starting to become a bit of a nightmare for BLG, so they're starting to slow that onslaught a little bit.
And that's 850 gold in the pocket of Yagao. That was a huge shutdown, but my real concern for BLG is what has Bin going to get done this game? I mean, look at his itemization. He's got a Hex Drinker, and he's going into lethality. There is a lot of physical damage on the other side. You have nothing, no HP, no armor, no resistances. Light and Weiwei are going to kill you in a second.
And I feel like they've been completely caught off guard by Weibo's stuff, but also the way Weibo are bringing out picks like the Bel'Veth. I mean, last time we got to see Bin bring out the Rumble. Now it's Weiwei bringing out the Bel'Veth. These teams are leveling up as playoffs goes on, and BLG were not prepared this time.
Going back to what we were talking about in the draft, Azale, you mentioned how, yeah, they banned the Jax away from Bin because he had this monster performance on it. So many of Weibo's, or not Weibo's, excuse me, BLG's wins feel like they come out of big performances from Bin, but he's just locked out of the game this time as the Equalizer lands on Yagao. Weiwei's not going to close the gap in time to make anything else happen, but they force their opponents back. It's Weibo using the Herald here in the bottom lane to force down that tier 1 turret. On gets thrown up in the air, the Pop Blossoms ready to make sure it gets done. And Xiaohu picks up his first kill of the game. 7-2 here, 18.5 minutes in.
You play with fire, you're gonna get burned, and On learns it once again as they get that charge off, and Weibo will back it out. But it is Shun on that top side, the split pushing Vi taking down a top tower.
Yeah.
Man is on a mission to get some gold back, but this is looking terrible for BLG.
Here, look, if your top laner doesn't have a Divine Sunder, you might as well bring it yourself up to that top lane. So at least getting the Sheen procs on the tower gets something, but you've already got push. You get to fall back. Dragon in 30 seconds.
Can't do anything.
Yeah. Sean thought he was going to wrap around, maybe look for some sort of a pincer attack, but there's nothing to be found. The Shy's left alone here in the bottom lane. He will pick up the tier 2 turret down there. 5-2 in the turret count is a big reason why this is a 5,000 gold lead here now. It's so hard for BLG to try to fight back from any sort of a fair fight.
And now this really is just so problematic for them. Great, they have some engage, they have the ability to look for picks, but Weibo are so ridiculously strong at this point. They're going to show up to every single objective, and they're going to dare you to fight them. They're going to continue stacking towards this as the Horizon Focus is even done for the Shy. So he's going full on damage in towards the Void Staff as that third item. He is going to be destroying people.
Myself and Azael got a chance to meet Teddy backstage, who's the Chinese cast, before we came in, and he was talking about Weibo, and they said, look, we have things that we haven't had to show yet. We got through without having to face an Eastern team. We have the opportunity to play our style and bring out some of these new picks, and you're seeing how terrifying they are and why this team was considered a super team when they were formed in the LPL.
So many conversations that I saw leading up to the semifinals here this week were asking about, oh, has Weibo's run been fraudulent? Do these guys really deserve semifinals? You mentioned only playing the Western teams. Yeah, they played Mad, they played G2, they played Fnatic, they played Energy, then they played Energy again. A lot of people are saying, oh, well, this is where they get exposed. They're not looking too exposed right now.
No, not at all. I mean, they did play an Eastern team. They just lost, right? But here, this would be their first win against an Eastern team at the tournament. Really would be a statement game to come into the semifinals and just blow out BLG in game number 1. No one can really question if you deserve to be here, if you are on the same level as these style of teams when you bring out this kind of a performance.
I think especially when a lot of the reasons that we were kind of looking at over the course of this weekend was, hey, you want to go into red side, you want to get that counter pick support, but the way this draft has been set up, Weibo have been totally fine with getting the control over that bot side, banning out the early Renata, and then making things uncomfortable then for BLG bot side. They have full control on top side thanks to the Rumble pick and stuff, so you really do have to go back to the drawing board here for BLG and say, hey, how do we try and disrupt what Weibo have got going on here?
It's tough from a game state like this when your opponents have the champions that they do with these. Already, both of those Rift Heralds having gone over to Weibo have been huge in accumulating this lead. 21 minutes on the clock means Baron is now on the table. If you get another big couple of picks, if you get another big win in one of these team fights, that could hyper-accelerate the state of the game, again, even more so than normal because of the presence of Belvac.
I think you're kind of just hoping now that Yagao and Elk can make some sort of a miracle happen. I mean, both those carries do have 2 items, so they're not so far behind. You know, Light kind of quietly farming away. He's on 2 items as well, of course. You don't really have anyone with an advantage, but you've got to hope that something goes bad here. And Weibo starting up a Baron potentially. This could be an angle for BLG. We'll see if Weibo are going to stick on it.
All right, here we go, Weibo.
Yeah.
Nope, no we don't. All right, backing away, looking for the opportunity for the engage instead. Root hits the Xayah, Elk getting away for now, escapes the Q from the Aphelios from long range, but now Weiwei's gonna look for Bin. If they can catch the Aatrox, it could be big, but Bin can slip away from that one.
Yeah, and Elk had to use his Ghost and lost half his health there as well, so he did use both charges of the refillable potion. They could just go right back towards the Baron here potentially, knowing that Elk is now low. It's very difficult for him to approach if he gets chunked out like that again. It's just gonna be straight back to base, and I think once they clear out the vision, they're just going to start it. They're not going to give Elk the time to heal up.
All right, BLG are going to have to try to stand and stop this. Ulti flies out from Aphelios, but the Moonlight Vigil will not connect on anybody, so Weibo's just going to walk this one back away. They're not so far ahead, they can just hard force Baron, so they don't want to throw the game. Shun now in danger, knocked up into the air, equalizer over the top. Shun is down, and Weiwei's the one to put him there. Now can they find any more? No, but with the enemy jungler out, with both enemy bot lane players critically injured, the Baron should be the call once again.
And that's exactly how Weibo want to try and play this. Draw BLG, try and tease them a little so they want to get into the pit, try and get into the river. And as you get BLG coming through, they pull off, they immediately attack the people from BLG who are overextended, and that gains Baron now for Weibo.
I mean, this is just beautifully played by Weibo. They don't have engaged. You start the objectives, you draw them in, you find the pick here with the knockup. Look at the equalizer, perfectly placed across all 3 members, cuts off any possible escape there from Shun. And with the jungler down, Elkanon really chunked out. The Shy knows it, man. He is just having a game. And when this guy is on, no one can beat him.
I mean, every time we're seeing him pop up on the screen, he just looks calm, cool, collected. The state of the game has been going Weibo's way ever since they dug their way back out of that hole at level 1. 8-2 now. 2-1 Drake lead, up 6,000 gold. They got Baron for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The next Drake is going to spawn in under a minute, so they'll have total control over the Rift to move towards Soul Point.
Yeah, I think this is nigh an impossible now for BLG because the amount of control you can get over mid-wave, pushing that in, especially with Infernum picked up for light, you start to set up your vision on this bottom side. You then have to try and come through these chokes to try and contest, and that's a fairly sizable minion wave that Weiwei has on this bottom side to put that pressure to also allow them to set up that vision as they work their way through here.
And you can see that Chaho was pushing out top wave, but now he's going to move over towards mid because they're nervous about a pick, but the equalizers are insane.
Elk having to pop the ulti here at the very start, now flashing away to survive as Light goes in aggressively to take out the enemy AD carry. On's going to get burned up next as Xiao Hu pops the Pop Blossom defensively, and Ben's health bar is going to drop next. The Shy leads the charge, and Shun heads right back into the base. Only he and Yagal still stand as Weibo pick up 3 for free.
Weibo are absolutely unleashed today, crushing through BLG, giving him no room to breathe at any turn. They're looking for more.
Weiwei with a flash engage, the knockup on Yagao, and the Shy gets him with the Flame Spitter to finish the job. Shun's back underneath those Nexus turrets. They still have the entire rest of the team dead, only On just now respawning as the bottom lane inhibitor turret is broken. The inhibitor now under pressure as the same story gets told mid. Weibo still have their push going strong. Xiao Hu has rotated up into the top lane to get the last remaining lane moving towards that completely destructive state. They're not going to get it all the way there, but the Rift belongs to Weibo.
Sorry, when I said they could set up for Dragon, I meant you take 2 inhibitors, you just absolutely rinse BLG, make it impossible for them to play the game. I mean, Weibo.
Just kill him.
Yeah, sorry, I can't believe it. I've been away from the LPL for too long.
Player, kill
yeah,
player.
there you go. That's the problem.
What are you thinking? I mean, this equalizer is nuts from the Shy. He has been so good all game long. Every equalizer feels like it's perfectly placed. And then in goes Light and turns off Elk. Gets in, knocks him down, and they just pile in for more.
Insane stuff from Weibo. And I mean, the fact you're getting the Shy crushing Bin in that top side, you left
him hanging.
You got Light, who's completely fine on that bot side. It feels like for Weibo, you're in a great spot, and not going to find Bin yet.
Yeah, Bin's going to be in some trouble here. The Shy has backup from Crisp. The Maul's going to keep Ben alive for an extra second, but as soon as that Flame Spitter comes back up, Xiao Hu makes his rotation over. The Shy popping the stasis just to make sure. It got a little bit dicey there for a second, but they still get the job done.
That is fair. He is 0-5 and the other side is 7-1, so that's why it was a little bit close, but they do get the job done. And now you're going to get pushed on top side to make sure you can actually get in underneath this tower. And I mean, how do you try and defend this as BLG? You've got nothing left in the tank.
You really can't. There's not much you can do here. I mean, the only reason it was really close is because they was all AP, but they're going to look for a pick.
Crisp is the target, and they already got him. It cost a lot of ultis to do it, so Weibo now might look for something, despite the fact that they've immediately lost a man. They go for the knockup, but it won't hit Shun. On still trying to play that interference role, allowing the rest of his team to fall back.
Yeah, the Shy is back now, though, and he's 16. The equalizer just about ready, it looks like. Maybe 10-15 seconds on that cooldown, and when that is up, if he places a good one, it's going to be lights out for BLG. So BLG are going to have to be respectful, have to be careful about it, as Weibo will just take away the jungle.
But even if you don't, right? Even if Weibo just ping-pongs these wave backs and forwards forever, it's like 3 minutes until you get an Infernals Drake for this style of composition. It's absolutely insane. You're then going to have full control as well for like 1.5 minutes with the Barons up. Like, you have this game in the palm of your hand as Weibo, and it's on BLG to find that moment, find that pick with Shun, with Yago, that can try and turn the tides here.
And the way this game is gone, I got so many questions for how the rest of the series is going to go now, too, because you're saying, okay, Aatrox into the Shy's Rumble has not been an answer. We try to ban the Jarvan, take the Vi. Okay, well, they'll just play Bel'Veth and do perfectly fine with it. Weiwei was out-tempoing Shun like the entire game. It seems like Weibo have answers. We were watching the teams talk about coming into this game and how big the competition is here now that you're into the top 4, and Weibo have done their homework.
And I think when you look at like BLG, the fact that they set the record for like the best win record in the LPL for a split ever, people go, oh, they should be the consistent winners, but they forget that the fight between these two in summer was incredibly close, going 2-1 in favor of BLG. Weibo have taken down teams like JDG. They are monsters, and they want to finish this.
TP is coming in as Shun tries to engage on Xiaohu. Immediately goes golden to get himself away. Flashing right back out of the scat of the week as now Weiwei is coming in from the side. A lot of damage back onto Shun, and he's going to die to Xiaohu. Light now free-firing back onto On, who engages without support from the rest of the team. Weiwei is going to do the same, but Weiwei is fed, and BLG's dead. Ben can't get out. Light's gonna put him in the ground. Weiwei jumps in over the wall. Elk is the last man standing, but he's Xayah without an ulti. It's gonna be a hard job to get away from this when he tries to do it, but Weiwei's got a lot of damage resistance. Weibo, get it done. Game number 1. It's a stomp here in the semifinals, and they're gonna start this series off strong.
Weibo want to tell a different story here today, taking down BLG in style and making sure that everyone needs to take notice of the LPL 4th seed.
What a birthday present to himself from the Shy. He's like, no one got me anything good. I'm gonna get myself a Rumble game, go godlike, and absolutely toast Bin up, get a couple solo kills, and I'll have some cake after too.
It's time to go back to the lab for BLG. Game number 1 didn't work out how it should have. The level 1 looked like things should be going great, but Weibo just had a plan for him the whole way through. To break down more about how it happened, let's toss things back over to the desk.
Thank you so much. It is Weibo that strikes first. And in terms of the matchup in the top lane, ding, 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 round 1.
All right, I'm the Shy.
Okay, I'll be Bin. Oh, Kobe.
Oh, no. The question is Bin going to be counted out for the whole series? What did I just witness?
No, I don't think so.
Ban Rumble. Yeah, that game was completely blown open, even given the way that coming into the match we were saying it should be about bot lane, but it might be about top lane with these two. And that came true.
And we're going to tell the whole story of the game, I think, through the lens of that top lane starting all the way at the level 1.
Yeah. And I mean, we're going to take a really quick look at this because going into this, Chronicler and I were actually talking about, we're like, okay, they might want to try for a level 1, mainly because you look at this top side. The Shy should have a pushing lane top. You really want to play around that. Bel'Veth excels when you can high prio, not only are pushing lanes so you can invade, but also both Rift Heralds, right? Because she's just so potent with that. So we're like, okay, they're going to do a delayed invade. That's not actually what happens. Instead, they're going to go for a level 1 invade, which is incredibly risky because Bin is ready to collapse. There are 3 BLG members here, and they're also going to end up placing a ward right here to be able to spot all of this coming. And at this point, what happens is they're going to go in, they're going to get collapsed on, and this looks really bad for multiple reasons because, like I said, we established you want to play around these pushing lanes, especially with Weiwei's Bel'Veth. Well, the Shy gets completely chased out by On and Bin. He's going to have to burn Flash. And then the other super important thing is actually in the mid lane as well, Yagao is going to come and get all of this control over mid. So after this play, it looks really, really rough for Weibo. And the big story of this game is how well Weiwei managed to recover, not only with Shun tracking him, but just also really, really smart early game pathing.
Also, there was a small price to play on the other side of the map because Rel left. You know, but big part of the reason they were able to chase them out is basically all because On is there. He kind of gives up pressure on bottom side, so bottom side starts to get a little bit of a CS lead there for the Aphelios too.
Regardless, though, we thought top and mid were over for Weibo, but you said it already. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Weibo saved Weiwei in time and end up securing a double kill for the Shy, which just propels him in this game.
And the big thing here is that Bin actually wasn't able to get the wave in time. So the Shy completely recovered, which is why when BLG throw everything into trying to kill this Bel'Veth and it doesn't end up working out, the punishment is there. He is ready and waiting, and because they were able to absorb the initial blow, don't worry, his moment is coming. And from this point on, the Rumble is unstoppable.
I tell you, I've tried to do that. I get stunned every time. It's so hard not to flash too early for that.
It's crazy, and I think what we saw from there then was that Rumble just took over. Bin wasn't even a side note in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, first of all, Rumble is broken. This entire tournament has been about finding
let him have it.
It's been about trying to find answers to this Rumble, right? And the tremendous amount of push he has in lane, his AoE in team fights, his zone control, everything. This champion is busted. But I think the other thing I really want to shout out, obviously, happy birthday, the Shy. You had an absolutely phenomenal performance, but also Weiwei, who again, like he was coming in, was a huge part of whenever Weibo did have success this summer, and oh no!
Oh no, he fell over.
He's down. Okay.
Look at the Shy just staring out into the abyss here.
They look like cake toppers, you know?
That's
like
the face of a world champion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things was Bin afterwards, you know, in the level 1, he used his flash to chase also, and he wasn't able to like shove the minion wave quick enough, and it was a cannon was there already too. So the Shy actually wasn't as crazy behind from it and had to run all the way back as level 1 as you might think. Plus, you're about to shout out Emily Weiwei, or Weiwei Emily.
I don't think Weiwei's shouting me out.
He still did a very good job getting back for second Raptor timing. Sometimes when you do a level 1 and it goes wrong, you'll lose track of your jungle timers here, but he went back for timer number 2 on the Raptors and was still able to get a jungle advantage.
Yeah, and our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz in the top lane. It was the Shy all the way, baby. Making a birthday cake for himself. We're going to see if that continues into game 2. We're going to take a quick break, but it is Weibo taking game 1 and taking one step closer to the World Final.
Yeah, Shun recalling nearby, but Weiwei's gonna dash forward. As you can see, Shun now coming in to reinforce Bin, but he's burning up the equalizer over the top. Now Xiaohu's coming in looking to lock down Yagao. He tries to get away. Skin of the week ain't gonna work. The Shy flash is over. These guys came to fight. So they don't want to throw the game. Shun now in danger, knocked up into the air, equalizer over the top. Shun is down. Light now free firing back onto On, who engages without support from the rest of the team. Weiwei is going to do the same, but Weiwei is fed, and BLG's dead. Ben can't get out. Light's going to put him in the ground.
team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crown when I'm with you. Time is passing, we knows no manners. I'm finding comfort in hope. 습관처럼 난 아침이 오면 내 옆에 네가 있는 상상을 해 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야 I in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark 아무것도 들리지 않아 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark 돌아와 줄까 아니다 내 생각할까 You want 함께했던 시간이 지나
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2023 and the semifinals. Game number 1 of this series was an absolute stomp by Weibo as they completely crushed BLG. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Champ Select is already underway, and immediately what I'm noticing, number 1, BLG said we want blue side this time. Number 2, they said Rumble and Belveth were both a problem. Those are gone.
This is when you're playing ranked with your homies and you just get super stomped in a game. You know what? It wasn't us. It was the champions.
Yeah.
It's the Rumble. It's the Belveth. Get them out of here.
It's also the flip side as well for Weibo, where they're like, Nico is really strong. I don't want to play against him unless we can first pick it, so they're going to ban it away on the opposite side and sticking to that Jarvan as well. Also, the Crisp still keeping that Renata ban that you pointed out already, Azale.
Yeah, the Renata ban going to be staying up there. No one's wanting to give that over. Will the Jax get banned out? And if it is not, would BLG be willing to go for it? Obviously, Orianna's available. Some of these key picks are still available. That's going to get banned. But Xayah, Jax, 2 really high prio picks here for BLG, both available.
Well, the big difference for me that I'm noticing with that Renata ban last time around, when it was Weibo on blue side, BLG was confident the Renata wouldn't come out until the second half of the draft. This time around, they want to ban it out early, not give it over. You leave the Jax open, Bin will pick the Jax. This is pretty formulaic at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely insane on the pick. He has looked so damn good at the World Championship. A 10.5 KDA on this pick from at the moment, but I think it kind of then says, all right, are we just going to go towards Xayah here for Light? Do we high prioritize still the Aphelios, which I think Light was pretty happy to just take in that bot side, especially we can leave R5 to that support counter pick now because, the Jax is going top side.
Might just be getting
oh, wow, okay.
Gold. So it's Maokai, Caitlyn. They could even go Jace on 3. And this almost feels like a throwback to, you remember way back when we had the Ardent Sensor meta, and then it pushed all to hyper pushing lanes, and we started getting Jace, we started getting Caitlyn, we started getting all the pressure, that year towards just pushing towers, really being able to dominate. I'm going to be so curious to see what they're going to pair with this. Light already has played the Caitlyn. They did play Caitlyn Lux, and I want to say they played a Caitlyn Heimer game as well. I think it was also played with that Heimer, so really be interesting to see where Light does go, because they are on red side, so they are going to have support counter pick if they want to go for it later.
All right, the Varus locked in. There's one we haven't seen a whole lot of so far throughout this tournament. Pretty low presence.
Okay.
But Varus Ashe, if you think your opponents are going to play some Caitlyn Lux lane bully style, you bring out the Varus Ashe and you fight fire with fire.
And I think this is such a sick pickup. Obviously, we see T1 has brought it out with Keria taking that Ashe into the bot side, but the Ashe is such a good answer to the Caitlyn. You can outscale her with the W, you can cause her a major amount of issues, and then you get this Varus that's just going to be an absolute menace, especially if you consider that Weibo are more than likely going to go for the Jace, go for this long-range poke. You can answer a lot of that as well coming into the rest of the draft.
So now we have to find out, is it going to be Lux? Is it going to be the Heimer? The Lux will get locked in, so Caitlyn Lux against this Varus Ashe. This is drawing junglers like sharks in the water to the bot lane, because everyone is squishy. If anyone hits a CC, somebody's probably going to die. On either side, it will be an absolute bloodbath down there potentially. So this is really, really exciting now to see where they want to go. They didn't go for the Jace early, so that obviously could get banned away. And it's also a pretty atypical draft because Weibo doesn't have either of their solo laners through the first 3.
I'm also curious if we end up seeing Yaga go back towards something like a LeBlanc even in the mid lane here, especially when you play something that's like that you have this Ashe. I personally like to see it go for side lanes where you can have the Jax, something like a LeBlanc can operate there well, but also a huge amount of burst potential on this LeBlanc. Like if you reset his on at level 6, toss it out mid, see if it hits. If it does, chances are you're probably going to be able to get a kill if it is against one of these squishier mid laners.
Well, we have the Jace banned away like you were potentially talking about there, Azale. The Rel banned out. You already have some potential pick opportunities with the ults of both the Varus and the Ashe, so they don't want to have the true hard engage of the Rel right next to it. Same story being told for the Sejuani. They're saying, we've got our jungler, powerful tank engage. You don't have yours yet, so we're going to deny similar options from you. Cassante, the final ban of the draft here for BLG. They do not want that picked into the Jax.
And especially you don't want to give over the Sejuani when you already have Jax top, because that 2v2 is devastating up in that top side. They want to be able to hold down Bin, and because the Shy didn't actually get to pick his top laner early, he is going to eat some more bans. Obviously, the Rumble was already banned out. Now the Cassante gets banned out as well. Xiaohu will be going towards the Azir. Remember, neither the Varus nor the Ashe have any dashes, have any real escapes from any sort of follow-up engage that the Azir could be going for.
And that's why, on the opposite side for BLG, you need some sort of like follow-up team fight start, and I think Wukong could actually be a great pick here. I think we've seen a little bit more and more starting to come out. but the opportunity to use the clone to tank the Maokai ultimate is super valuable, but it's actually going to be the Sylas as well in the mid lane, so sticking to that, hey, we can play for sides, but we've also got a ton of damage if that ultimate lands from the Ashe.
And being able to steal away that Maokai ult, that is one of those key ultimates that people really do like the Sylas into. He throws out the Maokai ultimate, you throw out yours, you answer fire with fire. The Aatrox here, we'll see if the Shy is going to lock it in. Ben obviously not having a great time on it in the last game, but the Shy, so well known for this pick, has been playing the tankier style, unlike what we saw from Ben last game and what we've seen from Zeus. He's been more going towards the Gordrinker, Sterix, being that beefy frontliner, trying to get into the back line and really make things difficult, and it will get locked in.
I think as well, when you've already got a triple melee top side for BLG, the Aatrox works perfectly there because you get so much value from your Gordrinker. You get so much value from being able to toss out your Darken Blade. So I think the Shy going to be able to provide a huge amount of that front line that you really need here for Weibo.
And the way that their comp functions is kind of similar to last game for Weibo, right? Because they don't really have any real hard engage. You throw out the Maokai ultimate, but that's about it. And the engage tools are much more plentiful on the BLG side, but can they actually keep up in the early game to really make use of them?
Exactly, and my eyes are all focused on this bottom lane like you were talking about earlier, Azael. These 4 champions that all just want to push, that all don't have a lot of great methods to defend themselves if you catch them while they're pushing, with junglers both being able to have incredibly effective ganks very early on with the Vi and the Maokai, this should be a PvP magnet.
And I think this is where we might get the Weiwei special. The L3 camp immediately into bot lane. Do whatever the hell you can to try and influence this bot side. Won't be a dive because I think you got so much push coming through from the Ashe and Varus, but just trying to punish any sort of overextension is going to be massive here on this bot side. So I think it's going to be fast and quick to this bot lane.
And the summoners are the same setups on both sides for the bot lane. It's cleanse on the ADs, it is heal on the supports, so you can really target those supports with a CC. If either side lands that 1 CC, the follow-up can mean 100-0 play, especially post-6. Binding into trap into Caitlyn Lux ulti, that can be a death. And likewise on the other side, Ashe or Varus hits an ulti, the other is a guaranteed follow-up, and that could be 100-0 play. So it's going to be so much about nailing these skill shots, being able to actually dodge out from your opponents, and we'll see how effective they're going to be.
All right, let's get under the rift here. Game number 2. Number 1 looked really, really good for BLG back at the level 1, but then it was Weibo that quickly took over the map. It was Weiwei who was constantly outpacing his opponent, and the Shy who bounced back with grace and style after falling so far behind very early. Let's see if BLG can rectify those mistakes. A reminder that you can log into your Riot account on LoLEsports.com and watch Worlds live here right now to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. As we can see just a little bit of shots being fired back and forth as Al takes a slight amount of poke.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be anything that you have to really worry about in the grand scheme of things, but I think as we start to roll into this, you can already see with the early vision that they're trying to set up on both sides, anyone who can get any sort of inkling as to where that enemy jungler is going to be massive, and you've already got that blue ward placed on the blue buff of Weiwei, so I think that's where a lot of this is going to be a case of, okay, where can we spot Weiwei as he makes his way through his jungle?
Very interested to how this top lane is going to play out, because even though it's not the same matchup that we got in game number 1, it was Ben saying, all right, I'm going to take the Aatrox into your Rumble, and then he just lost the matchup massively. Now this time the Shy's saying, I'll show you how to play Aatrox as a counter pick, and it's up against Ben's signature champion.
Absolutely, and you have to play out the early levels well, on this Aatrox. Level 1 to 3, that's kind of going to be more the Jax's real time to shine. But I do think through kind of like 3 through 9, that sort of range, I think Aatrox has to play this matchup out quite well, because if you're not getting ahead, you're going to get slowly outscaled by the Jax. And when Jax gets the 1 item, 2 items type point, you're going to lose full control in the side lane. And that's where it becomes really, really difficult, because there's not really anyone else to match this Jax out in the side lane, especially when there's a Vi there. The ability to actually play through sides, get picks, get kills is going to be quite high. So the Shy is going to have to handle this well, make sure that it doesn't follow behind.
And it looks like at the moment you're going to probably see Shun making that trip actually up to the top side a little bit earlier. Went for a full clear on this bot side, is now going to enter up towards his top side jungle. So if Bin is able to get some effective trades, that could be a point of contention. But I mean, with Xiao having this much control, might need to be a transitional gank for Shun through mid. But actually, looking at this bot side instead, he knows Weiwei's here because of that ward earlier.
Yeah, the ward saw him jump over the wall, go after the blue buff. Shun also confident to step up and see if maybe there's an opportunity for something because of the state of bottom lane, with Elk and On just having that massive wave shoved up. A similar story is also being told on the top side. It's huge side lane push on both ends of the rift for BLG, so Shun goes mid. Xiaohu already used the shifting sands to get away initially, so the flash has to be spent to get away from Shun.
And I think that's just Weibo losing track of Shun because he went for that kind of weird, or well, I won't say weird, it's actually a good play in towards River to then lean bot side. It means that they weren't expecting him to be coming through that bot side of the map. And as well, now you still get the flash burn. Shun still gets to go towards his top side. You can see now Maokai, though, starting to slip in behind this bot side, and they don't have the vision there to spot him out.
This could be that big opportunity to really get things swinging down here. Let's see if Weiwei gets it done. The signature Weiwei play. Maokai into the bottom lane at level 3. On's going to take the damage here at the start, but the problem is Crisp is already down to 150 HP. Elk and On doing a great job putting focus in the 2v2 before the third man arrives to make it so the play has to fizzle.
Yeah, Crisp stepped up so early and took so much damage from the BLG bot lane. The Shy should live, but we'll see.
The Shy just got solo killed for first blood. Ben will die to the turret afterwards, but the Jax is ready to go.
The thing is, though, he just TP'd back, so the Shy will get to match the base. He has actually a bit of a better buy because he backed later and can TP into lane and still has his flash. So although Ben got the kill, honestly, that's a win for the Shy.
That's not that bad at the end of the day. On this bot side, you know, Chris stepped up very, very early, and On and Elk just pushed forward, looked to attack him. They played it out incredibly well. On just retreats down into that alcove because he's the one without cleanse. He knows he's the one who would actually get burst down there. So by the time this Maokai actually arrives, it's only Elk that's available to be hit. He spends the cleanse, backs it up. So really well done there.
But now Shun needs to try and protect his top side. Flash stun from Weiwei sets up easy for a kill with the Shy, especially with Ben being a level down for the moment. So Shun just trying to clear out this top side, get the vision down, that'll let Ben play. Well, I was going to say easy, but maybe aggressive in this lane.
All right, we got both junglers coming into the top lane now as the Shy's going to get hit with the Vault Breaker, continuing to fall back as Weiwei's ready to reinforce. There's a big minion wave there, so Shun and Ben, despite the fact that they get their jungler into the fight first, do not want to continue taking this one.
Yeah, it's a huge minion wave, and the Shy also did level up, so he has that level advantage. If you die with a wave like this coming towards you, your game is so screwed. So Ben needs to make sure that he's able to collect this. Shun, if he goes for this base, there is a potential for a dive, so I wouldn't be surprised if he stays around at least for a bit to cover, but is going to complete it, and they saw him recall with that sapling, so there's potential to look for a dive. It's all going to be about when he uses the Counter-Strike. Now the Counter-Strike's on cooldown, so I think you for sure try to dive this.
This is bad news bears for Ben. He's going to need to outplay this like crazy. You can see Xiaohu even rotating up into the top side to help him out with this. Let's see, Weiwei and the Shy. How are they going to get it done? The Shy's going to take the aggro here at the start with the World Ender. Counter-Strike's back up. Ben survives for the time being, but now Xiaohu's coming through. Ben falls, and the Shy gets the money. The turret's not going to find any sort of a target afterwards, but Yagal's coming up from the river. World Ender's about to end, but they cannot close the gap in time, so Weibo get the kill.
And looked a little bit funky to start off with because the Shy tanks, traditionally, you'd see the Maokai go for it, but I think they knew they were under a bit of a time constraint. So just get as much damage down. The Shy will just be able to keep himself safe here, but they know they need to try and get this kill before Yagao and Shun arrive off their bases, so they just try and get as much damage down, and they know Xiaohu's going to be there to finish things off.
I've got to say, I'm pretty surprised though they shouldn't completed that base. I felt like there was a pretty obvious dive angle there from Weibo, and the fact that he actually does complete the base means Ben got put in a really hard spot, but I kind of want to watch that again, because it felt to me like when Ben got his Counter-Strike back up, he survived the dive, then he walked forward to try to hit minions, which I think was for a level up. Maybe he thought there was some sort of angle to get a level up and make some sort of play happen, but he's kind of exposed himself for an easy kill there for Xiaohu. So was a bit of a weird kind of set of circumstances, and now you called it, Rob. He kind of got put behind. He spent the flash early, didn't have it for the dive. The Shy didn't use his flash, hadn't used his DP, and despite the fact that he gets the solo kill, makes the aggressive play happen, he is on the back foot.
And Shun again is just trying to split this map so then he can try and keep Ben safe on that top side. At least it means he still has control there for Elkanon in that bot lane, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Weiwei trying to now put that pressure down onto the bottom side, and especially when you have this Ashe Varus in the bot lane, you want to be able to try and play for things like Dragon, trying to be able to get control over that bot lane completely, but I mean, if you've now got to try and keep Ben safe on the top side of the map, it's only opening up for Weiwei to try and play aggressive bot lane and start to get those Dragons for himself.
And as we were talking about earlier, comparing the Shy's Aatrox to other ones, never mind, we got a dive coming out here in the mid lane. They don't even need to dive them, they throw them back away from the turret, and BLG get kill number 2.
Xiaohu's ult had just come back up, so I think the game plan there was flash forward, ult them underneath the tower, and Weiwei can then follow up with the CC underneath the tower, but unfortunately he just flashes in to a big old fist that tells him to sit down.
Yeah, the Q there, perfectly timed from Shun. Flashes right into it. And now BLG starting this up. They're going to try to take this Herald, but the Shy is coming.
Yep, the thing is, Xiaohu can't join up with the TP. They do find the chains of corruption here in the bottom lane, but now the Shy's ready to go and jump in on the fight. Weiwei getting back away, but now Bin's trying to bring him down. Shun's gonna be super low here too. Bin grabs the kill on Weiwei as they still can't kill Shun yet. The Shy finally picks it up, and now Xiaohu's ready to help his top laner try to turn it around. But Yagal's made his way into the fight. He won't find Abscond up duck. The Shy sidesteps, and Bin's ready for the counter strike yet again. Arrow from across the map, but it goes between the uprights. The Shy and Xiaohu still seeing if there might be an angle for Yagal, but he can dash right back over the wall.
That was so incredibly close to breaking open either way, but both junglers go down. Shun is the one that picks it up, but that's again now 3 kills for the Shy on the top side, make it potentially 4 as Yagao is coming to help.
Yeah, the Shy not quite wanting a 2v1 here just yet. Maybe once the cooldowns come back up. Big minion wave though.
He just wants to hold it because Weiwei's coming up here.
All right, Yagal leads the charge, but with Weiwei here, yeah, there's nothing left to do.
So now it gets really awkward because both Yagao and Bin are low, and Shun is showing mid, so they know that he's not there. So it does mean that it's going to be a wave that isn't able to be crashed, and we can watch again on the Rift Trail fight.
Yeah, and here you can just see they immediately turn on to Shun, knowing that he doesn't have the opportunity to try and really get away. He's going to be the squishier one, but the level up here from Shun is so crucial because it means the Shy has to burn his flash there to get the kill. So when Yagao comes in, he doesn't have the opportunity to use the reposition here to actually land that Q3, set up the kill with Yagao, and then barely that Ash Arrow missing out on Xiaohu means that they're not able to, well, I don't think they've been able to follow up,
right,
but at least put the distance between themselves and Xiaohu.
Still, despite the fact that our kills are even, it's a 1,500 gold lead for BLG. The Shy's got the lead up there in that top lane matchup, but a massive gap in terms of the jungle tempo here favoring Shun over Weiwei is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think as well, the fact that you're looking at, well, Xiaohu was able to get that turret plate in mid because Yagao had to cover topside, but we're going to be looking at Ocean Dragon as BLG.
BLG throwing out the engage, and they immediately find the pick under Crisp, following the take of the objective that was an Ocean Drake. So a reminder, we've teamed up with Amazon Web Services for a new campaign called Take the Drake for Water's Sake. For every Ocean Drake taken, AWS will make a donation to water.org. That Drake was the 39th one slain since the World's 2023 Swiss stage. That's a lot of dead Ocean Drakes, but for pretty good cause.
And it's real nice of Weibo to give that donation to BLG off the back of that as well, because they did not need to be in a position for that dragon. They could have completely left that one aside and it could have been all right, but the fact they end up trying to contest now gives control again to BLG. This tower's going down, TP to the bottom side, but they're out of there.
Yeah, Xiaohu can't get in there in time. I talked about the difference in the jungle farm and how Shun's got the lead in terms of the pacing of that matchup. Down to the bottom lane, Elk and On are doing the same thing. Huge part of the gold lead for BLG is this Varus and Ashe combo. They saw the Caitlyn picked in the draft. The Caitlyn Lux that's supposed to bully the lane are just getting shoved into a lock.
And you can see the gold difference there. That's where a sizable amount of it is positioned there for BLG, and that's where I'm going to be looking to see can they try and control it. But even Yagao as well on the Silas, not a pick that you terribly associate with him in general, but he has had his moments in this pick, and he's got an advantage for himself off of the gold, having that kill in the early stages.
And you have to say, you know, Red Side has not been getting the same advantages that we saw in some of the previous quarterfinals. You know, throughout these drafts, you're going for the early Caitlyn Lux, you're on Red Side, but you're early picking, and that's opening up for things like the Varus Ashe.
Yeah.
And it's been so much about this bot lane dominance. Weiwei up towards this top side. Shun's here as well, though.
Yeah, Shun just jumps over the wall. We're going to get 2 different 1v1s. The Maokai ulti comes back up into the top lane, and now Bin's going to be the focus here at the very start. Buy ulti, trying to buy enough time for the Jax, but it won't work. Arrow comes in from downtown, but Shun's got to run as Yagao wants to make his way up into the mix, but Xiaohu follows, and there's nothing left to find. The Shy on the Aatrox. Again, the resources for Weibo going into the top lane.
The Shy, back-to-back games, has been getting the better of Bin, and that is not spelling good things for them in this series. Bin has been such a key part of their success all year long, Shun does get in, and he's winning this 1v1, but who cares? Because he pops the ult, the face rush is proc, and Maokai just sprints away over on the Bin. Despite the peeling that's coming through from Shun, he uses the ulti on the Shy to try to buy time for Bin, but there's no way you're going to be able to turn that one around. No. And the Ashe ulti is for nothing, and Yagao has been moving around the map quite a bit. As a result, is now falling a bit down in farm himself. He's lost 2 plates mid. They've lost 2 plates top as well. And Weibo, yes, they are still a little bit behind, but they're clawing their way back into this one, and we've seen what the Shy can do with the lead on Aatrox.
But that's the thing, we need to see when BLG's bot lane gets out of this bot lane what they look like. They've nearly taken an entire plate, and they're about to oh, maybe not. Haven't actually backed yet for a lot of their finishing off goals, but like, the fact that you have Elk in a great position here, he's gonna have a ton of gold. You've got the opportunity to reset, look for next Rift Herald as well. Just try and continue to keep up this pace. Like, you are going to be in an incredibly difficult situation as Weibo if you don't get access to Elk. He's going to be able to poke you down so successfully.
Very, very strong, and we've seen how accurate he's been so far when the camera pans into the bottom lane. Yeah. A lot of these chains are hitting, a lot of these arrows are hitting. We got 20 seconds left until the turret plates fall. Weiwei fires off the ulti from all the way back in his own jungle. Elk's going to tank the first one of those. Bin steps up for the counter-strike, immediate stun and immediate disengage. They don't want to allow the Shy to put that lead back into the bottom lane. Weiwei's the target, and BLG hit the mark. They're going to follow it up with a stolen Maokai ulti as Shun's ready to engage with a Vault Breaker. Everfrost locks him down. BLG's going to town. The turret might get one back, but not quite yet. They almost get Shun away, but they'll trade it for Xiaohu nonetheless. First turret's going to follow, and BLG come up you.
BLG says, Xiao, who do you think you are coming into our domain? Bot lane belongs to Billy, and they make sure that Weibo knows.
BLG crushed them on that one. It was Weibo's play that they're looking for, but the interrupt on the TP on top lane made all the difference here, as the Maokai ult was just a setup for this deep TP, but when that gets interrupted by the Jax, all of a sudden there's not really enough damage here to follow up. Crisp is coming in, but he can't reach. They turn around the play with the Ashe arrow there onto Weiwei. They burst him down, and yeah, Xiaohu, as they do extend, looks for a play, but he found nothing.
Meanwhile, back on live, Crisp is dead. Elk on a killing spree, 3-0-2 here on the Varus.
And this is where BLG are going to start to get dangerous, because we just said, hey, look, actually, Elk hasn't backed yet in that bot lane. He's sitting on a Caulfield, he's sitting on a Serrated Dirk. He's sitting on 2 bloody items now. He just double upgraded off the back of it. He was like, oh yeah, now that I've got my shopping spree in, I'm going to pop around the corner and pick up everything I could ever wish for.
Yeah, my man got his paycheck, went straight to the store. Oh, I'll take one of these, one of those. And it is the Shy versus the world right here in the lane economy snapshot powered by MasterCard. The bot lane for BLG miles ahead. And On is actually going to be really annoying. It's one of those things when you're playing with a Spectral Sickle or the Spell Thieves, and you're able to have push and access to that tower, you can farm your gold so quickly. So yes, the total gold earned from the support item will always end up being the same, but you get out to these really early item spikes where you already have one item done on, and it just feels so good.
Especially when it's Umbral Glaive. It's so suffocating for the vision game, especially combined with Ashe's Hawkshot, the ability to track everybody on top of it. Their control over the Rift is going to be supreme as the mid lane turret falls too.
He's 600 gold behind the Caitlyn. He's doing real well in that support matchup. So yeah, I think On is going to be a bit of a nuisance that you're going to have to deal with as well. But that control now is going to lead over towards, well, the Dragon, and the Shy peeks his head in and says, yeah, they're there. I want nothing to deal with this right now. We cannot contest Weibo, especially if we're trying to move through these like entrances in towards River, where there's an Asho or a Varusol, the Yagao around the corner.
Yeah, the Shy's coming in. This is the power point for Weibo. This is the guy they want to try to play around. Beautiful stun on a Xiaohu as he tries to take the blast cone over the wall. Azir ultis fly back and forth as Xiaohu goes into the stasis, but he will not survive. Yagao takes the kill as the Shy spreads his wings, but the World Ender runs out. The volley, perma-slowing Weibo's members as they try to disengage this. On continuing putting the arrows into them. BLG don't need to chase it anymore. They already won. They got the Drake. They got the kill.
BLG get everything, and there was even a wave crashing in top lane that Weibo gave up to try to challenge here. They saw the Shy as at a strong point. They thought, hey, maybe we can get a magical fight here. Maybe we can make something happen with the Shy. But they're not able to close the gap into the backline. They're not able to threaten those carries.
And it was Yagao who came up with the better Azir roll.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Yagao was able to get in position there is perfect. On with the ultimate over the wall here as well to catch Xiaohu as he comes in. Sets up perfectly. Right as he comes through, it looks like a whiff.
Right to the face.
But then they find the Azir, and then Yagao's able to beautifully set up here. And it's a flying V, but I don't think Mighty Duck was what they were saying off the back of this one. As Bin is able to set up perfectly to finish off that kill alongside Yagao. And Weibo know they've got to back the hell on out of here the second they take that step forward.
Yeah, the arrow was pointing to the winning team on that one. It was BLG coming out on top. And now the Jax is pushing out this top lane. He is still behind, but it doesn't really matter when the rest of your team is that far ahead. He just needs to play a safe game in the side lane, not allow the Shy to really do anything with his advantage.
Plus, going back to what you were talking about earlier, talking about Aatrox and his moment to shine in the matchup being levels 3 through 9. And hey, he did. The Shy's got a really nice lead, but as the game goes forward, as long as Bin doesn't keep individually falling behind and keeps profiting from the global money that his team is earning through these objectives, the Jax will eventually catch up.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing about playing into some of these scaling split pushers, right? When you're playing in against Jax, you're playing against Fiora, even if the early game goes well, you know if he has one good fight or gets some towers or does something like that, he can always take over. He can always claw his way back into the game. But for now, of course, the Shy more than enough ahead to maintain that advantage that he has built to try to keep that going. And really, he's going to be the hope of the team if they want to try to find any sort of way to come back.
Well, the Shy goes in for Shun here, but that could be a problem because Yagao is also nearby. He steals away the World Ender, and now he's ready to show the Shy how it's done. Shun gets the kill. The raid boss is down, and the loot goes over to BLG.
It felt like that was kind of on a lower difficulty level, though. When you've got that many people that are there from BLG, it's just not quite enough.
It was the intro, yeah.
The tutorial boss. You don't have the Asterix gauge completed yet, which is really where you pop off this Aatrox, and as well the amount of control that BLG have on the map. There's no more adds that are going to come alongside them, especially with the amount of damage Light has. It feels like he's only just an ad at the moment.
And I love what we're seeing from BLG with this bottom lane too. They're doing exactly what you want to see done with these powerful pushers as a duo in the bottom lane. They're just rotating them around the map, take as many objectives as you can, keep that pace high so that you can keep hitting these spikes for these lethality items that are going to come in faster than the crit items for your opponents.
And this is kind of the inverse of what happened last game where Weibo, we're really light on engage, but they were so far ahead that they just, you know what, let's go to the Baron, let's start that up. Oh, you got to come to us, we're going to take a fight. Now they're in this really tough position where if you're out on the map like the Shy just was, even as the strongest member, you could easily get picked off and killed. And you also have no way to really get easy picks on someone like Bin who's pushing up in a side lane yourself. So it becomes very, very difficult because BLG have the engage, will show up to every objective, and they're just going to throw out the Varus ultimate, throw out the Ashe ulti. If they hit the right target, they're going to take that free kill. If they don't, they didn't really commit to anything.
And I think what we saw in the last game was, look, Elk and On were just getting dismantled because they didn't have that range in the bot lane. They weren't able to kind of keep up with what has been the meta play of, hey, we get push on bot lane, we're able to take over the game. And in this one, well, Light and Chris tried to go for that big range advantage, play what's a devastating lane, but Elk and On are ready. They now are the ones that'll have complete control over mid to allow for the split push from Bean that has advantage, allow for the split push now from Yagao as well, and it makes it so tough for Weibo to have an answer.
And it's 2 Drakes to 0 for the second Infernal Rift in a row. Varus and Ashe are obnoxious. Varus and Ashe with an Infernal Soul or a Hextech Soul, even worse. It's going to become so difficult for Weibo to play the game as the clock moves forward. 21 minutes in, it's total Rift control. Again, going back to those Hawk shots and that Umbral Glaive and how this Ashe support pick can totally dominate the vision game.
And that's exactly what you're seeing at the moment, right? It's push mid, lean top. They want to try and create an opportunity there for the Jax to get on towards that top tower, because the second that falls, this entire jungle area is going to belong to BLG.
Exactly. I mean, they're just going to keep pushing up here. Anytime someone does respond to that mid wave, they can move into the jungle, clear out these wards. But they do still have to play with some respect because this is not a Braum that's walking in, it's an Ashe, right? So you still can get burst down. You do still have to be careful. But they're just taking away these peripheral jungle camps, and they are going to get an uncontested third dragon here. Plus, they know there's no opportunity for a play on the other side of the map because the Baron is fully warded up. Even with the Azir, no shot you're going to be able to do anything there. So BLG are just taking it all. And really, at this point, all Weibo can do is just try to get as powerful as possible for that inevitable 4th dragon fight and hope they can turn around something now.
Well, they're going to try to turn it on Bin. Xiaohu has his 2-item power spike. The Aatrox of the Shy doing the same. Bin's not long for this world. The Jax, again, it's been a rough game, a rough couple of games so far for Bin. 2-4-1 here on the Jax now. Can Weibo even get anything else with this, though? It kind of just looks like it's the pick and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Shun was on the bottom side of the map, but I don't think they can really turn over towards this barn and rush it down, especially since you still have what is the strongest portion of the map, Elka and On, still in the area. Might even look for a stop here.
Yeah,
a little slow.
It's going to try to be annoying, but that's a silly death from Bin, honestly. You know your full team is on bot side. You had vision on the Baron. They have a ward in the pit, plus the Scuttle Crab vision. The only place that they could go is top, right? All he has to do is sit back at the tier 2, and there's no counterplay for Weibo. They can't really look anywhere. So a little bit greedy there from Bin is punished, but again, not going to really matter in the grand scheme of things unless Weibo can get something more. You know, they need to win a decisive fight, take a Baron, get some sort of a play like that to really start scraping back in this game. Because yes, Bin is having another bad game, and that is concerning, but the rest of his team is having a great game.
Yeah. I will say, though, if you can slow down the pace of the game, though, for Weibo, and you get items on towards this Caitlyn, like items onto the Azir, you're going to be in a relatively okay spot. So
you've got
at least
3.5 minutes.
So,
is that enough?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that's where the pressure then starts to come on. Maybe Xiaohu with 3 can make it happen, but Crown and the Zhonya is going to make it a very defensive build.
Well, BLG tried to go for a play there. The arrow fired off a little bit behind where Weibo was. You could see On was expecting them to be a little bit further back than what they were, stealing away the Maokai ulti as well. So in case Weibo tried to hard engage after that and punish them in any way, Yigao would be ready and set up to stop that engage. But yeah, that's the big marker. That Dragon Soul that's going to be coming up soon as Shun comes into the mid lane and things go from bad to worse for Light. That's his first death of the game as BLG pick him up.
And now they can potentially start up the Baron here. They see that Xiaohu's on bot side, so at least I think you want to force out the TP from Xiaohu. So you start hitting the Baron, potentially, see if you can make him actually TP up, and then maybe you just pull off, or then maybe you look for the turn. But it's not the fast Baron. It is lethality AD carry here. This is not going to go down quickly, so Weibo don't need to panic.
All right, we're bringing in the TP.
They're getting low in the pit.
Ready to join up here. On has taken a lot of damage from the Baron. Elka's taken a lot of damage from the Baron. The Shy's ready to fight these guys back as Yigao is down to 25% HP. Weiwei leads the charge with the arrow back over the wall coming in to support. Weibo will stop him here. BLG getting a little audacious with this Baron attempt.
That could have been a little bit worse for BLG. Xiaohu was actually really late on that TP back from bot lane. If he'd been there a bit earlier, would have been a very different story where he could have added that damage, maybe picked off a few of those people, but BLG will just scrape away with their health bars.
It also shows the importance of the vision game, right? Because there was no deep wards. You know, you look back, there's nothing over in this area for him to TP to. If he could have joined in, you know, from that kind of an angle with how low some of these members were getting, On Elk and Shun, we're just kind of dying to the Baron here. And I was thinking that, honestly, Weibo could have potentially just hard engaged and then had the TP come in on the side, you know, up on this ward or something like that, and maybe made some sort of a play happen, because look how low they are.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of surprised to see Xiaohu stick around that long, especially when you know the bin had reset. I thought he would have been coming in a little bit quicker to try and get into that position, because that could have been that turnaround play that Weibo needed.
Exactly. It feels like that was almost, you know, that gift wrap scenario that you're praying for, is that they get low on a Baron, you find that miracle fight, you ace them, you take the Baron, all of a sudden maybe you can have a chance in this game, but they were very passive with it. And unfortunately, they get nothing from it, and they use their TP. So at the end of the day, you're now a minute away from Soul here on a very poke-heavy team. The best Soul you could get.
Well, they've got the teleports at least synced up for Bin and Xiaohu. So those are down, one on each side. The Drake only just 60 seconds away now, and you can see they're already putting in the effort on BLG's side to start establishing vision around that bottom side river area, establish some wards in the enemy blue side jungle, and be ready to go for this. Or if nothing else, set up like you're ready to go for this, take the Baron instead. If you give away one Drake, that doesn't matter. Getting the Baron for that, totally fine.
I will say that we just saw what BLG's bar to take is like, though. It is not quick. So realistically, if you try to play this back and forth, like, you're actually going to be relatively okay for Weibo to just go, hey, we can send the Shy down, who has TP, to take the Dragon himself. We can just contest the 4 versus 5, and if Shun never goes in, I mean, a TP into the backline onto Elk or On is going to be a very bad story for BLG.
Yeah, and I just like getting the Soul first, right? Because it is so low risk to take, it does so little damage. And if you set up in this area, if they don't have vision, as they do not, then they have to face check into your poke. You can whittle them down, you can potentially find an ulti or some sort of a play to really soften them up and maybe find an angle for a turn. But if not, you just take down that Dragon. And now with the Soul and Maokai ult, things get even harder.
Exactly. That's the big thing before these fights. Sylas versus Maokai. Sylas always wants to get that high-value ulti. There's so many choke points that you can use at him when you're fighting for these neutral objectives. It's a little bit of a poke war back and forth. The arrow misses from On's Ash, and that means it's an opportunity for Weibo to look for something, but they're not going to get it here just yet. Shun disengaging as the Chains of Corruption fly out. Now ready to re-engage back with the Shy. He'll get stunned up for the counter-strike. The Shy is down, and BLG got the kill. That's the most important player from Weibo, and BLG are in the driver's seat.
He never got the Gore Drinker off, so he never got that big activation of the health alongside the World Ender. So it means now BLG in position, Elk taking free shots. Chris is low alongside Weiwei.
The Varus and Ash, the two archers, just riddling these guys with arrows. Elk again with a piercing arrow over the wall. Bin coming in from behind. Weiwei wants to jump in, but the Maokai's just gonna get chopped. Bin's ready to bring it in as they have to disengage once more on Weibo's side. Summoner spells are down for light. Crisp is nearly dead too. Xiaohu's got no HP. Infernal Soul to BLG. Flash over the wall from Elk. A rampage for the Varus.
Elk goes hunting. The shoe is on the other foot now. He takes him down in the jungle. Well played here. Really patient stuff from BLG, just slowly whittling down their opponents. They look for the binding there from Chris, but it was just barely short. The Varus ulti forces out the cleanse from Light, and then they see the opportunity to engage on the Shy because Gao's stolen Maokai ult created so much space. Everyone in the backline was retreating from Weibo, so it meant there's no assistance there for the Shy.
And that's the thing, the World Ender amplifies your healing, but you actually don't get the Gore Drinker off in time, and BLG, off the back of Dragon, get Baron as well. And it feels like that's going to be the last nail in the coffin here for Weibo, because BLG, they just get to siege up mid, they can start to use that poke super effectively, and if you try to break that or engage in on top of them, you're into Yagao, to Shun, and even Bin with that opportunity as well.
This whole game has felt like Weibo trying to hold on off the back of the Shy's lead, but now, because BLG has just won everywhere else, the Shy's level 14, Bin is level 15. The Jax is no longer in a spot where he's just not able to participate in the game. He's also got his stopwatch ready so he can engage and be in the middle of everything where he wants to be. So you're going to have Bin pushing up here in the side lane. This is such a difficult situation for the side of Weibo. You can even see the sorcery elixir in Xiaohu's inventory. They know that if they lose one more big fight, the game's done.
Yeah, they know this is it. This is going to be the last fight. And that's where you can see just on fishing for picks, trying to see if they can push Weibo back. If you die underneath these towers against BLG, you don't get a second chance.
And look at Shun just kind of playing the middle between these two lanes, ready to reinforce whichever side does get attacked there by Weibo. But again, they're so light on the engage, and Yagao has a stolen Maokai ult. That's really the only way Weibo has to start up these fights, unless they can get some sort of a flanking TP. But there's not really any good wards for them, so there's not really any opportunity for them to do it, and Yagao now going to throw out that ulti, just zone them off the tower.
Exactly, they've already got the cannon minions with the Baron buff. They're trying to get the opportunity to go in, but now a nice shuffle from Xiaohu. They're finally going to get the kill. Elk takes one with him as he dies. The Shy fighting Bin off to the side. The shutdown credit went back over to the Caitlyn, but Xiaohu dies right after. Yagao goes on a rampage. Blast Cone gets shut away for safety. It's a 2-for-1 trade. BLG still come out on top, but they're still trying to push here too. On is hurt.
The siege, it might be broken though, unless Bin can make it happen.
The Shy here with the front line, locked down. Sterex keeps him alive for an extra second. He's still trying to walk away, but Bin gets him. Counter-strike, flash forward into the double kill. Light tries to run away, but Bin is not done yet. Counter-strike still ready to go. He jumps back in for the triple kill. BLG bounce back in game number 2. Crisp is alive, but it's a Lux against the whole team. Shun forces him to flash back into the fountain now as BLG continue their push. They've only got a couple of minions, but the next wave is reinforcing. They don't quite have the energy to end it yet. They know Xiaohu is about to spawn, so Weibo are going to get one more chance.
Every single game, the top laner that falls behind early suddenly bounces back and has this miraculous recovery. But hang on.
Xiaohu going in, seeing if he might be able to pick off these stragglers. Yagao wanted to punish him for it, but no. The shutdown for Xiaohu takes out the enemy mid laner.
It's a good pick there from Weibo, but they're going to need a lot more of that to be able to claw their way back into this game. And yeah, Bin triple kill in the enemy base, had a lot of help getting back into this one, but now he's in a really good spot. The Elder is going to be what everyone is looking towards. That is up in 2 minutes here, and Xiaohu in trouble.
Xiaohu, he made the pick earlier. He gets picked now. Shun finding him at the point-and-click power of the vibe.
Yeah, I got greedy. Wanted the blue buff really badly there, and they just lay the trap. He walks right into it.
And now you get the opportunity to try and siege up mid without Xiaohu being in position. It falls on Light to try and clear out these minions now. As Baron buff is faded, should be relatively okay to try and clear those out, but I mean, the fact that Xiaohu has to make these sort of hero plays on this Azir to engage tells you how difficult Weibo's finding it to keep these minions off the tower.
And you also have to know there's now no flash on Xiaohu, and the flash is going to be coming back up for Elk, so that job becomes that much more difficult. BLG just push in, knock down the tower, and meanwhile, Bin pushing up that top lane. And they have Yagao shoving in the bot lane as well. They are looking to deal lethal damage.
No Baron required. The Shy has to fall back behind the only remaining Nexus turret now. It's barely standing, and BLG are keeping the push alive. The Maokai ulti finally summoned up for Weiwei, as they'll be able to force the retreat from BLG, if only for a moment. Elk and Shun stepping out of the way of the laser, as Elk tries to escape the Shy, but the Q3 Gore Drinker gets him kill credit going over to Weiwei. That's a big shutdown, as Bin falls too. It's 2 dead on the side of BLG, and Weibo might have found their chance. Vaultbreaker to disengage, on trying to escape from the Aatrox, but the Infernal Chains bring the pain! A shutdown of the Xiaohu!
When you need him most, it's the Shy for Weibo, showing up massive there. Finds the pick with seconds remaining until Elk had his flash. The Shy had it timed perfectly. He went for it, and he doesn't miss.
And now, Weibo bought the time they need. Get the waves cleared out. Look at that Elder Dragon going to be up just after Elk spawns, but what a beautiful setup here. You can see if you look at the bot side, On gets the ult tanked up from Yagao, but it means now Elk completely caught out, has no flash. The Shy barely clips him with the start of that Darkened Blade and sets up beautifully then for Weibo to chase this one down.
Really nicely done, able to even use the Blast Cone there, had the Shojin, so really high CDR at this point in the game. Another dash forward, catches him with the Infernal Chains, and that is another kill going their way. But back to live, it's going to be Elder time as it is spawning, and you cannot give this up. Weibo have started it, but Bin is behind him.
Bin is just pushing the wave right now.
He does. This is bad.
He might just try to disengage it. What is going on? This is a mess. Bin will spend as much of their time as he can, counter-strike to buy some time while the rest of the team goes after the Elder. Bin with his Onion's Hourglass to escape the ace in the hole. Weiwei's trying to go in and steal away the Elder Drake. They're going to kill him instead. Shun goes into Rampage, killing him. It's traded back away for Bin, but the Elder goes over to the remaining 4 players of BLG. It is a 4v4 for the next 45 seconds as Weibo will head back into the base and BLG continue the push.
But it's the Elder Dragon, and you've got the opportunity now for BLG because that Nexus turret is so low. They can actually look to push forward on this. That play from Bin might have dragged Weibo away from the win con.
Laser fired off. They're trying to buy enough time to survive here. That Elder Drake is so ferocious. Light takes a little bit of damage. The arrow spam's gonna come through. Maokai ulti lands. The Shy's your first target. Sterex ain't gonna save him. The Elder Dragon finds its first victim. Shurima Shuffle won't do it anyway. BLG will find the win, find the Nexus, and find their first game of the series.
BLG battle back strong in game number 2 off of the heroics from Elk and On in the bot lane. Really playing this one out well. Came out with this pick. The double 80 carries in the bot lane, dominating the pace. Shun as well. Has the Flame Horizon, more than Flame Horizon over his opponent in this one. He had a lot of pace on the buy. And
it's weird because we've had so much attention to the top side in these early stages with the junglers, but it has just been Elk coming in with on that bot side, getting that early control, buying 2 items so quickly, and then just being able to find that poke and set up those fights so incredibly well then for BLG.
We got ourselves a tied series. For more about how it happened in game number 2, we're throwing things back to the desk.
Thank you so much. I had a little bit of belief that Weibo would be able to turn it around, and I pulled up Kato stream immediately, but it was not to be. It was all BLG. All BLG's game in that one in the comeback, even though they got put behind super heavily after game 1, they bounced back great.
Yeah, and for me, it really started with draft, right? Because on this blue side, what we saw was, again, we've been talking about this is a return to like what T1 like to do, essentially. This is a return to earlier this spring, and BLG, once they saw the Caitlyn coming out from Weibo, immediately locked in the Varus Ashe as the like pushing bot lane to push against. And this lane was so remarkably dominant in the push early.
I love the way you put that.
Well, I mean, everything else is like going on. We have like the top lane trade 1-for-1. We have the, you know, them blowing Xiaohu's flash at about like 3 minutes. And then it's just no, Elk and On are just steadily gathering turret plates. They constantly had the push in that lane. It was a really rough time for Light and Crisp.
Yeah, and Shun did a really good job covering and playing off of that bottom lane, but also going mid lane to get some of the pressure and kill off Azir a couple of times. I feel like Shun was then able to leverage that into this Flame Horizon in the jungle. Do you know how rare it is to get jungle Flame Horizons?
Yeah.
Really, really big stuff from him, supporting the game plan and the win cons that they did set up in draft.
And I think that there was also somewhat of a trap set by BLG, because they paid a lot of attention towards top side, which baited Weibo into paying a lot of attention towards bot side. And while all of that was happening, like in the isolated 2v2, the reason why we've seen this Ashe Varus lane have come back is because it's unplayable. Like, you can punish it, maybe, but they absorbed the one gank that came through. And then outside of that, because so much attention was on the top side of the map, in mid lane, in top lane, in the Herald, that isolated 2v2 is unplayable.
Yeah, they had like absolute dominant forward percentage this entire time throughout this bot lane. It actually also allowed them to get all 4 Drakes, and then later we saw the little dicey thing around Herald. This was huge though. Bin stopping the TP, which allowed Elk and On to deal with this pressure.
Yeah, they invested so many resources in top side, but when top side tries to bring its power to the bottom side of the map that matters, then it just gets interrupted. So many people are very used to this, though. That's one of the issues. If you can't bring that top side leverage down, then it's really hard to pull the game back.
A little oopsie from Shahu.
Yeah, and we also talk about, like, okay, what, as you look at the insane forward percentage they had throughout the game at 14 minutes, you look at how they did end up joining for team fights and skirmishes. Obviously, I think On would have liked to hit maybe a few more arrows, but his vision control, with Ashe was really good. And once they were able to join, the poke from this team was just something that Weibo could not handle.
Yeah, I mean, there was just so much snowball off of this bottom lane control and getting all those turret plates, getting the tower. Once they had that team fight, it was just like an avalanche.
It was. Now we go into game 3. We have 1 each. I'm waiting for the side selection, but Weibo hasn't told us yet. So we're waiting. We could look at the post-game breakdown for just a second as we talk about how we anticipate this to go forward now that the battle lines have been drawn over these 2 games.
Well, one of the things was that even on red side, the Caitlyn was picked so early that they didn't, as expected, use red side for support counter pick. And that ended up really costing them. We were having this debate at the beginning of the day on the desk when we were talking about, oh, we've got all these all-star top laners. Maybe they're going to use their red side counter picks for top lane, but bottom lane support counter picks have been so influential, it was up in the air, and this one definitely paid off. Super big for them.
Yeah, and I think Weibo picked it up because earlier in the tournament they were successful with it, right? We're able to get the Kate Heimer and I think Caitlyn Lux game as well. The problem is, though, Caitlyn specifically really locks you into both a specific support partner because you wanted something that can actually set up for her traps and poke together with her and set up these type of early game plays. But then also, it means that you need to play towards bot side because I truly believe that in that matchup, whoever falls behind early just doesn't get to play the game. We saw at the very end, you know, eventually Caitlyn maybe becomes back, but if the Varus Ashe lane plays well, if that team does well, you will never ever be able to get to the point where you need to be.
And that's what we saw. And now it's all squared up between the 2 teams, and it's game 3 between Weibo and BLG coming up after the break. But first, let's have a look at some footage of last week's quarterfinals through the lens of the Oppo cam.
From the BLG bot lane, the Shy should live, we'll see.
The Shy just got solo killed for first blood. Bin survives for the time being, but now Xiaohu's coming through. Bin falls.
Looking at Ocean Dragon as BLG.
BLG throwing out the engage, and they immediately find the pick onto Crisp. As Shun's ready to engage with the ball breaker, Everfrost locks him down. BLG's going to town. The turret might get one back, but not quite yet.
BLG says, shout, who do you think you are coming into our domain? Bot lane belongs to Billy.
find a new roommate to save money? Is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
너를 비춰 이루리다 봄블라탈라타 널 피우리다 내 맘에 약속해 이 순간 영원해 이대로 너를 향해 빛을 내 이렇게 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever 이제 내 곁에만 머물러줘 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘 언제나 우리 함께 할 거야 너해는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어 가 벅차올라
Welcome back to the World's 2023 Semifinals. It's Weibo versus BLG, and after 2 games, it's all tied up at 1-1.
Weibo might have dominated that first one, but BLG bounced back in style in game number 2. So much of it came from Elkin on in the bottom lane, absolutely dominating with the Ashe and Varus duo.
Gotta say, though, the bastion of hope for Weibo in that one was top lane. It's the Shy back at Worlds again.
I mean, yeah, it's been 2018 was the last time we saw him at Worlds. It was his solo lane performance with Rookie that got them that World Championship win, and he really wants to put that form back on stage here again. But I will say, it's been really interesting to see him in interviews because he's saying, hey, look, I've already won a title for me. This title that I want to get for Weibo is not for me. It's for my teammates. I want to stand up and do them proud, and right now he's doing just that.
All right, as we get into the draft, Weibo's back on the blue side just like they were in the first game that they won. All 3 of their bans in this first phase are also the same. The Jax, the Jarvan, the Rakan, all taken off the table. Over on the other side, though, things are going to be a little bit different this time around. They ban out the Rumble. They know they don't want to play against that again. The Orianna's still banned, and the Nico taken off the table.
It's both the solo laners from game 1 on blue side when Weibo got banned out, right? So those are going to be taken off the table, so it is going to be a very different look for Weibo. But Kalista is up. It's not going to be the first pick. It's going to be the Ashe. So this is actually so interesting. Just blind Ashe. First pick, straight off the bat. I wonder, yeah, I mean, but at the same time, it's like, it works because of what they were playing into. So this is why it's kind of really interesting and a little bit risky. You know, would Elkin just go towards a hard engaged bot lane right now and try to actually dominate it? Would you be willing to look at that?
Well, I mean, they're probably going to with the Kalista over here, but I think you just then substitute the Ashe into Light. You can still match them with Crisp and still have not a very high damage dealing AD carry, but at least you're going to have an AD carry that you can try and play around, try and punish this Kalista in the bottom side of the map and see if you can set up there.
Like Renata Kalista, I think is so hard to actually play into. Like you can, I guess you can go kind of heavy poke lanes, but it can kind of scrap with almost anything. And you do have 5th pick for your support potentially here. If support's not locked in now, you could just save it to last for on. Make sure you get the winning 2v2, because I feel like when you're playing Kalista, you're locking yourself into having to dominate early. But this is such a good Poppy game for Weiwei, and this has been, I think, like his best pick. You know, this has been the pick that he performs so well on consistently, and you're against a Vi and a Kalista, 2 champions that you could dominate.
Okay, I actually was about to say, I think you don't pick the support here, and then for BLG, you take top lane, you double ban out Bin if you want to, but okay. I was gonna, never mind. It's all off the cards. We're just going hyper aggro in the bot lane. This is gonna be sick.
Whichever team has more AD carries wins, and we found that out last game. So now there's 4 AD carries in the bot lane.
Tristana mid,
and
then
mid. Quinn top.
Okay,
Kindred jungle.
Easy.
No problem. No problem. Well, once more, there is blood in the water in bottom lane. This is going to be a slugfest, I'm guessing, yet again.
I mean, I'm really interested because you're pairing the Caitlyn, who is a really strong laner, and it's probably going to be double Halo Blades on both sides. But the problem is now you're trying to match poke with poke, but Kalista's pretty outranged. And so I'm kind of just thinking, even going forward, how are you going to be playing out the 5v5s? Because Kalista kind of just wants to hit frontline and kite back and stack up spears and be able to, you know, play in that style, like hit these melee champions that are kind of easy to get up onto. But when you're playing against Ashe Varus, you're trying to walk towards them in a 5v5. There's Ashe ult, there's Varus ult, there's Varus slow, there's Ashe volley, and they outrange you.
And then there's a Poppy when you finally get close. It's like, what are you supposed to do? So I do agree. I think this is going to be a very, very difficult game to play with this Kalista. And I think you can kind of see as well that BLG are trying to minimize the damage against this Kalista here with things like the Talia taken away and the Azir as well.
I mean, it's so interesting because I don't know what you were expecting, but I was thinking once they locked in the Varus, that it was going to be the opposite end of the spectrum. That it was going to be hard engage.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be going hard engage here, you know, go with like a Nautilus or a Thresh or whatever, and just try to pull your jungler down towards bot with the Vi and play heavy 3v3. And if they're not matching, just look for dives and look for punishes, because Ashe Varus must push. That's the only way this lane functions. It's the only way it actually wins a 2v2, which does expose you to the ganks. Of course, you can have Weiwei there to try to counter gank, but I don't know. It's an interesting choice. It's not what I would have expected with Kalista at all, so we'll have to see if it works out for them.
Yeah, and honestly, I was in the same boat. I thought that's what we would get, and now you're kind of in a position here as BLG where you're like, okay, well, we're kind of going for relatively short range now with the blind Aatrox coming in on that top side, but if I'm going to be Weibo, I'd be happy to just kind of play into this range advantage that we already have. You have the Poppy there, so could it be something like, well, going to be the Syndra, but even maybe a Jason that top side as well wouldn't be the end of the world. You're just like, hey, we're going to full out range with all points of time.
It's
Poppy top.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Poppy top. I actually really like this. It's a pretty solid matchup into the Aatrox, and if you play this well, you can actually win a lot of early lanes as the Poppy, and then you have really great playmaking. And when you're looking at who would ever attack you, it's the Vi and it's the Aatrox. It's double physical damage people up on that top side. You can stack the armor, and it's also double AD carry, by the way. If they lock a Kali, Poppy is immune to damage this game. Like, straight up, you are just not killing the Poppy. There's just no way Poppy's going to die this game. I feel like Weibo slammed them in draft. I'm going to be interested to see how this works out, but if Yegao does not go absolutely crazy or Bin doesn't go absolutely crazy, it's like, I don't know, man.
I mean, I've cast the LPL for 3 years. I couldn't really tell you how many times Yegao I've seen play Akali. He has 4 total games at Akali over his entire career.
Wait,
so
is it Grace top?
That appears like it might be the case, my friends.
But they can still swap. I think they still have 2 more seconds.
I'm not going to get ahead of myself here. Yeah, we're going to wait.
This is obviously a throwback to like 2021 when EDG won, and this was like all the Flandre won with. But like, it is something that, like, in Chinese solo queue is huge, both in mid and top. Like, you play a ton of this Graves. You go for this double lifesteal build, going for, like, BT and even the Immortal Shield Bow, and you're just nigh on impossible to push out a lane in that spot.
There was, for a while, a lot of people were playing also these Ignite Graves tops in, like, really cheesy builds. I don't know if we're going to get that or if it's going to be TP, but this is interesting. Not what I was expecting. I thought the Poppy top would have been pretty smart because you get the economy on the Poppy. Poppy's going to be really hard to kill even if it's in the jungle, but I just think having a super strong frontliner, you know, with that up in the top lane would have made a lot of sense. But this is going to be interesting to see how this does work out. Very unexpected picks. The tournament is taking quite a turn away from where we started, right? It's been all about range supports in bot lane. Now it's a double AD carry stuff. We have 4 Halo Blades AD carries that are just going to be autoing each other in the bot lane, and we have Graves top, meanwhile, in the top lane.
This is just a time machine. We're already going back to spring where we had the Varus and the Caitlyn's and the Ashes in the bot lane. Now we're going to step back to 2021 with the Graves top lane coming through. We're going to go back to Misfortune Zyra in like 2 games' time.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Zyra Ashe later on today. Yeah, exactly. Game 5. Well, that's what comes out.
All right, let's get into it. Summoner's Rift for game number 3 here in the series. A reminder as we kick things off, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. Flex it on all your friends and enemies. Weibo now moving to defensively protect their own red buff. Obviously, it's not a full-on invade coming out from BLG, but they do throw down the ward on the red so they can have knowledge of when that started up.
Yeah, going to be able to try to track Weiwei here. And one thing I will say, to kind of talk a little bit about maybe the thought process here from the Shy, is when you have a bot lane that is this explosive, right? Your bot lane is going to be pushing. Kalista, I'm expecting. I haven't seen this matchup. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if you have, but Kalista, I'm expecting to be on the back foot, absolutely, and to be really pushed in and getting poked, and to be basically crying for the jungler. And then on the top side, you're going to have a ranged top laner that, if you can win that 1v1, is going to be in a great spot up there to be able to bully Bin and potentially not get attacked at all by Shun if he has to be bot side.
Well, that's the thing. Crisp is really good against both of the AD carries on the opposite side. The auto attack slows make it very difficult for Kalista to operate. You outrange the Caitlyn with your own slow, and then you're able to trade auto attacks against her as well. So honestly, I think the Ashe is just a perfect spot, and you are the one that picks yourself into this.
All right, we had a late invade into the bot side jungle coming out from Weibo here as the Poppy is going to start up at the enemy Wolf camp.
Poppy, I think, is going to try to make it split map. He starts on the Wolves because he can just take that even if it's contested. It's really easy to take. I wonder if he is going to go for this or if he's going to cross map. Yeah, I think he's just going to do 3 camps and dive bot, and they're going to try to stack the wave and push. And this is the Weibo Classic, right? And at the same time, Shun should know this, but if he clears top to bot, then he's not getting camps, right? So he has to either make the decision, do I go cross map and invade the enemy blue and try to get those camps, or do I have to go bot to protect? And if you do that, there's no camps there for you to farm, so Weiwei is just naturally going to be able to get ahead, because even if he gets dissuaded there, he can go back to his side of the map, farm it up, and now Shun has been spotted, and he's going to get the bad news that his blue buff is already gone.
This is the extra control that the Ashe offers you again. Even this early on in the game, it's so obnoxious as a jungler to have that hawk shot tracking you. Shun now moving into the bot side river. Weiwei has made it back over to his own half of the map. He didn't do the full clear of that bottom side enemy jungle, leaving the Gromp behind as Shun now going to move up in here, see that at least there's still 1 camp to farm.
I think Shun was thinking that maybe Weiwei was in that bot side brush and was going to walk up, and I think that's why he's waiting in Pixel, because it's obviously much too early for Scuttle Crab. So I think he's thinking, hey, maybe he's still over here and he'll actually face check me. And he had a ward. They had a defensive ward on the Gromp, so he knew he hadn't taken that. So he knew that Weiwei would be level 2 and he would have the level advantage. So I think that's why he spent the time there. But unfortunately for him, not able to get it, and Yagao Likely not going to get solo killed, but is being pushed back pretty heavily in this matchup.
I was going to say, like, for Yago, I think of him for, like, his Zoes, his Syndras, this kind of stuff. He's not a big Akali player, and I'm kind of surprised to see him bring it out here, because as you already said, you need kind of more damage to deal with the front line, and, I mean, Yago, he's just going to continue to get bullied the more and more he falls behind here.
It's kind of been a series of firsts, though, no? You know, we've got the Belveth coming out. Now we're getting all this shenanigans down in the bot lane. So it is really a different style of game. Weiwei is here, and Shun has been spotted.
All right, potential 3v3 like we were talking about maybe happening back in Champ Select, as Elk and On do have the push here in the bottom lane, keeping the Varus Ashe back a little bit. Weiwei coming up towards that tri-brush here yet again. Shun going to step back, drop a ward just to keep an eye on where the Weibo jungler might be.
Nice path in here from Weiwei, though, to keep his bot lane safe. He can't go for this, though.
Well,
gonna just
Shun. Nicely done there, getting the quick vault breaker that doesn't get blocked by the set path presence.
Yeah, still, though, it's kind of them poking Weiwei away from this, and now they continue to keep this pressure on bot side. So with Weiwei taking that step forward, he's actually causing a bit of issues. And I was about to say he's doing really well of, like, hey, Raptors down into Krug, so then he's still beside bot lane, into red, leaning bot side again to make sure that they're safe under the tower. But now he's causing, oh, hang on, Elk.
Elk taking a good chunk of damage there as On fires back towards Crisp. Elk and Crisp both pretty low now.
He gets chunked down, but they can just push this in and then base. And yeah, he did go longsword 3-pot, but so did Light. And Light is out of potions, and he's down over 10 CS. We'll see how much he can actually pick up here, but bot lane definitely not going the way that I expected it to go. And Elk playing it out really, really well.
Yeah, I really did think that with the extra range advantage that you have as Crisp, you'd be able to push back a little bit harder, but On just being able to clear out the waves alongside Elk really effectively has made it super tough, and with that bot side pressure now, Shun's going to pick up that first dragon.
And obviously we can't discount the power of a Caitlyn this early on. You have that Hail of Blades. If you're hitting a Q, you're stepping forward, getting those 3 autos. Caitlyn does have that long range, and this is exactly what you want to see when you're playing Kalista style. If you can get pushed down on bot side, immediately kill that dragon on spawn, which they are going to be able to do. This really does put you off to the races. It's so difficult to contest Kalista around these early dragons. Sure, Weiwei's going to take some camps back on the top side, but BLG already stacking them up.
I'd rather have the early dragon than an early extra chicken camp, so BLG will be content about that one. Up there in the top lane, you can already see a farm advantage for the Shy. The Graves was the counter pick into the Aatrox for this one, and it's been rough laning phases for Bin so far in the first 2 games.
It's really tough into these range matchups with the Shy.
Bin's going in, not going to find the knock up there in his Q2. The Shy just walks away from it.
That smoke screen was so good. So it looks a little bit silly, but in that position, he gets blinded, and you can't go for the Q3 flash, which I think he might have in another situation, but with that smoke screen down, you just end up looking silly.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the Shy is no stranger to pulling out these weird picks on the top side. Some of them have gone terribly. We go to, like, the Anivia top lane. That didn't work out so hot. Other ones have worked out absolutely fantastically, and thus far, this counter pick in the Graves is doing a wonderful job of keeping control over on this top side, pushing in, getting plates, and making it very difficult for Bin to really trade against.
And again, it just kind of makes a lot of sense the more you think about it. You're going to play a ranged top laner because the enemy jungler can't be everywhere. You know, if you're thinking that your jungler is going to be down on that bot side, the enemy jungler is going to be down on that bot side, you have a range in a melee matchup where you're not going to be getting ganked, where you're just going to be constantly pushing in and trying to keep that pressure rolling here. And the Shy just going to be going early tabbies, so is paying respect over to the damage that both Bin and Shun can do.
Also can give it a lot of long-range burst with that ultimate as well, alongside like Xiaohu setting up, or if you get that pick from Crisp. So I think for Weibo, like leaning in towards the, hey, we're going to try and use some advantages to get vision and fish for picks is going to be the way forward. But to do that, you need to get control. And right now, it doesn't really feel like they have control over this bot side. Weiwei hovering down here again to try and get some sort of answer for Crisp and Light. But at the moment, Elk and On are destroying bot lane.
Yeah, and Elk is foregoing the early tier 2 boots that you mostly see people go, and he's just rushing straight for that Bork. So wants to get that completed as soon as possible. The sustain is going to really help to shrug off a lot of this poke that is being put down. And you can see Weiwei just can't really find an entrance into this bot lane.
And myself and Azael were chatting yesterday, like, I think Elk and On were one of 2, Ruler being the other one, Kalistas that I really saw the team being able to play effectively around. It was, hey, we want to get control of our bot, lean in towards the dragon, start stacking them, continue fighting with this aggressive Kalista at the moments when she gets her spikes. And at the moment, you've already got that dragon stacking down, and if they can continue to keep this pressure up and play around Elk and this bot lane as Shun is making his way down here, it sets up perfectly for level 6 hit. Are we looking at a potential something on this bottom side?
Elk's doing a good job trading with these Pierces on the Kalista, making sure that the Ashe and the Varus are not the same oppressive power here in this bottom lane that Elk and On were able to subject Light and Crisp to in just the previous game.
And Elk is also going 3 points Q, so he's putting more points into the Q in this heavy poke lane. You know, he's not going to be maxing E early, which makes a lot of sense as just kind of a tech option here on the Kalista. You're not really going to get to trade autos with these guys very often, so it is just going to be about throwing out those Qs, trying to get that poke down. On, of course, is going to be maxing Q as well on the Caitlyn, as everyone does. And if you can hit those, hey, your poke's not bad.
It makes it very effective as well for trying to clear out the backline creeps. So oftentimes you can like set up a couple of stacks in the backline, throw a Q through, you auto, get the reset. Like it makes it very difficult then for Light and Crisp to try and play in behind their creeps, because eventually you just start to one-shot back creeps with your Q, and it makes it very easy then for you to start hitting those Qs and spears.
And now the Ashe Varus, they're 6, but who are you going to engage on? You hit the Caitlyn, going to get Kalista ulted. You hit the Kalista, gonna cleanse, right? So there's not really an easy target down on this bottom side either. They are gonna have that safety, but potential fight here up around the Herald.
Yep, Shun started it up. Weiwei and the Shy coming in to shut him down. Xiaohu might want to approach this, but you can see a Caitlyn trap already on that ramp. This is the extra power of the Caitlyn to be able to stop your opponents from being able to engage in the fight the way they want to. Elk is up here now as well. BLG's full 5, Weibo's full 5. Keeper's Verdict looking to make the ejection, but Elk with a save on. Weiwei jumps into the middle. He's stolen away the Rift Herald. Yagao wants to find him and get something back as Ben goes into the back line, but it's first blood over to Yagao. BLG might lose their mid laner now in response. He flashes away from the rain of arrows to stay alive. It's first blood for BLG, but objective over to Weibo.
The phase rush waddle was nearly effective for Weiwei, but Yagao able to shut him down as he tries to exit out stage, and setting up beautifully then for the rest of Weibo to nearly get the pick, but nicely done by BLG to actually respond in kind despite the fact the Rift Herald went over to Weibo.
Yeah, the ejection coming through, and Caitlyn just went to outer space. Caitlyn was gone. I was really confused as to where it was going to end up. Ends up not being that far. Yeah, does get pulled back out from that Kalista ultimate, but at the end of the day, Weiwei is able to get the kill on the Herald, picks up the eye, procs a phase rush. Those little legs were hustling, but not fast enough.
Now back up in the top side, it's Elk and On deciding, all right, we're not just gonna let the Shy take over the lane, put a little pressure on him after they rotated up into this top side for that Herald, get that wave shot.
Still though, BLG need to try and rotate Elk and On down to this Dragon. You can see it started up by the Vi at the moment, so they're trying to see if they can cover for it. Yagao also moving in here. They're worried Weiwei will try and use this Rift Herald on the bottom side to actually be in a position to take plates for the Varus.
But you have to look up at the top lane CS. Stormrays are already done now. This is nearly a 40, well, over a 40 CS lead now at this point for the Shy. He is getting ridiculously far ahead, and it feels like, again, Ben is in a position where you're kind of wondering how much value are you going to have in this game. He is really in a tough spot, and he's just stacking up those longswords. We'll see if he is going to go in towards a lethality style build. I mean, hey, if you can get into the backline, there's a lot of low mobility champions there between the Ashe, the Varus, as well as the Syndra, but the Shy is just relentlessly pushing here and is going to be in such a great spot.
The Shy Graves gonna have to get a lot of work done in this one, I think. If you have the Vi, you have the Akali. These two champions are excellent at destroying immobile backline targets. If they can get ahead and find that pressure like you're talking about on this bottom triangle for Weibo, it's a big deal.
The other thing is, you're going to have to really identify who is the best target to go for, because there's so much DPS in the Weibo composition. When you look over at BLG, yeah, Shun can fly in and pick someone out. Yeah, Yagao can follow up, and you're probably going to kill that guy, but at the same time, there's Graves, there's Syndra, there's 280 carries in the bot lane. So if you're all focusing down on one target, you might just get deleted by the other 3.
First turret over to Weibo, thanks to the Herald being summoned up in the top lane. They've got over a 1,000 gold lead here 12 minutes into the game. This is not a PvP-heavy game number 3. Only 1 kill on the board, 12.5 minutes.
I think the thing is, though, the Dragon stacking for BLG will come back to bite them. If you get an Ocean Soul for BLG against the amount of poke that Weibo has, it's going to work out beautifully for you. So Weibo have to start finding ways to disrupt Elk and On from not just continuously getting this pressure around the map.
Well, and that's why I expect them to now take this lead from the Shy and bring it down to the third Dragon. I am expecting them to contest there. We'll see if they do elect to do that, because it's a 1K gold lead for Weibo, but the Shy is nearly 2,000 gold ahead, right? So the rest of his team is behind. When you get this sort of a lead, especially when you're investing the Herald up towards topside, you now need to take that and pay it forward. You need to make the investment of this pick, of that objective, really worth it for your team by showing up huge in a team fight.
Serrated Dirk, second item there. Started it up for the Shy as he and Weiwei are going to look for Bin. World Ender as he tries to get away through the smoke. Minion Wave arrives in time to block any more follow-up auto attacks. Long range Ash Arrow finds Elk, but he's quick on the cleanse, so there's no follow-up from the Chains of Corruption. And he and On keep the pressure going into the bottom.
Shun is here as well, though. Will be spotted as he hops over on the wall there, but he's now in this bot side. Actually looks like he wants to go mid and maybe punish the fact that, well, I was going to say Xiaohu is pushed under his tower, but with how healthy he is, I don't think he can do particularly much.
And Yagao is going to get pulled to topside. You can see him on the map trying to bail out Bin, but Bin's in trouble.
Bin just walks up, immediately punished for that, forced to flash away because the Steadfast Presence would have blocked the Umbral dash. Yagao's rotated up, but it's way too late. The tier 2 turret's already down. Nice moves from Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Bin was too early, more so than Yagao was too late, because Yagao was making the roam. Bin just kind of walks up very confidently with no ulti, loses his flash, and wastes the timing on the roam, because then Yagao has spent that time for nothing. With Bin that low, he can't go in. There's nothing he can do there.
And now Yagao's in trouble as he's going to force away from this turret as the Shy says, hey, I'm going to do the exact same. You've also got Weiwei over the wall, and Shun has kind of fumbled a lot of the plays here. Tries to hover mid, can't really cover the play, doesn't get the play on bot side, and now resets as Yagao needs him in mid lane as well. So a lot of these plays being fumbled by BLG, and Weibo capitalizing well.
Weibo are just putting such an emphasis on stacking as much gold as humanly possible. And we have to see, is it going to be the investment now towards this dragon? Because that next dragon is going to be up in 120. Look at the lane economy snapshot. 2,400 gold lead basically up in that top lane is enormous. And he's just been getting so paid. The locket done now for Weiwei as well, which I think is super smart because you are not the target and you're not the one that matters at all in this game. It's Weiwei and 4 carries. So you just want to basically stand in the backline, pop the locket, hope that they survive, and can peel for each other with damage.
Elk flashing out of the way of the enchanted crystal arrow. Remember, he already used the cleanse on the last one, so this time he had to use the flash instead, but he escapes the engage and keeps his life.
And the Steadfast Presence as well there to make sure that he couldn't hop away from the ultimate, so has to burn his flash. Now with 20 seconds on towards Rift Tower, 40 seconds on towards Dragon, that's a major summoner spell that's down for the BLG AD carry.
Exactly, and you have to make that decision. Are you willing to actually fight this without that summoner on Elk? Are you still confident that you can be able to take it? Because Bin is not going to be very useful. Look at his itemization. He's basically got nothing. The Shy is nearly on 2 full items, and Bin doesn't even have as much of his second item. Rather, excuse me, he doesn't have as much of his first item as the Shy has of his second.
Yeah, it's a pretty massive gold gap there in the top lane. Bin's going to have a long journey to a point of being useful in this game number 3 as well. Again, in game number 2, he had a couple of big plays, stopping the Shy's teleport, right? Distracting the enemy team while the rest of the squad took Elder, but his early games, his lane phases have been rough.
The thing is, though, you don't really have control here for BLG. They want to push sides, but Weibo are already effectively responding. The Shy is soloing now Rift Herald, as Weibo are going to slowly start to move in here and see if they can use the poke, but they don't have any vision.
All right, On's going to try to keep him off. As the Drake is started up, Elk with a save, making sure that the Unleashed power cannot kill off the Caitlyn. Weibo know that they would be 4v5 in this. The Shy is their strongest dude, and he's on the other side of the rift. So this should be Drake traded away for Herald. Weibo again continuing along this line of flood your team with as much gold as you can get, using the Rift Herald immediately here in the mid lane. Wanted to crack the tier 1 turret, but BLG is stepping up. The tier 1's gonna fall. Scatter the Weak misses. Now Yagao's ready to go in. He drops the smoke. They try to engage, but Weiwei's doing a great job stopping him. He immediately kills off Shun as Weibo try to regroup, and it's BLG not getting anything. Piercing arrow flies out to find Elk in the very back end of the fight, but he's still at about half HP. They tried to punish him, tried to stop him. Elk nearly dies.
They tried to separate Weibo, but it came back to bite them. You could see Shun engaged onto the Poppy, thinking, hey, if I can keep this Poppy from getting that Steadfast Presence, Yagao can operate in that backline. But instead, Shun gives his life, Yagao can't get the damage off, and Weibo are able to turn it around.
But at the same time, Yagao solo forced both flash from Crisp and Xiaohu, so was able to get some of those summoners down, and does show that he does still have that threat on the back line. But I'm really surprised that they elected to just go trade for Herald, because now you're one mistake away from giving over Soul, and then I think your advantage doesn't matter at all, right? So I do think that this was potentially a misplay from Weibo, but at the end of the day, it's just going to matter, can they actually make it happen? Weiwei does get the knock on the wall there against Shun. They're able to burst him down, but you can see Yagao is causing chaos in that back line, and now we're just setting up for this massive fight around the Ocean Soul, because if you give over Ocean Soul, you're only 2K ahead. It is worth way more than that. Even the individual stats from the 3 dragons is worth about that much, and you are so poke heavy that I feel like your comp is going to kind of cease to function if you give it up.
I do think, though, the difference now is that the Shy is absolutely monstrous. He's 2,500 gold again up on Bin, and as well, he's going to be having that third item. If you can get the Shy in onto the backline of BLG, he will decimate people. And I think for the moment, if Weibo, with having that mid lane turret down, with having the Shy be as strong as he is, they can actually start to look to take over in side lanes to a certain extent as well, as long as Weiwei shadows Xiaohu in that side lane.
All right, Yagao has not been detected here, waiting around in these brushes, but there's a lot of Weibo players around. BLG would have to send the whole kitchen sink after him to make this work. Yagao gonna get spotted, goes into the smoke. Scatter the Weak knocks him out of it, but he can escape in time. The mobility of the Akali, the extra Shuriken flip there on the very end, as Weibo continues the pressure here onto the tier 1 turret in bottom lane. They want to get more money at these objectives. It's barely hanging on, but they need another wave to finish it off.
They'll be able to keep this pressure up, though. Bin coming in over the wall will be spotted, but honestly, for the moment, with Weibo positioned like this, Weibo in the front, it's not impossible for BLG to get in, especially when Yago has no flash, has to use the stun.
The engage coming out from the buy, as Shun just immediately gets shut down, but they will trade him away for Weiwei. Both junglers out of the picture, but Weibo still gets that tier 1 turret, the objective that they came for, going even on kills.
And that's the thing, if you're going to play this front to back, Weiwei's able to just take all that damage. Yes, he will go down, but you're then not able to follow up, because that's really your sole engage tool unless Oak wants to send on in. So Weibo able to get the bot lane tower. You'll see the TP coming through from Yago onto the top side, though. He wants to try and answer for the turret on the opposite end.
And Weiwei is going to get harder and harder and harder to actually take down as he's starting to build up armor now. He obviously has tabbies. He's going in towards Sunfire because you are full physical on the other side. Yes, there's Akali, but Akali cannot realistically ever win a fight where you're hitting the Poppy. Like, it's just not going to happen, right? So the only people that are going to be hitting you are physical damage. And as long as Weiwei is keeping that gold accelerated, it's going to be tough for them to answer. Shun is able to find the one pick, but it's going to cost him his life, and they lose the tower anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was everything sent in, and you can see immediately Xiaohu already has a ton of those orbs on the ground. He's able to pick off Shun alongside the rest of, or sorry, forcing the rest of BLG back. And I think now you're in a position where coming out of this, Yagao using his TP to the top side, I think was a bit of a mistake. I think you kind of needed BLG to have Yagao with the opportunity to try and play for side lanes, because you've now got Xiao who has TP, the Shy has TP, Dragons in 50 seconds, and you can send both of these guys off to side lanes to make sure that you're in an uncomfortable position as BLG to try and contest the Dragon.
Weibo has slowly been climbing up this gold lead a little bit more here and there. 2,500 gold overall as a team right now, but this Drake is so huge. They need to stop this. The power of the Shy in this fight will be critical. You can see he doesn't have the third fully completed item here just yet. Shun with a quick little bit of a trade onto Weiwei, but it's BLG with control of the bot side river. Having that priority more important for this squad than it normally would be, because of the fact that you have Caitlyn. You want to be there first. You want to set up the traps and give yourself the best possible chance here on this. Yagao going in here after Shy, but the Shy gets away.
Yeah, but still, nice little bit of chunk. You know, they got a little bit of damage on Weiwei, a little bit of damage on Light. Now they get a bit of chunk there onto Shy. Luckily, he was able to pick up some honey fruit, which is really nice on this Ocean Rift to try to heal back up, because doesn't have that much sustain in the kit. But now BLG starting this up. They want to try to secure the soul here. Their AD's not with them, though. Elk's in a bit of an awkward spot, and Yagao's threatening the flank.
Elk's coming around from the side. Caitlyn traps have been placed down, but Weiwei's always going to be the guy eating the cupcake. Ocean Drake started up. A little bit of poke coming out as On loses half HP. Yagao posing a threat here from the side. Wants to try to distract him long enough here for the Drake to be claimed by the rest of the team, but Shun's going to be killed. Weiwei's in the pit. Light kills off Shun. The Drake will be claimed by Weibo, and the fight's still going. Bin wants to fight back, but he ain't going to find anybody here just yet. Ocean Drake over to Weibo finally, as Weiwei goes in for the tackle onto On, but he won't get him as he goes back over the wall, and now Yagao having to run from the Shy. It's a 12-gauge goodbye, and the Shy and Weibo take the fight.
It was entirely spread out, but the fact that Yagao could not get access to the backline the way he wanted meant that Weiwei could cover the front line. They pick off Shun in the pit, and now they might just get the Baron on top of it.
I think they're going to get the Baron for sure. Shun is still dead, just now respawning. They're going to run right out, but this is going to go down pretty quick. We'll see if BLG can get here in time.
BLG trying to close the distance to this objective, but Chris picks that one up. Baron over to Weibo.
And what a sick composition for Weibo to come out with in game number 3. Ton of squishies. Weiwei has to play front line, but this guy's been so insanely good on the Poppy, and you'll see it here again. Yago tries to threaten the Shy, forces him back into River, but Weiwei then steps up, and Weiwei's going again!
We're already back into live as the Kalista ulti is going to be used to save on. Elk kiting back, trying to get the distance here. The Shy's ulti doesn't have the damage there to kill off the BLG AD carry. But remember that Bin's still dead for another 10 seconds. Enchanted Crystal Arrow has found Yagao, the follow-up CC, scatter the weak, and Yagao is the one who eats another face full of buckshot. The Shy absolutely dominating this game here in the grave.
And there's just nothing standing between them and the base now. Weibo pushing down mid, getting closer and closer to pushing this series towards match point. BLG have got no answer.
Right as Bin comes back to life, Yagao gets picked off, and it feels like BLG just has not been able to regain their footing after losing that soul that felt so imperative for them being able to stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this has been absolutely beautiful to watch from Weibo. And for BLG now, they need to try and find something to stop this, but with the amount of poke, with the amount of setup Weibo have when they're going for these sieges, it becomes so difficult to try and find that answer. We already saw how desperate they looked trying to take the tier 1 on boss, and now they need to try and defend the tier 2, but it's gone.
Here's the TP though. This is going to be the final fight, I think, potentially.
All right, Yagao needs to find a massive angle here as immediately it's like getting engaged on with a Vi ulti, followed up from the damage with Yagao. Weiwei now trying to get away, but Bin leads the charge here in the A-Truck. Shun can't keep chasing any further. Chris trying to escape the Akali, but he can't do it quite yet. Bin has no damage, has no chance, has no right to be there in that bottom lane when Weibo's this far ahead.
The Shy is styling on the Bin, and that is not a sentence that I expected to say coming into this series today. 5-0 on the Graves. He decimates the backline, he's decimating the base, and he's pushing Weibo further and further forward.
He is completely unstoppable. Both blue side games from Weibo, they came out with some really cool drafts and have decimated BLG. The Graves now so far ahead. You respect the attempt here because BLG cannot play the game slow. They were hoping, they were really betting everything on this Ocean Dragon. It didn't work out, so they go in for the engage. Light gets ulted onto, and the R1 there from Yagao connects. He doesn't even commit the E to actually get this kill on the Light, which was pretty nicely done. Then he's able to get it on Chris. But the problem is, on the other side, the team is getting decimated. The Shy kills off Elk, and he is completely uncontested. So yes, even though Yagao is running rampant in the backline, the soul laners from Weibo are just so much stronger.
The Xiaohu scatter the weak there to stop Bin from being able to get that last little sliver of HP on the Poppy and keep Weiwei alive. It's an 8,000 gold lead. It's total control over the Rift for Weibo. They're in a great spot to secure the win here in Game 3.
Man, I have no idea what the meta is anymore, and I'm all for it. This is such a sick series to get to see everything coming to a culmination, to see exactly which one of these LPL teams will move forward into finals, and they are not leaving anything behind. The fact that now you've got the Shy controlling on this top side, he's going to be able to keep pushing in, put the pressure there. I imagine you're going to have Weibo, as they reset here, start to look towards separating, going forward on that bot side, but I think that could be a bit dangerous just because the Shy is so much of your damage right now.
Shy is 5,000 gold ahead of Bin right now, and that could be a bit of a problem. That is absolutely ridiculous. He is completely destroying Bin in all 3 games. BLG really need Bin to be able to step up and start having a better series, I think, if they're going to be able to claw this one back, because this one is very nearly toast. BLG are going to have to try to get the Ocean Soul and see if they can claw something back, but I just don't think they're in a position to be able to do it.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's a full send on the Soul, and maybe you can try to hold on, but it's so difficult from this far behind. Weiwei on the Poppy, the Mega Tank there in the front line. You already said it earlier, Azael. You can really only hurt him with the Akali when he builds like this, but that's not going to be a viable plan. Again, they have to try to keep these guys safe, but it's so difficult when the power of Weibo is so far past what they've got. BLG forced back into their own jungle, control over the bot side river for Weibo, control over the Drake for Weibo. Yagao and on trying to come in as Shun's going to be stopped. The steadfast presence, they knock him right back in the pit. Bin's been killed by Chris off to the left. The Shy goes in. On gets safe for a moment, but now Elk could pay the price. The Shy continuing the chase with Weiwei right behind him as Yagao went into the back looking for light, but the Akali has no damage. He can't get the assassination. It's the Drake. The TP. It's 2 kills. A TP up into the base. They do not want to stop yet. The 2-man TP on
should drop here next. Xiaohu hits him with the orb. Weibo, the Game 3 draft. 3 different marksmen, 1 frontliner, and a 13-4. Absolute obliteration of BLG. Weibo move on to match point.
And 1 game away from reaching finals. What a performance from Weibo.
They have been incredible today. Nowhere was safe for BLG. They retreated into the base with a double TP behind them to seal the deal. Everyone had been questioning whether Weibo deserved to be here. They are now 1 game from sending BLG packing and securing the first place in the World Finals. It is incredible to watch how well the Shy is playing today. You know, I came into this series today thinking Bin is the best carry top laner in the world. The Shy is just making it look easy.
Yeah, we're here all about the bot lane meta. It's all about the support counter pick, and the Shy's like, yeah, that's great. I'm going to murder everyone, so I don't have to worry about what the hell is going on that bottom side of the map. He's been absolutely insane.
Yeah, the bottom side of the map may be going the way of BLG, but the Shy's performances are standing out in the top lane in these games. To talk more about it and see how things have got us to this match point situation, let's toss it back to the desk.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Burn it up, hot to go, OD, turn it up, volume keep up. Burn it up, hot to go, OD, turn it up, volume keep up. Burn it up, hot to go, OD, turn it up, volume keep up. Burn it up, hot to go, OD, turn it up, volume keep up. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 셔 만약 입고 있다면 랩 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지죠 또 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 낙치난 척척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 가져와서 소스를 뻑뻑 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keep up Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keep up Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keep up Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keep up 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 야 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안 해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜뿜 Then we burn it up 어셔처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤는 항상 지나서도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아님 데드풀 우린 직진하지 while they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 1300 이제 돼버려 나 가수 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keep up Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keep up Burn 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 나나의 범인은 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
Scout of the week misses. Now Yagal's ready to go in. He drops the smoke. They try to engage, but Weiwei's doing a great job stopping him. Has to use the stun. The engage coming out from the buy as Sean just immediately gets shut. But remember that Bin's still dead for another 10 seconds. Enchanted Crystal Arrow has found Yagal. The follow-up CC, Scout of the week. And Yagal is the one who eats another face full of buckshot. A TP up into the base. They do not want to stop yet. The two-man TP. Weibo, absolute obliteration of BLG. Weibo move on to match point.
Weibo Gaming is one game away from playing the World's 2023
this one.
Grand
Does everyone
Finals.
want? We're all fans of the Shy
So is the
right
Shy. Let me just, before we get into this, that's crazy to say after the whole year where they weren't as good as their super team status would have spelled out for them. Then they get it together in the gauntlet, kinda. And then everyone said they got an easy draw, and now they're on match point.
Peaking at the right time.
Oh, God.
It's DRX did it. Just be good for those couple of series when it truly matters, and everything will be forgiven.
Yeah.
Min-maxing.
I mean, I did bring up, even though I did not pick Weibo to win, which might make me look stupid, they have a very high ceiling. Like, we are like, okay. And even in these games, I feel like we have not seen how good this team can actually be.
I think one of the biggest things has been the jump on the draft.
Yep.
You know, there has been two parts of it. One is the top lane, where it has been overwhelming favor for the Shy. He says, you cannot give me Rumble. He smashes them with it. They even say, Ben, fine, you can have Jax. Boom! He still does so well into it. But the other part has been the bottom lane as well. And, you know, the emergence of all these range supports that we were talking about at the very beginning of the day.
Oh, yeah, and I think the big thing is right here, like, obviously, if you look at the evolution of the drafts across the entire series, I think Weibo have had some really great reads on blue side in terms of bringing out some picks that we might not have expected from them, right? Like, we have the Belveth coming out in the first game, and then in this game, shout out to, obviously, Tamwan Khan was the last player to actually play this at Worlds in 2021, but it was Flandra from EDG who actually brought this pick out as this insane push in top lane. And you saw that from this game where they had tier 2 turret down so quickly up on that top side.
And the really big thing for me is that Weibo identified that because the game is so centered around bot lane, and even more so when you look at the drafts that we've seen in this series, in isolation, if you can win the matchup, right? As we see with the Graves here, in particular, if you can get an isolated matchup for this pick and just use his shoving power, it makes it so insanely hard. Because as BLG, you need to cover for bot, because without Caitlyn and the Callista, like, hard winning, you don't really get that much value out of it. And they kind of do, but you want to push it further, but they can because top lane is in shambles.
It is, and the bot lane, I mean, Keria and Guma really did a number on everyone, or what's going on here?
So I wanted to pull up this play earlier because this was a moment where BLG could have actually broken the game towards their favor to try and get the soul. But look at the focus from Weibo. They both keep track of the flanker, Yagao, and focus down Shun to take out any threat of the dragon being stolen. Then they even push Elk away from the dragon, that Callista, that Rend, that was the only lasting threat that was still there. And the Shy is able to push them out on the other side. It's just so well controlled. When you give up 3 early dragons, you're always a little bit worried about that 4th dragon, something going wrong. Even though they got more gold and they were in a better position to fight it, some error can happen. Some stuff can get crazy, especially with Kalista Ren plus Smite combinations, but they focused on each threat as it arrived really, really well to eliminate them. And once they won that fight, the game is just blasted wide open because you denied the soul, then you get the Baron, and then you get to push them through the base.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we actually did see Elk and On do an okay job in lane, right? But when your top side is collapsing because of this insane push that the Shy's Graves has. Yeah, exactly, this guy. That became a huge problem, right? And this is if we're going to be playing around pushing lanes, this is what Graves excels at.
And we got to be honest, Kobe, when we look at the entire series, what has been going on in the top lane, it speaks for itself, actually.
Shox.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some stats for GigaShot. Pull up the full screen. Pull it up. Let's see how much he has smashed Bin, even in the game that they lost. This was touted as the premier matchup of top laners in the entire world. The Shy, can he bring back his world's winning form? Hell yes, he can. And he put Bin in the trash bin.
And particularly when you look at so many great performances of top laners, including the Shy. The most insulting thing in top lane is if you get a matchup, stomp, and then get the counter matchup, right, in a future game, and have way bigger impact. We haven't seen that specifically, but specifically the Aatrox performance that the Shy has shown throughout this tournament, even in the game they lost, where he was able to at least attempt to pull back. It just isn't enough, right? Bin has had 2 back-to-back extremely rough games, and even in the game they won, he wasn't really able to get that much going.
Yeah, and also credit to the Shy, obviously, for, we talked about even in that game 1, right, where we had the Shy set back, Monster, like, from that level 1, we're like, okay, this is really bad for the Rumble, but with Bin slow pushing the wave for that long, the Shy immediately got back into the game, and then the Rumble just took over.
Yeah, and he got in form right on time. We got to say, the Shy Crisp on the way to maybe another World's Finals. And it is, of course, the Shy's birthday, but it's someone else very important's birthday as well. Dagda, happy birthday
to you.
Bye-bye.
Happy birthday to you.
King fell.
Happy birthday,
I appreciate it. I did not know it was out of the box. They just told me it was under there. 5-second rule? Yeah, we'll count it.
All right, 5-second rule. Happy birthday to Dagda. Happy birthday to the Shy. And welcome back to the World's 2023. Isaac. What happened?
You keep going.
You just keep going
for this.
There's nothing open over here.
Even
this
open
is fine.
like this.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right,
it's open on both sides. You keep going.
That was fantastic. Okay. All right. We're good. Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 4. Weibo's up 2-1 here in the series. They're on match point. BLG have selected blue side, which has a 100% win rate so far. So maybe
that sounds pretty good.
They'll be able to bring us to silver scrapes, but man, it's been such a top diff so far in this series. The Shy is doing to Bin what you did to that cake.
Like, hey, I'm gonna claim that I am innocent in this one. I was just told there was cake under. I see a box at the bottom of the table. I grab the box.
I will
and
say,
the cloth on the
it's
table
open
knocks
on
the cake
both
off.
sides. It's open on both ends. So
I know it was on top of it.
Oh, okay.
I was told this was going to be a close matchup in the top lane, too.
Okay,
Sometimes
fair.
things don't work out how we thought.
I did not adapt.
Well, let's see if BLG can adapt and bring us to silver scrapes here, or if Weibo's going to close it out with a 3-1. We're back with BLG on the blue side once more. It's the Rumble immediately banned away by them. Nico banned out by Weibo. Second ban, that Poppy, they don't want Weiwei piloting that again.
I mean, he was really good on the Poppy, but I do think so much of this series, has been about the performance from the Shy in the top lane, as well as the drafting in the bot lane. So BLG now have got to win back-to-back games here if they want to be the ones to move on towards World Finals. They've beaten Weibo all 3 times that they have met in the LPL this year.
Yeah.
So for Weibo to win now would feel so bad for BLG.
It does feel like it's a very different game, though, at the moment, right? Like, when you look back to when they played in summer, it was like, hey, we got things like Annie Mid, and Yakko's been able to get out on the map and roam, but we just haven't really seen him get that opportunity in this game. And with the 1v1 happening and going so heavily in favor of the Shy, what is the answer? Is it Jax? No, it is going to be the Orianna immediately in that first pick.
So the thing that's interesting to me here is back in game number 1, we had the Jarvan banned, we had the Vi picked, and then Bel'Veth was the AD jungler that came out. This time around, Jarvan, Vi, Bel'Veth, they are all banned away. The Poppy also being banned. That's 4 out of 6 champions in this first phase of the bans being junglers. A lot of focus on that. It does leave a lot of other OPs open. We've got the Orianna first pick for BLG, and look at this. It's more Ashe priority. That one's going to get locked in for Weibo.
Yeah, and I'm not fully surprised, right? Again, like, you can substitute this in towards Light if you want. You can just flex it into Crisp. So you've got the opportunities to play either side. But yeah, look, I mean, they're going to swap over into the Jackson. It feels like BLG are kind of going back towards more what was the meta style coming in from the group stage and going, hey, look, this is what was successful for us. Let's just try and play our style.
Well, and now they're going to actually have that Sejuani pairing. So that's why I knew they were going Jax as soon as they locked the Sejuani. So they do change up the picking order from the last time that they were on blue side, where they actually first picked the Jax. This time the Orianna wasn't banned, so they grabbed that because the Vi was banned out. That would have been the change for Weibo on the red side. So they are going to have that incredibly strong top lane pairing. The Rel comes through. We are assuming that this is going to be Weiwei's pick, of course. Yes, there is, in theory, a chance that it's going to be Ashe AD and it is going to be Rel support, but we're working under the assumption that this is jungle.
Especially since you could probably ban away a lot of those things that, I mean, well, even if you want to put the Ashe support, it's like you can move it in towards like ban Caitlyn. You can try and ban, maybe take away Kalista or something yourselves, or ban away the Varus as well, and just say, hey, look, we want to go back towards something normal.
This is interesting because we haven't seen that so far this series, but I think they're trying to think one step ahead on the side of Weibo, and they're saying, all right, what would you try next? What would be the next kind of evolution of this? And so they're saying you would play Senna TK as an answer to both the Syndra and the Ashe. It's a really strong answer that Tom Kench being able to have the Devour on that ulti to kind of deny. So even though it hasn't been a pick that has actually shown up, I think it's really smart as a denial because it's so good against 2 picks that they already have in their draft.
And then again, you can kind of see on the upside, Caitlyn already going to be taken away. Rakan going to be the other one. So I think Weibo are trying to say, hey, look, let's force you into a bot lane where we can try and play this poke heavy style and like outlane you when it comes to the 2v2. But I'm kind of curious what they want to go for. Like, is this going to be the Kalista ban? Is it going to be something like the Varus and you force the opposite one?
Yeah, it is really interesting. And also, is BLG going to go more towards kind of what I was expecting before, which was a hard engaged bot lane? Because when you have it pairing with that Orianna, you do generally want some sort of engaged support. But then that leads you to the next inevitable question, which is, if you do draft a standard bot lane, do you just get absolutely clobbered by Ashe plus another AD carry?
And this is where I think you take the Aatrox into the top lane for the Shy and you leave open that flexibility, because I think you need some sort of damage if you want to try and flex this Ashe into...
Oh, it's Quinn!
Oh, okay!
So Quinn is actually... I wasn't even going to talk about this, because I've given up talking about this, because the only person I've seen play this is like, it's so rare, right? But you play Cleanse Quinn into the Jackson top lane, it is incredibly difficult to play. You actually use the flip on the leap strike from the Jax, it interrupts it, and makes it incredibly difficult to play around.
And the Shy was the first person to bring out the Quinn in the LPL into the Renekton, and now we're getting to see it here against the Jax as well. This is such a sick pick, and I love how the Shy is just like, me AD carry now. We want more. This is everything.
I mean, I respect it, right? You know, you're the ones in the driver's seat. The Shy is the guy with the hot hand. He's been crushing this series. He's my MVP of the series so far. So give him this pick. Give him this ability to try to outplay Bin and really dominate him as he has done in 3 straight games.
And Shun is going to be hyper aware of how good the Shy is on this pick, because when Shun was the jungler for IG, he brought it out. They played heavily up around this top side to make sure it could work out. So this is going to be heavy split push. They need to get the resources into the Shy so we can carry this game.
I actually love Bard. When I'm playing against low mobility carries, I think Bard is so incredible at setting up these engages. When I look at Ashe and I look at Syndra, you just kind of point and click the ulti on their head from a screen away, and that is going to land. And then you have the follow-up potentially of that Orianna ball waiting for them, of the Jax, of that Sejuani as well. But the bot lane 2v2 is going to be the real question for me. You know, I can see how BLG could dominate later on potentially, but the question is, can you get there? Because the top lane 1v1, very difficult. The bot lane 2v2, very difficult. So I do think that is going to be the question. Can they actually stabilize? Same thing here in the top lane. If you can get Shun up towards that top lane and kill off the Shy, force his cleanse, you can all of a sudden take those all-ins. You can win 100-0 plays as the Jackson in this matchup if the Quinn does not have his cleanse. So it's going to be really, really interesting. And maybe he's not even going to go. Maybe he'll just play that TP style or Ignite or something else. But you know, generally when they play it against Renekton, and generally when I've seen it played against Jax, it is about the cleanse.
I mean, this is the first top lane Quinn we've had in 3 years at Worlds. So 2020 Worlds was the last time we see it. And I think this is a really, really cool matchup to see how well can the Shy, I mean, dominate Bin. He's had an incredibly strong performance against him this time. But as you say, I think it's kind of a case of, okay, let's put the resources up there, get Weiwei to play on this top side once more. And if you force that isolation, well, now you've got an Ashe Heimer on that bot side that's going to have a ton of pressure. Like, it feels like a lose-lose nearly, unless you can get this early lead on that top side for Bin.
But honestly, I don't think you have any ability to really make something happen as Shun on the bot side anyway. It's going to be so difficult between Heimer turrets. They're likely going to have the push. There's going to be cleanse on the Ashe. They're going to shove you in. There's going to be that fat wave. So I feel like you just need to play towards top, and it is TP on the Quinn. So I think you full send it towards top lane on this Quinn. If you can get out his flash, you can get 100 to 0 CC'd easily by a Sejuani plus a Jax. You've got to be so careful about that, because if you fall behind, all of a sudden you walk back to lane and you're just getting jumped on over and over and over. And they're going to be playing for this side lane brush in top lane. In these melee versus range matchups, it is ridiculously important to be able to deny that ward and get it for your team.
Oh, Weiwei, he's in some trouble here. Bin's made his way up. Counter-strike coming in for the stun. Weiwei gets away with a crash down. Yagao finds a little bit of extra damage, but very fortunately for Weiwei, he doesn't lose the flash, he doesn't lose his life, and he's going to reset to heal up in time to not be behind in the jungle.
Exactly, so On is now going to be down that Ignite, you know, not really getting anything from it, and Elk is going to get pushed out. And this is going to be him taking a little bit chip, not a lot, but he obviously won't have time to base.
I think the thing is, though, you force the Shy away from that top brush, which is your win on the top end of the map, right? Yeah. I mean, you will end up having Chris being able to do whatever the hell he wants with his turret, so imagine he'll set up in that very front turret, in that first brush and the second brush, as you would usually with Heimer, but at least you give Bin the opportunity to stay up at a wave rather than just losing it immediately.
And you can see Elk knows how heavy the poke is going to be in this lane. It's Boots 4-pot, right? So we're moving back into this old style meta where it is all about the poke, it is all about avoiding that, and he is stacking those turrets up there, and Bin's just flashing on him. The Shy is going to have to respond flash likely, but he's using that Fleet Footwork proc to get away.
Yeah, really nicely done. Just realized, hang on, I've got the Fleet Footwork. I can do whatever the hell I want here, so he's going to be fine. And now you have an opportunity where if Weiwei can get up here, he can go for some sort of flash stun and actually set up. And you can see here, Bin trying to just keep himself at, to get some of the CS, but the Shy is going to be able to whittle him down so well.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, especially when you committed the flash, because that's generally your play. Right. Is you wait for your jungler to come up, you E-flash, you stun him, and then the jungler falls up and you hope you get a kill. But the fact that he actually committed that and the Fleet Forward proc was there meant he just kind of walked away, but he's going to play it aggressive, and you have to be willing to do this in these melee versus range matchups. If you just try to sit back and farm, you will get poked down and you will not have a chance. So every time Leaf strikes up, you basically have to jump on him, and you're going to be having to be willing to play these really kind of razor-thin margins where you're putting yourself at risk always.
Yup, and you can see the Shy. He waits until the counter-strike is about to expire, and then he fires with the enchanted auto attack, making sure that he's getting those trades back. That's what it's all about in melee versus range. The melee is going to win in the upfront trade, but in mid lane, it's Xiaohu now getting jumped on. Shun coming around for the gank. Arctic Assault leads the way, but Xiaohu flashes over the wall into the river. Weiwei was there waiting on him, so Shun's not going to flash after. They'll take that summoner spell as the reward.
That'll give control to Yago over this mid lane, though, and you can see immediately Shun starting to move in. Weiwei spots him, misses the crash down, though, and Shun will be able to take a good chunk off the jungler as well, giving more control to the top side of BLG.
Exactly, and it's red buff advantage as well for Shun, so he's just going to keep going, trying to poke him down, and now he could move up towards that top side, continue harassing him, deny him from taking this potential red. I think he saw his jungle pet, so he should know that he's moving up towards Krugs. Could continue contesting him if he wants, but it's just going to be Shun starting up the red, and is going to get both of these reds. Should be able to maybe move back down in towards the river and grab the scuttle as well.
I think he then needs to make a trip top, because you can look at where that wave is stuck for Bin. It's not in the best of spots. He really needs to crash that, and Weiwei has healed up, so he's going to be in an okay spot. On being called up as well to the mid lane to try and help relieve some of this pressure, but we'll leave Elk still struggling in that bottom side. Although, as I say, struggling, he's doing all right when it comes to CS.
Should be able to get to this. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's nice. Just delay the recall a little bit. The wave is stacking and going towards him, so it's not going to be the end of the world, but Elk, oh, nice sidestep.
Very clutch there. Needed to avoid that stun. If you hit that one, the follow-up's going to be devastating.
And that was really quick, because he swaps to the red gun, uses the Q for the speed up, and then sidesteps. So if he doesn't get that movement speed, he actually gets stunned there and could have potentially died, because I think Ignite plus the extra autos that would come through, at the very least, he's going to have to use Cleanse, Flash away maybe, you know, so it would have been a rough spot, but nicely done there by Elk, managing in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, and at the moment, I will say for BLG, they're doing a good job of managing what Weibo are trying to achieve. So Bin burnt his flash, but because Shun has been active on this top side, it's made it difficult for Weibo to really try and contest. The Smite steal for the level up, though. That one hurts a little bit, but it's still, again, you're keeping control for Shun on this top end, but Elk is going to need some help in a little while. This lane is going to become more and more oppressive.
Crisp is doing a really good job with the Rockets, tagging him multiple times there. And you can see that Shun is not covering any potential dive on top side. This is kind of similar to what happened in that last game where it was the Jax. He didn't cover and then ended up having Bin get really punished on that dive. In this case, we know, of course, that Weiwei has based. And Shun is going to be fine to continue clearing down towards bot side, but with the bouncing wave, it's in an awkward spot for Bin.
And with Light and Crisp having this control over the bottom lane, every time we pan down here, we're seeing Elk take big chunks of his health bar. That's a really good sign for Weibo, considering as these games have been the top lane severely favoring them, it's been Elk and On that have got the better of him in the bottom lane the past couple.
I will say, though, like, this is kind of the Chris special in the LPL. He's still one of the few support players that is willing to bring out the Heimerdinger, and he's putting in good work. So I think now that Light and Crisp have that opportunity to play that little bit more aggressive, you'll see them leaning over towards, as you can see for Weiwei at the moment, things like Dragon, getting control there. And as long as BLG aren't getting their hands on Dragons, it becomes very difficult for them to force team fights that would then lend itself in towards Bin being a bit more useful, being able to play towards their compositional strengths, and it'll open up the Shy to be more of a nuisance.
Well, just look how there's no vision on this entire top side for BLG. So Bin cannot play to it. We know that Weiwei is actually doing the Dragon, and now he gets the message, but he couldn't push in the wave. He actually had to back off, and he's going to have to spend his TP on a completely screwed top wave to try to crash that in because he didn't have any info on where Weiwei was. So it's definitely a tough spot now for Bin. Spends that TP, is walking back, and we'll see if he can fix it as they're taking Dragon.
They're taking Dragon, but Weiwei's at half HP. Yagal's rotating over. Shun ready to come in over the wall. Weiwei should drop here. The flash has already been used. He wants to try to re-engage, but they have the damage to bring him down. First blood money goes over to Elk, and now Crisp has to try to flash to get away over the wall. Shun's in hot pursuit, and he needs a little bit more for the CC. The Heimerdinger is stunned up and gunned down. Elk gets the first 2 kills of the game.
That is massive. Getting those kills for Elk is such a big deal, putting him nearly 700 gold ahead of Light. He's in this position where he's supposed to be the one taking that punishment, getting beat down on the bot side, getting him first blood, and the second is huge.
But this is where we start to see the faults of Weibo coming back to bite them. They didn't need to fight that. They didn't need to overextend. They got the Dragon, get the hell out of dodge. But instead, they end up giving those kills across because they think they can take the fight. And BLG are happy to get some gold onto that bot side.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Weiwei was really low in this position. You know, and I think you just had to at least give up Weiwei, and then the others could run, right? So you're always going to lose that one kill. I don't think he's ever going to get out, but I agree. Chris could have just ran for the hills here early on, and he would have likely been out scot-free. Instead, does go for the flash. The follow is there from Shun.
And I think it's worth at that stage, right? Again, Dragon stacking is a big port of call here for BLG, and now topside.
Oh, Bin's going in. The Shy tries to get away from it. He'll survive the all-in attempt. He knows he can't go much further than just those couple of auto attacks here for the follow-up. As On wants to go on a magical journey. He takes a lot of damage, but he gets away in time. Light down to 400 HP too, as Elk has the red-white guns, and Crisp has no flash. Elk just follows him through the tunnel and buries him there.
It's Skeet shooting in the tunnel, knocks him out of the sky there. Elk on a killing spree now in the bot lane, and Bin. I think Shy kind of messed up his wave, because off of that wave that was pushing out from Bin, where he TB'd back and tried to fix it, the Shy kind of over-pushed, and the wave was stacked towards Bin. He took a cheater recall, walked back to lane, and it meant that the Shy had to push up to actually try to fix his wave. And then from that situation, he was able to look for the all-in, trade flashes, and now, if I'm Bin, I'm calling for my jungler. Get up here, get up towards top, kill this Quinn, and put me in a position where I can take some plates, and then you can own that top lane.
All right, and that's what I was going to say. Take the fight at Riftchild here as well, because the Shy without flash isn't going to be able to enter this fight, because you can immediately turn a Shun. You can set up with Yagao. Like, this is where it becomes really difficult that you don't have that early setup for the Quinn. So now Bin going to be in a position where they can give some of those resources back, especially with Elk having 3 kills on that bot side. He doesn't need as much.
We've been seeing fights for these Rift Heralds in this series, but that one has no resistance from Weibo as BLG can take it. There were no flashes available for any player on Weibo. In fact, the only flash that's currently up is the Fed Aphelios in Elk. Not really a fight that you want to be taken from Weibo's side. It'll remain a 3-0 game. It'll remain almost a 1,500 gold lead for BLG.
You can see, though, that Weibo are trying to see if they can cover where that potential Rift Herald is going. moving light towards mid to try and hover there for a second to collect the wave, but he's going to now move back towards bot side. But honestly, if I'm Shun, I just go, right, I'm going to clear out my top side jungle, wait for Bin to slow push this wave into the top side, and then we crash it with On already having pressure here, and the Shy can't really do anything about it. Even with Weiwei here, a good ult from On, if he hits that level 6 before it comes up, will change everything.
And that's why I think Weiwei isn't going to wait around behind him. He's going to move up into that lane, make sure that he's in position to be able to respond. Good vault there from the Shy, interrupts the Q. But this is where the problem comes, if you're not way ahead, is that the Q from Jax is a way lower cooldown. And if they go for this dive, though, this is going to get turned around. Weiwei's here.
Weiwei's here, but Yagao and On have also rotated up. It would be a 4v2 dive. You can see Crisp also making his way up. There were pings coming out from Weibo on the ward in the middle of top lane that Yagao would have been able to teleport to and find a further counterattack. So BLG call it off.
Crisp, though, still stepping up, doesn't have flash. They know that.
Shun, nice aim on the Sejuani ult. He's going to lock down Crisp, and Yagao gets the kill. Money for the carries. BLG finding it 4 times in the first 10 minutes.
Nicely done. And that plate that just went down mid, I don't think anyone was actually in range to get it, but Elk potentially in trouble.
Yeah, Elk had to pop the cleanse already, trying to get away from Light. Now flashing to try to escape Xiaohu. The follow-up, the unleashed power. Xiaohu gets a big shutdown, but it'll cost his life to get it done. Yagao should be the one picking up the money here, and BLG makes it an even trade.
Good punch there from Weibo, but it's a great counter punch, and now Bin, you gotta play this mind game. Can he actually use that counter-strike properly?
Well, survives for now, but the Shy and Weiwei are not done yet. Still stepping up, still chasing him away. He's gonna lose these minions to the turret.
This, though, is Weibo saying, hey, look, we're not even looking at Dragon. We're just going to try and get some resource onto the Shy. So off the reset from Shun, I think he'll move mid. You'll be able to crack open 2 turret plays there for yourself, lean in towards the Dragon. And for Weibo, they've just lost complete control over the bot side because of that first Dragon fight. And even with this TP play, they thought maybe we can get something to work in our favor before we kick off this next fight. But the fact that you already had the Sejuani moving down, the immediate TP being answered from Yagao as well, means he just go 1 for 1 on the trade, and still BLG have control in this bottom half of the map.
At the very least, they get the summoners, though, off the Aphelios, so maybe an angle to try to make something happen on him. With Weiwei having flash, Shun is going to have to get out of there, but Crisp is behind him. This is going to get a little bit weird, but I think he should be okay.
Yeah, Arctic Assault over the wall. Only the Heimer is waiting. Crisp has been level 4 for a really, really long time now, so he doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Why rush?
To Shun. Flash out from On to escape the stun from the grenade. Weibo bringing up more to try to find a collapse here, but Bard is a slippery target. Magical Journey gets him to safety.
Well, this is actually really big for Jax, though. You just get a little bit of time in the side lane, be able to get some of these plates, be able to get some uncontested gold, and you can drag yourself back into this matchup. He's honestly been doing pretty well, you know, given the counter pick here from the Shy, and given the fact that he hasn't really gotten much help from Shun. It's been mostly isolated 1v1. Maybe going to get chased down a bit now, though. We'll see.
Yep, the Shy's going after him, but because of the fact that he went those plated steel caps, he gets away for now. On with a Tempered Fate, follows it up with a Binding. Only stuns up Weiwei as Crisp walks away from it.
Yeah, good guy Weiwei trying to get in front of it there a little bit, but there's the ult.
Magical Journey's already been summoned, but the chain CC is extreme. On goes on the Journey anyway. He gets away all the way back behind the turret, and Weibo's best efforts still come up a little short.
But the thing is, you're preventing BLG from being set up with this Rift Tower. You can see it's getting very close to timing out, and they just don't really have control over the map. So Shun, I think, has to start moving down towards his bot lane and say, hey, look, we're just going to try and do something. You can see there, actually, doesn't even get time. He just immediately tosses in mid lane.
And this is why on Bard you can go these tankier builds, right? He's going Relic Shield, not Spell Thieves, but
Shun stunned up. Arctic Assault back over the wall, has to flash away so the Syndra can't follow it up with anything else. Unleashed power on its own was not enough to secure the kill. The Herald ends up wasting its time on the minions, and that means no value comes out of this objective just yet. They shut it down before the charge.
And now Shun is low, so if you're Weibo, you push mid, go for a Dragon, potentially set that up, maybe even interrupt Bin, who's trying to take this tier 1 on though cost.
On again, under some pressure, but again, getting away thanks to the Magical Journey, just taking him through the shortest amount of terrain. Bin at least picks up most of that turret down there in the bottom lane. Not quite all of it. The turret plate still standing for another 15 seconds was enough to give the thing enough damage resistance to stay standing.
Gotta say, pretty big mistake though from Shun, not being able to get that Herald off. That first one especially, that's just free gold, right? That you're gonna be able to drop down. You just drop it in range of a tower, you're getting a couple plates, you're getting quite a bit of gold. That's a kill worth of gold that they just missed out on for really no reason. Bin, though, did get quite a bit of time in bot lane as the Shy is starting to move around the map more. And when Bin gets the one item and the Shy is still just on this Shiv, I think there's definitely opportunities here for him to make something happen.
Oh, the Shy Gonna lose his opportunity for a back here, but a TP's coming in to reinforce. On and Shun together do not have enough damage to burst him down in time with Xiaohu teleporting in. Scatter the Weak will not find a target.
Look top though. I mean, Bin again has just been a nuisance on sides. I mean, that was more to see if they could catch Xiaohu, I think, on the reset. That's not really going to do much, but I think the big problem is, sorry, the Shy on the reset, but the problem is this static Shiv Quinn isn't far enough ahead to take over the game, and if you're not in a position to take over the game, Bin is just going to outscale you. Bin is going to do more in team fights, and look at where the position is now. Weibo can't even contest the Dragon that they look like they had full control over.
Yeah, exactly. It gets really, really tough, you know, and Leaf Strike right now, 7-second cooldown. Quinn E, the 10-second cooldown, but as you get more CDRs, you get those items coming in for the Jax, it becomes really different. Where, you know, Jax later on in the game, you're like a 3-4 second cooldown on your Q, and he's just jumping on you nonstop. Then this whole interaction that makes the matchup so positive for Quinn stops really mattering, because it's like, great, you vaulted his Q, and then he Q'd you again.
And I think a large portion of that is the fact that the bot lane isn't going the way it should for Light and Crisp. The early Dragon fight really caught the Shy out, and this is going to catch him as well.
Yep, Yagal's coming up to try to get the punish here on the Quinn. As Bin jumps in for a little bit more. Shockwave, nice moves from the Shy, but they ain't nice enough. Yagal goes on a killing spree.
And now you got Rift Herald that's just spawned as well, so at least you get a second attempt here for BLG to crack that into one of the turrets, but Bin is already cracking heads in the top side. He's going to be able to take this turret as well, and it just feels like BLG, they weathered the part of the game that they needed to, and now they're getting to live their best lives.
I mean, Yagao is quietly having a really good game. That TP down towards bot side to punish Xiaohu, now a TP up towards top side to help Bin. Shun has been, you know, less active than his mid laner, it feels like. You know, Yagao has kind of been everywhere. Those early kills that got Elk going really, I think, made this game so difficult for Weibo. And the fact that Shy is not able to create this massive advantage that he has been in these other games is putting him in such a tough spot. Now they have to kind of really depend on picks, I feel like.
You can also see a little bit of a difference here in the Jax compared to what you see in most games. No Divine Sunderer, Trinity Force instead. 4 out of 5 targets are squishy, so the percent HP damage isn't as valuable, and the extra utility of the Trinity Force giving you the speed as you chase targets, very useful in those sidelines.
Exactly, and now he's just going to keep jumping on the Shy and getting these chunks out. Ulti grenade, looking for the pick, but there's no one can follow up. That wasn't going to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, Crisp is trying his best, but he's been set so far behind that he can't really do anything. Xiaohu, on the other hand, definitely making things work there against On, going to force him back. Weibo are going to start up this Rift Herald, but I mean, with BLG in position and Jax now threatening your bot side turret, you can't stick around here, Weibo.
Yeah, exactly, and if they can stop the Shy from going back, could be tough, but he is going to be able to just mount up on the birdie, fly on down the bot lane. But Bin now can move over towards mid if they want. They can threaten in towards this mid tier 1 as well if Weibo were to start up the Herald. But On is here to help.
Oh, they find the Tempered Fate. On getting in position. Immediate Sejuani ulti over the wall. The Shy just gets punished. Huge moves coming out for BLG. It's going to set Bin up to be able to take out this tier 2 turret. That's the enemy top laner down. That's so much of that mobility around the map removed.
It's given Nanivia vibes for the top laner at the moment, but in mid.
Oh, nice shutdown coming out for Weibo. It's Xiaohu getting the kill as Elk is ignited and forced to fall back all the way underneath the tier 1 turret. TP coming in now to try to help him out, help make this defense. Tier 1 turret not dead just yet. Bin has arrived, takes a little damage as soon as he gets there.
Weibo could even go up towards the Herald now if they want. They are moving up towards that side. We'll see if they started, if it's just going to be a move to push out that top wave. But On has been so good on the Bard this game. He's really been riding that line. You want to be harassing your opponents. You want to be making them use those spells on you. And he's going a relatively defensive build, you know, gets the early mercs to deal with a lot of the CC. And I think we're going to see quite a few pairs. We already have 3 done on BLG this game.
Oh, yeah.
And they are looking really, really good.
And you saw it briefly on your screen as well, 1,000 gold lead for Bin now on his Jax.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable in this game 4 than he has throughout the rest of this series. And BLG immediately starting up this Rift Herald as well. They have the Shy for Weibo trying to push him bot side, but he's a long way from hitting any of those towers.
I just don't really know how the Shy is going to play it out now. You know, generally when you fall behind as Quinn, your team fighting is pretty hard because you're relatively low range and there's a lot of CC over on the other side that could get you burst down. You can't win the 1v1 against Jax. So then your option, especially with these Shiv kind of builds, where you just kind of ult to a side lane, you push out the wave, then you ult and you go somewhere else, you look if you see if you can group, find an odd number fight, then you go somewhere else, and you just keep kind of playing this like guerrilla tactics style where you're just pushing waves and you're looking for 2v1s, you're looking for 3v2s, you're looking to use the speed that your ultimate gives you to move around the map because you're not strong in an even fight anymore.
But that's why I think things like the Bard are such a good answer here, because you can slow down that opportunity by ulting your ally to make sure they're safe, or even using a magical journey to travel travel your team around the map to try and match some of that speed. So this just becomes incredibly difficult for the Shy to try and operate. And from this position, BLG, yes, they don't have the dragons, but you've got a Baron that's going to come up. They can start to force team fights. They can start to play for vision. You just don't have the control you need for this team as Weibo.
Yeah, and I think if Weibo aren't set up first, any objective that you try to walk into where BLG are already there, you're going to force the flash from Xiaohu or Light so easily with Onzol. And if you don't have that, you're just dead. I don't think there's really much of an ability for them to kind of protect and keep people away.
Ooh, tempered
swing and a
fate.
miss.
Not going to connect that one, so Weibo will be happy with it. The Shy trying to use that speed again, jumping in after Bin, chases him through the leap strike away back to his own minions, finds a little bit of poke, but meanwhile, the Rift Herald summon up in mid lane. Unlike the first one, this one's gonna get the charge. Tier 1 turret finally breaks. That's 4 turrets to 2 for the side of BLG.
And Yagao was pushing bot lane, and now they're gonna TP on the Shy.
The Shy's the target. Magical Journey coming out for On as they immediately arrive with a TP from Yagao. No way out for the Quinn. The arrow comes in from a long way away, but it's not enough. Another kill over to BLG, 8-2 now.
3 straight TPs from Yagao, resulting in kills. Mr. Worldwide for BLG right now.
Just every time I just think his name Toothpaste, and I'm just like, Robot Toothpaste. It's like
My man Toothpaste dominated in the bot lane, keeping things clean and sparkly in the top lane.
And he's got teeth now as well, because he's got a couple of kills himself. But for BLG, just give him the opportunity to go for Dragon here and get something as well. So for Weibo, I just don't know what you do here. As you can see, the opportunities to try and play for side lanes is just completely out of control. Bin is massive with 2 items now completed. You were talking about, hey, look, getting that cooldown on the leap strike, Spear of Shojin going to help out with that perfectly, and you can just chase the Shy down now in these scenarios.
It's so tough, right? I think you're just looking for picks. You're hoping that you can hit an Ashe ult on a squishy target and burst them down, right? And that is going to be really just the Orianna, but it becomes very, very difficult as they're just making these plays. This is how Quinn wins matchups, is you have to push, you have to play aggressive, you can't play slow, or every time you're fighting, Jax will have leap strike and you'll just lose, right? It's just kind of how it works. So you expose yourself to getting attacked, you expose yourself to these TPs. It hasn't even been about Shun getting up there and helping Bin at all. It's been about Yagao and it's been about On.
Yeah, and I think it's amazing to see Yagao kind of have these moments, because we just said coming into this draft, hey, look, the whole story for the summer matchup between BLG and Weibo, and a lot of BLG was Yagao getting onto his roaming champions where he can be a Talia, where he can get an Annie, start to roam, have an impact in side lanes, and set up for Elf, set up for Bin to be the main stage carries. Now, Orianna, not the traditional sense, but as you've been pointing out, Azale, the TPs from Yagao have been crucial in keeping control in this game.
Exactly. Orianna, not a roaming champion, not with that attitude. Yagao will show you.
Man, it's a big, big difference all over the Rift. We're talking about having the second completed item for the Jax. In the jungle, it's the Abyssal Mask, already done for the Sejuani. Does a lot to amp the damage of the Ori and the Jax too, because remember, he's a split damage champion. And BLG now moving into the enemy jungle, placing down some vision, removing the wards of their opponents. The Baron is up, and they want to scare Weibo into having a check and make sure they're not doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, for BLG, it feels like they're trying to power some of that 2020 Sooning to see if they can try and push their ways in towards finals. It feels like they're kind of the ancestors, with Bin still being there, On training under Sword Art to now be popping off on the Bard as well. I think this is where BLG, as long as they can play it slow, as long as they can keep control over this Baron, they should be able to push us towards that game 5.
We have to take a step back and realize that this is now, assuming this goes to chalk, you know, BLG have a big advantage. They're looking like they're favorites for this game. If they win, that's 4 straight blue side wins, and it's 4 straight dominant wins from blue side. None of the games have actually been very close across 4 games, right? And that would mean Weibo would be back on blue side for game number 5. And BLG would have to problem solve in the draft, figure out what they're going to do. But for now, they're going to be the ones starting up the Baron and trying to force Weibo's hand.
Exactly. Weibo had both solo laners down there in the bot side, looking to make a play on Bin. But now BLG just don't have the damage without the Jax there to pose a serious threat onto the Baron. The Shy trying to get away. Tempered Fate, forcing the flash. Nicely done.
And you can see how quickly the Shy can get to the top side, but you can see how quickly the Shy needs to exit as soon as he gets there. BLG quickly turning on him to make sure that now he's uncomfortable, because not only does it make it more difficult for him in a team fight having the flash down, but in his side lane, that opens up Bin to very quickly jump onto this Quinn and just make sure that, well, if Xiaohu isn't there, that's a dead bird.
That's a solo kill waiting to happen, absolutely. If he shows up, Bin is going to Q on him, he's going to E it, and then he's going to flash on your face, and you're dead. There's not really any way out of that from that position. The Shy now, though, does get the Gale Force, so has a little bit more build mobility with that. but I don't know if it's really going to be enough at this point. His Bin is so incredibly strong, Yagao so incredibly strong. All the carries are really fed on the side of BLG, and it's just a matter of them playing a clean game from this position, which thus far they've been doing a really good job of. They're just trying to continually contest vision up around the top side, up around the Baron, and force Weibo come in and then look for picks.
I think it's also been a great performance from On as, okay, there we go, Xiaohu nearly gets the same treatment, but here comes the handsome support.
It's flash for flash, and Xiaohu's gone. On shows up again, the Bard anywhere and everywhere all of the time, getting him another kill.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, is that On feels like he's been everywhere. He's been covering topside, he's been roaming mid. On has had a fantastic game on this Bard, and he's been such a big playmaker for BLG. Now he's getting to make his name in the semi-finals to see if he can take down Weibo here.
Weibo feel like they gotta do something. The Baron's already down to 5,000 HP. Bin's coming in, goes for the stun. Weiwei's found out immediately. Tempered Fate to lock down the enemy jungler. Sejuani ulti's not gonna hit a target. Weiwei still being focused. Elk grabs the kill on him as Bin's going in, looking to chase the Shy all the way out of the fight. Still 2 dead on the side of Weibo, but Xiaohu's about to respawn, and he has TP once he does. Right back onto the Baron go BLG, as On could be in some trouble. He tries to get away from the Harrier procs, but he has to go on a magical journey to do it. BLG are losing HP, and now they have to continue to disengage. Light taking a lot of damage from Yagao. He pops the cleanse, but Yagao dunks him with the ball. Now On might finally die here in the back line, but not quite yet. The Shy will drop instead, and Elk's coming to join the party. BLG only lose their support, and they ace Weibo.
Yagao is just going crazy. It's Yagao for BLG. Popping off, takes down Light, flashes in aggressive into the bot lane, in the 1v2, makes it happen. And BLG onto the Baron here. Bin gonna be zoning out Weiwei. There's no way in.
Yep, it might be full HP versus 20% HP, but Jax versus Rel, that's gonna favor Jax every single time. Hit him with the helicopter and take the Baron as the prize. BLG are primed to win this game.
There was no other way than this series to go the distance when you look at them, and it looks like BLG are primed to do just that again. A brilliant fight here. Look, a little bit messy at the start where you get the miscommunication on ults, but after that, you've got Bin who jumps onto the Shy, forces him out, while the CC goes on to Weiwei to keep him in check, and then it's just a case of falling back, drawing Weibo in once more, and waiting for these cooldowns to come back up so you can actually start to turn this fight once more.
Exactly, Weibo are starting to really chase in. You watch the Shy as well as Xiaohu. They go over on the magical journey, and Yagao says, I see an opportunity here. He catches Light with the ulti, flashes forward to follow. The rest of the team piles in, they get the kill, and then they can just retreat back here as On hits another binding. Yes, he goes down, but not without getting a huge play for the team.
Also, massive Aftershock proc coming in from Shun at the end, right as the ultimate from Xiaohu came out. Got the Aftershock proc so he didn't go down. I was able to provide the CC alongside On then to finish off Xiaohu so no one dies. And now BLG, you just get to push in, you get to play the game as you want.
This has been the Dragon Soul lot of 3 Infernal Souls in this series that are actually up for grabs in a lot of poke-heavy comps. This one not so poke-heavy for BLG, but who knows if it's even going to last that long. They have the Baron, they're pushing in, and there's not really any recourse for Weibo.
The Shy had to use the Gale Force to get away from the Tempered Fate. Mid lane, tier 3 turret already gone. The one in bottom under a lot of pressure. Weibo trying to find any sort of a chance to punish these guys. On again, just so slippery on the Bard. Impossible for them to lock this guy down. 1 death so far the entire game as the Shy gets caught jumping in out of the base gate. Immediately followed up with a Sejuani ulti. The damage over the wall from Elk is enough. It's a 5v4 and BLG is kicking in the door against Weibo. The damage on Light is enough with the shockwave, and that should do it. 2 more down, 2 left to go. BLG wants silver scrapes, and they're gonna take it right here. Chris and Xiaohu can do nothing to defend. The Nexus turrets are reduced to dust, and we are going the distance. It's time for Game 5.
There was no other way that this series could have ended. Game 5 is on the cards. We've seen the ups, we've seen the downs of both of these teams, but only one of them will get to advance to the World Finals.
What a series it has been, so back and forth. But now it is going to be Weibo back to the blue side, which has won every single game in this series, and BLG are going to have to solve for that, going to have to figure out what to do in the draft.
This one is truly entertaining us here today, my friends. I wouldn't have it any other way than a Game 5 here to kick off the semifinals of Worlds. We're going to toss to a break now, but once we're back, you know what time it'll be. Don't go anywhere. Shun's in hot pursuit, and he needs a little bit more for the CC. The Heimerdinger is stunned up and gunned down as Elk has the red-white guns, and Crisp has no flash. Elk just follows him through the tunnel and buries him there. But it'll cost his life to get it done. Yagao should be the one picking up the money here, and BLG makes it an even trade. Oh, they find the Tempered Fate on, getting in position. Immediate Sejuani ulti over the wall. The Shy just gets punished, but not quite yet. The Shy will drop instead, and Elk's coming to join the party. BLG only lose their support, and they ace Weibo.
It goes all the way, and that means we have silver scrapes. The crowd is ready for Game 5, but remains to be seen who out of Weibo and BLG will make it to the end of the series, and well, both of them will make it, but only one of them is going to the World Finals. And we talked so much about the top lane this entire series, Kobe, but last game was all about Elk and On in that bot lane.
And they have been putting in so much work for BLG this series. Let's pull up a clip immediately here for the bottom lane, because as soon as we saw this, we're like, on Aphelios, Elk getting these kills off of the dragon fight is so big for BLG. Weibo, they could have kind of left Weiwei there and had it end at 1 kill plus the dragon going over, but then they try and fight it, they flash forward, and On able to Bard tunnel in Elk to pick up the extra kill here. This is first blood bonus, plus 2 kills, and then they get a 3rd one here as well. And at this point, you know, Elk, you're getting flashbacks even to MSI when Aphelios was super meta. You're like, you have faith. The bottom lane this time will be able to carry for BLG, push us to that game 5. And it wasn't just Elk either. No. On this Bard was light years ahead of Crisp, who was sticking level 4 for about 20 minutes.
That was tough to watch for Chris. I think the big thing, though, is, as you said, right, when we thought about how BLG came to prominence at MSI and what made them so successful, it was a really great understanding of how to play around Elk's Aphelios, right? He was phenomenal in that at that tournament, and with this we've seen Elk and On do actually really well in these pushing bot lanes, right? Like, they've had good consistent games even when BLG have lost in this series. However, the big thing for me in this game, in addition to Elk on the Aphelios, is the roaming from on this Bard, right? Like, the attention they gave to getting that level 1 brush control in topside because of the Quinn into Jax matchup. But then On had his lowest support to bot proximity at 14 in this game at 44.6%. His previous 2 games were 74 and 88. You think about how this tournament has evolved, pushing bot 2v2. It was really cool to see this roaming performance from On that made the most of how he knew where to be, and also that Bard is just an incredibly difficult champion to lock down.
And it's such an annoying pick to try and play Quinn into, because Quinn is so risky in her top lane matchups, wants to play off of pressure, has a weakness to getting ganked. Guess what? If not only the jungler is ganking you, but the support is also ganking you, it makes it that much more difficult.
And obviously, if you win with the Quinn, you get a really high value. But to me, the biggest thing was not only how well BLG dealt with it, but also for Weibo, the shy as
oh no!
When you know, it's the classic. If you don't love him at his worst, you don't deserve him at his best.
True.
Rough game, not necessarily due to him, because I think that for me, for Weibo, they have looked the best, even when bot lane isn't necessarily doing amazing. As long as they can keep up, then the shy in the pure 1v1 will be able to deliver. But with Quinn, you need to play towards him.
Maurits, do you feel like Bin was playing golf in that last game? Because he hit the birdie.
Oh, I walked into that one.
You said you had a lot of dad jokes.
I know. Hey, regardless, though, we're going to see who is the true daddy of the top lane when we look again at this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, and in general, how this has gone, because the Shy has been doing, I think, better if you look at the series overall for Bin, but is it going to matter in this 5th game?
I think it matters tremendously if we're looking at how do Weibo win, right? Because for me, the story of BLG winning has been around their bot lane, Elk and On. For me, the story of Weibo winning has been the Shy, and in an isolated 1v1, getting the better of Bin every single time.
And additionally, if you look at that man in game 5, that's a superpower.
If they win, I want a cam on him.
We need, absolutely. But specifically, if you look at the way that Weibo lost their 2 games, it's both when bot lane goes out of control. We had one game where the bot lane wasn't able to really get a lead, right? They were still somewhat behind, but because of how well topside went, it was still worth it. In this game, neither happened, and Weibo wasn't able to bounce back at all.
And guess what?
What?
The lane that we have not talked about all series long.
Mid lane.
The mid lane, because both of them this series have been making big blunders. Yeah. Guess what? Yagao came up pretty big, okay? Yagao on the Orianna. Massive, massive plays. People were memeing on him. People have been memeing on both mid laners.
Oh, he wouldn't dare. But Emily had a good point. She said, when Toothpaste is doing well, usually BLG is going to win the game.
Yeah, because I think like the big thing is that Yagao is, how do I put this? And then, like, he is a key player, but he does not have to do super well in lane for that to be a thing for BLG, right?
Like one of the smaller T's on the keychain.
When BLG is looking at what has them win, right? It's not Yagao coming out and stomping lane. And it's certainly not, no offense, Yagao Akali.
Yagao Akali.
But But to get to a world final, maybe that's what you need. You need to squeeze the very last bit out of the tube when it comes to Yagao. And both of these teams, I think this just worked well, guys. Anyways, as we go into the final game, let's kind of take stock of the two teams that we have here. A BLG that rose to the top, maybe unsuspectingly. Definitely when you look at the true super team that was promised in Weibo that did not deliver for the longest time. What do you guys think? What does your gut tell you for this game 5, 1 game away from finals?
I'm going to go with blue side. You know, it's kind of a couple, but in this series, it's been so big. I think Weibo actually are in the position, as long as they can make sure that the Shy gets counterpick, which I think, unless we see BLG hugely divert, he should be able to, then you can have a mitigating bot lane. And it would mean that this team, the 4th seed, makes it to finals, 2nd year in a row, and we all know how last year ended.
We're just going to keep on using those 4th seed stories here. Use that power.
We will, but you have the conflicting predictions we had at the start of the day. Kobe had 3-2 in favor of Weibo. Emily had 3-2 in favor of BLG. Give me your final arguments.
So I'll say I do think the bot lane of BLG has been performing better. I will stick with my BLG prediction because even if it looks like I am not going to win, I take my L's and I stick to them. So I will not flip-flop, but I think, again, the story of this is if Weibo are going to win, it's going to come from the Shy doing well. And then for BLG, I think it really comes from their bot lane doing well.
Okay.
Blue side! Blue side! Blue side!
Is it just that, or you don't have faith in your players? Is it just blue side?
Shy is going to get a better pick to be able to actually influence the game than Quinn. Quinn is such a risky one. Also, I have more confidence in the bottom lane to be able to come up with something like Krokos that is more safe. For the bottom side.
Okay, we'll see what happens. BLG, they have improved their margins every step of the way this year. They fight themselves to Game 5. Will it be enough to get them to the World Finals? Or will it be the super team that was promised? Weibo, risen just in time to smoke the doubters once and for all. Let's find out.
Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back to our final game of this semifinal series. It's been a battle back and forth between both squads, and once the dust settles, one gets a trip to the finals, the other gets to watch from home.
That is heartbreaking for both these squads, especially when you see like how far they've come from spring into summer. For Weibo finally having what feels like the performance they expected to have, whereas for BLG, it felt like they were the team that was supposed to return to an international finals again this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they made it to that MSI finals where they were taken down by their arch nemesis by JDG. But BLG, if they're able to bring it back, if they're able to get the first red side win in this series and push themselves to the finals, they would have a chance at that redemption, at potentially facing JDG in the finals once again.
All right, so we're starting off with the Jax and the Jarvan banned out by Weibo. Two very important picks over on BLG's side. Silas in the first round as well.
They're going to first pick Maokai.
Pretty rare.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's probably got to be what it is. You can see over on the other side, those AP solo laners, the Rumble, the Orianna taken off the table.
And now the question is, do you say, all right, do we ban it? Like, you know, you have to kind of wonder what is the response going to be? Because this does really feel like they want to go towards Maokai. It's got to be the first pick Maokai. It is. And now the response, there are some power picks still available.
It feels like, though, they want to go back towards what has traditionally worked for Xiaohu in summer, which is these AD mid laners, right? Take the Maokai, the Jace, go back to basics, have an opportunity to then play around that and try and play out this one in what has been a strong style.
Do you think BLG would take the Jace away, though?
There you go.
Because that's what I think. Is it's like, it's such an obvious pairing that you know they're going to go towards it. So either A, have to have a good answer to it, or B, you just take it. And they are just going to take it because Yagao, I feel like, is pretty comfortable playing this pick as well. When I think of him, this is one of the champions that he's willing to play. Doesn't really feel like a bin champion to me that much. But, you know, there are a lot of games that I've seen this guy play Jace in mid.
Yeah, it's just a question of what you want to pair with. Looks like it is going to be the Sejuani that's going to come through. And I feel like you kind of want to go for something that's a bit more AP heavy, because I don't think Sejuani is going to give you enough, AP heavy at the top side, because I don't feel like Sejuani gives you enough AP, unless you're thinking of, hey, L could go towards something like maybe a Ziggs in the bot lane. Hasn't been something he's brought out, but it definitely is an LPL special.
And no one's really playing tanks. I feel like it's more okay to go full physical than it is to go full magic, because it's easier to grab things like Extra Curse and whatnot. So Kalista plus Renata, really strong bot lane here. Now the question is, what is your answer? Because you can draft your AD right now and have a strong AD, but then some of the good support pairings are going to be banned out very likely. So I'm super curious to see where they want to go.
Well, that Renata for Crisp. We've talked about how effective this pick has been, how afraid everybody's been of it, but they're going to lock it in. The response is Cassante, the last lock-in for BLG before the second round of bans come through.
And I think that's a good call, because as you were just saying, we're not really seeing tanks across this series, but a tank that is very good is the Cassante. So taking that opportunity away, if you are going to go somewhat AD heavy, is going to work out well. And it does kind of give you that strong front line as well for, hey, Kallista's going to jump into us. We've got an opportunity to try and play disrupt in these team fights with a very strong front line, and now potentially 2 ADs hammering away in the back line.
But absolutely, I think we're going to see Xiaohu just go like something that is high damage, you know, AP, that can actually deal with the front line. I think Syndra actually handles it pretty well. He can scale really well, unlike you used to be able to. So that can work pretty good, and we've seen him already piloting it. People already playing that pretty high prio. Gnar as a ban up towards top side. I wonder if we're just going to have Renekton Cassante and just kind of come full circle to what everything started out as.
Well, the Aatrox banned out leads me to believe that perhaps you're onto something here,
yeah,
Mr.
kind of smelling like a croc.
Yeah, it's... we'll see if that's the answer, but we are still sitting on the Rakan ban. This has been banned a lot against On. They're also going to ban out the Ashe that's had that prominence here in the last couple of games.
And now the question is, do we go, you know, Varus Caitlyn or something really kind of crazy like that? Or do they go like a mage bot lane, like something along the lines of a Heimer and try to play more poke style? Or do you just play stock standard 5v5 and just play for that, right? You know, there's a lot of different options, but this is your whole year on the line. You've got to make the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the case. I think it could be a Melio angle here for On. Yeah, I think the On has been an incredibly good Melio. He's even been someone who's like experimented with a lot of builds in solo queue, bringing out things like the, not the Moonstone Renewer, that's the one I was looking for, and like trying to rest around with those. Even had like Echoes of Helia and like put a lot of time into figuring out how this champion works. So I think it could be a great last pick here to finish things off.
I mean, I also think when you're actually looking at Melio, it's a great answer both to the hostile takeover as well as the Maokai ult. But the Ornn coming through, this is such a good pick when you're going to be full physical damage, right? That's it. So it's going to be so hard. It's so weird to see all of the stages that we've traveled through in this series, right? Because we've gone from super crazy bot lanes to hyper scaling top laners and aggressive stuff, and then we're just going full circle into tank tops, scaling mids, you know, like it's kind of...
This is a massive pick for the Shy, though. The Shy has said in interviews that the only time I pick tank tops is when I trust my team. I have to play carries if I don't, because I need to be the one to carry the game. In a Game 5 of the semi-finals where your entire end of the year is on the line, this is such a massive moment for the Shy to say, hey, I am putting trust in Xiaohu, I am putting trust in Light to be the carry, and I will play that front line for you.
Also has a 100% win rate on it this year, 5-0 on the pick. But it's been so interesting because there's been multiple LPL top laners that you're expecting more of that kind of tank style from. Obviously, Cassante has been really big all worldwide, but 369 as well was like Mr. Ornn, right? And everyone has kind of moved away from those picks. So to see it come back towards that in a Game 5, and we didn't even talk about it, is Caitlyn Lux. So they are going that poke style as the answer. It does give them a little bit of AP, but I still think the Shy in the front line, if he's having a good game, it is going to be so hard for them to take him down.
And that's the thing, the Shy does play Ornn, but he plays at a very aggressive style. So when you want to be, hey, we're managing where the pillar placement is, where we want to try and control space, that hasn't always been the strength of the Shy, especially on this pick. So I think this is going to be a moment of, can you try and control that space better than Bin? Because Bin's Cassante has looked legendary over the course of this tournament in summer.
When I think back to his play against KT, that was one of the most individually impressive games I've seen all at Worlds. He took over that game on the Cassante. But I think there's so much pressure on Elk and On in this one. Because if Caitlyn Lux does not get ahead, you just do not have the damage to actually win against this team comp. I really do not think that you do. Caitlyn is the one who has to put out the DPS. Jace, yeah, you're going to do some damage, but you're not killing frontliners. It's really all on the Caitlyn. So much pressure on them to be able to dominate this 2v2. If they fall behind, if they get ganked and they die, you could very quickly see Weibo run away with it.
And you can see the amount of wards that are being invested defensively here for Weibo on that bottom side. They know that they want to, at least for BLG, to get a ward in the spot side, spot out where Weibo is starting, to know how aggressive they can play in this bot lane. Yeah. But at the moment, they're just not quite getting that deep vision with the defensive setup Weibo have.
Exactly. If you can get eyes on the Maokai, then you can push, right? You can be playing aggressively in that way. And we've seen a lot of different matchups where it's been so important. You know, with the Ashes and the Varus coming through, with the Caitlyn support along the Kalista, that was really important. With the Quinn, it's been a theme throughout this entire series. And that early ward is going to be thrown down on bot's eye, but they have no vision on Weiwei just yet. You can see Shun's going to be starting leashed on top side with Bin, so he's going to be starting on that red, very likely will path down to try to cover his bot. We'll see if Weiwei is going to do anything too cheeky, if he wants to go 3 camps down towards bot or just do a more standard clear up towards top.
So much on the line here, man. Coming down to game 5, Bin on the Cassante. It was a struggle for him in the first 3 games. The lanes were all very tough. Game number 4, the Jackson to the Quinn, he bounces back. He has his first really, really good performance throughout the series. And now on this pick that, like you pointed out in the series against KT, was truly something impressive. There's a lot of pressure on him too, I would have to think.
It's also really interesting to see that Weiwei actually went for the red smite, because generally to me that means you're going AP. You know, that's usually what you do see, but he is playing phase rush, and he's also playing on a team with a seer, so I don't really feel like you need to be going in towards AP. You know, generally people are more prioritizing the tank style builds these days, so will be interesting to see if he's just kind of splashing into it for a little bit of damage, or if it's actually going to be that demonic embrace rush.
Yeah, I've seen him quite a bit go for that demonic embrace, so I wouldn't be fully surprised to see that one come through. Even just the opportunity.
You like it when you're not solo AP?
I mean, I do agree, but I still have seen a lot of LPL.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I was just curious on your opinion.
Yeah, I think I still like it in a way just because there is so much frontline damage that you can at least poke down with the demonic embrace as you try to take space, because Shun will inevitably start to take a lot of that, and I think the tank shred is going to be tough in the early stages until Xiaohu gets a little bit later in. But yeah, I still think it's not fully necessary, but I can kind of see an angle as well as great binding in that bot side for On, where you're going to have a good amount of control now.
And Elk was actually able to hit the Q right before it, so getting a little bit of poke, getting that push in. And we'll see if they can keep this push up relentlessly. They absolutely want to. We know, of course, that Maokai's up on top side. They can surmise that as well, as there was no sort of move down towards bot. And they do have their Sejuani clearing down towards bot as they just keep this push up.
Right, they had Shun in the red side jungle of Weiwei. He threw down the ward onto the Krug camp. We know a lot of the times when these junglers are making their moves down through the lanes to find their path into bottom, they go through the Krugs, right? They're either jumping onto the Krug with a movement skill, they're taking the blast cone over the wall, so they want to keep an eye on that camp both for clear and for potential gank opportunities.
It does mean that Weiwei's going to have a little bit more tempo, though, because he didn't spend any time doing anything except farming. He went 6 camp, scuttle, base, right? Whereas Shun, you know, is just now finishing his 6th camp, is going to do the scuttle, then he's going to recall, so he's going to be a good 30 seconds behind the pace of where Weiwei is. So we'll see if Weiwei does just kind of charge out straight towards bot lane, because it doesn't look like he's heading to his Raptors that have respawned. So he may be looking for some sort of a lane gank angle, or at least covering his bot lane as Light and Crisp do try to push out.
All right. Just taking that long trip down bottom lane as Shun not going to go back and buy his first item here. Instead, just still hanging around this enemy jungle. He fires off the Scryer's plant, and it finds Weiwei. They knew that this had to have been the plan.
That is such a tilter. And now they have full knowledge that it's around, so he can steal the Raptors very easily. There's not really any ability to punish, because the wave is going to come towards Elk and On. So sure, they maybe get a little bit of a less preferential base, but Shun gets to steal the camp for free, and he could look for Azir.
Well, Bin with a nice little knockback onto the Shy, but unfortunately doesn't have a lot of mana left to
Yeah.
work with. Now hold on, Xiaohu in some trouble here. Gets stunned up. Yagao following up with the damage, and now the chase gets paid its first blood over to Yagao. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, the 2v2 breaks out. On's in some trouble. So much damage pours in, and Light pierces his heart.
Nicely done. They got that kill on the bot side on. But I was watching on the minimap. I saw the Q flash come through from Shun. I have to think that Xiaohu flashed into the wall. Just based on what actually happened with those flashes and the way that we saw him run out. It's possibly just flashed left, but they were so close to that wall, I feel like he tried to reactively flash maybe after and couldn't get over that wall. I kind of want to see it again to see exactly what did happen, but On dying on bot side is really bad. And I'm not even sure if we saw them. Did we see when he blew his flash? I don't think we did. So he must have traded flashes with Crisp and then just gets punished from that missing flash. So a lot of the action we unfortunately missed.
Yeah, so we're going to get to see at least a little bit of it here. So On tries to get the poke down, and immediately the handshake comes through like cleanses. And once you've got the W from the Renata on you as well with the bailout, you're just going to continue to chase down this lane. So there's no escaping. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened with Xiaohu.
Traded flash.
Yeah, but I think with Xiaohu, yeah, I think one definitely failed a flash somewhere along the line. But I think a bit disrespectful from him anyway, because realistically, you saw Shun pop the blast cone, or the Scryer's Bloom, so you should have known that he was in the area, and now Shun in the area once more, just trying to cover Yagao here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of greed. Potentially he just thought he popped the blast cone in the base, but you know, he should have known that he could have been going for the Raptors, absolutely, and I think maybe just got caught trying to push in that wave. And at the end of the day, you are now down your flash, and there is a chance of a repeat gank. Up in the top lane, things pretty quiet, but you know, Bin is having the push, so he does have prio there, and we'll just have to see how this bot lane continues to look, because with the kill on Kalista, it gets so much tougher. It is going to be the early tier 2 boot, so he's going to be able to sidestep a lot of these skill shots, a lot of those abilities, and the all-in is almost always going to be won by the Kalista Renata.
And as long as you've got that control, you're going to be fine. But I think they need to try and get Weiwei involved a little bit here, just to see if they can get, you know, another flash burned on towards Elk or anything like that just before the next, before they try and go for Dragon. But I don't think they're really in a position to go for this here. I think it's more of a case, again, of trying to get vision control on this bottom side to let Crisp and Light play aggressive.
Exactly. They had control enough in the bottom lane to have priority over that river, secure themselves the crab, that permanent extra vision and speed boost, helping them out in case there's anything else that happens down here. But it's been still controlling the pace of things up here in the top lane. The Shy's doing a good job staying close with them here on the farm. But as long as Bin has control, Bin will be the one with first move opportunity.
Yeah, and I think that's where, at least with Shun moving up towards topside, he should be safe. But the fear is now, with knowing Shun has to go topside for his red buff, that with Weiwei just immediately tries to go for bot side. You can get control over mid with Xiaohu here as well and set up for a really nice dive for going the Rift Herald contest.
Look at this vision, though, down around bot side. It is just all blue wards in this area, covering the entire river. They have so much vision down there, and you can see that Elk and On are no longer comfortable push. That's why they were holding the wave in front of their tower. They were trying to freeze because they know our jungler's not here. We've got no idea where the Maokai is. We can't push.
And Weiwei is level 6. The power of the Maokai ulti, if they want to set up one of these dives, if they want to go for one of these plays. Maokai also being a champion who has an aggro drop in his Twisted Advance to further facilitate those dives. And here they go. On throws out the binding, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Elk uses the cleanse, but he's not the target just yet. On having a flash, but he still dies. Elk's going to be hunted down, and Light gets a double kill. Weibo are running the bottom lane.
That is huge for Weibo, but the Shy needs to try and hold on to this top side. He'll be fine, but the fact you now get the kills for the Kalista, the control finally for Weibo on this bottom side, means that they're able to set up for Dragons. They can play around this Kalista, and they can look to take over the map.
And Elk, you really need to be able to block this Maokai ult for On, but they're kind of desynced. And not only does he eat it and cleanse, but the hit still lands onto On there, so he goes down. Then the flash follow is there with the bailout. Weiwei's just tanking the tower, perfectly executed there by Weibo. And BLG's bottom lane falling apart. We talked about the importance of this Caitlyn having a good start, and it is just horrible for them down there. And you can see the reaction from Tabe. He knows their finals chances are slipping away.
And Azael, you talked about it from literally game one, how good Crisp has been on this Renata. The fact that he's able to get that handshake follow-up, he's been so good at being in control, being able to push his limits. And if you end up in his position where you're able to play around Light effectively, it becomes very hard for Shun or Bin to get access to him with Crisp having the bailout, with having that ultimate, the hostile takeover, to try and dissuade BLG from being able to threaten him.
Exactly. When you have that fed Kalista, that becomes target number one. You have to take him down. But between Maokai ult, the hostile takeover, the Azir ulti, the Ornn peel, it's just so impossible to actually just single out this one target and dive through everyone. BLG, though, going to try to make a counterplay up on top side. They have the Herald, and Elk has made the move.
They see Weiwei here with the Gromp, so they know if nothing else, he might try to rotate up here and help this. They're waiting in the tri-brush. They're going to go for Weiwei instead. The binding doesn't hit him. Weiwei just flashes out over the wall. He'll stay safe here, and the minion wave won't last long enough to try to convert it into a play on the Shy. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there's just nothing to be said about the Kalista and Renata pressure from BLG. They can't answer these two champions. Laser over the wall, stops the Shy from any sort of a back, but Shun doesn't have an angle to go in here and try to force a dive. There's no minion wave, and bottom is still losing plates. Shun is still hanging around. They're really trying to hard force this, but the Ornn horn is summoned up. On gets knocked up into the air. The light binding finds the enemy Ornn, but there's no way they can follow it up with enough damage here just yet. Weiwei in the Shy, still trying to hold on as Shun has to walk away, and BLG just fizzle out as plates are smashed in the bottom lane.
They get nothing, and they committed so many resources up towards this top side. At one point, they had all 5 members up in that top quadrant before Yagawa went back to mid. Bin runs down towards bot. The Shy has TP, he can just come right back up. They are going to drop the Heralds because they're just in desperation mode. Caitlyn's down 1,000 gold. They know they need to start knocking down towers. They need to get out of that 2v2, but this took a lot for them to get. And the Kalista farmed so many plays down on bot side.
And that's the thing, because you've now got Light, who's in such a good position after getting those plates. You will get another charge, I believe, onto the tier 2, but you had to invest so many resources here as BLG. And even the fact that Xiaohu got to move back across, he got to pick up that big wave in mid. Bin struggling a little bit here as well, as Light would get another plate for himself. You did get the tower, but you're still here for Weibo.
Elk in danger. 90 caliber net back over the wall to escape before they can close the distance there with Weiwei to chase after him with Twisted Advance. It's a 3-1 game in kills for Weibo, but it's nearly a 1,000 gold lead for BLG after their forcing of the entire Tier 1 turret in all 5 plates.
Exactly, it is really tough, and it's about where the gold is, right? Dagda pointing out it's nearly 1,000 gold lead in that bot lane even after that tower was taken, so Light's in a great spot. And I just think compositionally, what Weibo has hard outscales what BLG have. So I do think that is going to be the real difficulty here, is I just struggle to see how you're going to get past the front line when they're starting to stack up a ton of armor.
Yeah, I will say, though, for Xiaohu, I'm not a big fan of the crown here. You can see there how easy it is to try and get rid of it. Now, it does work against Jason, like, hey, I can at least stop one of these from chunking a massive amount of my health bar, but I think Leandri's Anguish with the amount of tanks that are on BLG could have worked out a little bit better, because late game, you need to be that tank buster on Weibo.
I mean, I'm assuming he's just going to Nasher second and playing around that Conqueror, but I agree, you would obviously do a lot more DPS. The one thing I will say, obviously there's a lot of, maybe going to be something here? No, nothing. So there's a lot of hate towards Crown, and I do agree in a lot of cases it can be poked off, and it's just straight up way less damage than Leandri's. But that being said, even against something like Jace poke, later on in the game, that can be 30% of your HP that you're actually shrugging off. So it can become impactful, but the problem is, of course, the cooldown's so short that you can constantly shoot them out. So it does have value. It's not as bad, I feel like, as people make it out, but definitely not the optimal DPS choice by any means.
Yagao rotating down through the river now, wants to see if they might be able to find something here in the bottom lane, or at least clear out some of the vision that Weibo have been controlling this bottom side with for so long. Here in this 5th and final game, the gold closed back down under a 500 difference as Bin hangs around the mid lane, but there's not really an opportunity to do anything here to Xiaohu as Yagao rotates back.
Yeah, it felt like Bin was trying to control mid in case something happened or Xiaohu overextended, but it just means the Shy gets to push out top side, and now he'll be the one that actually gets first rotation down towards the Dragon that's in a couple of seconds time. So honestly, if you're kind of looking at where BLG are positioning, they're not quite been able to play the map in the manner that they would like to right now.
This is also so interesting. The Shy is actually going CDR boots. I would have expected Tabby's almost 100% of the time because it's hyper efficient against this squad. But I think he's saying, I am the engage, so I want to have that cooldown reduction. He's placing value on it, clearly not concerned about his tankiness. We'll see if that does come back to haunt him at all, because there is obviously a lot of physical damage, but knows he's going to be primary engage and just really investing into that.
Almost up to the demonic embrace there on Weiwei's Maokai as well. You can see he's got the components, just needs to be able to put them together, and that's going to create even more of a frustrating scenario if Weibo are able to be the first ones to an objective. If Weibo are the ones who can force BLG to check into them, having saplings waiting around in all these brushes will be a nightmare to try to navigate for BLG. It's Weibo already starting up the second Drake of the game here for themselves, and it doesn't look like BLG's got anything to respond to it with.
I mean, how do you respond to the Boots Boar Callista at this point of the game? Like, she is so incredibly strong, and I think BLG do the right call of just saying, look, we can't really contest this. It gives the opportunity for Bin to push in on that top side. Maybe they can try and get some vision on this top side of the map as well for things like Rift Herald, but I think you're kind of in the same position. And the Mastercard lane economy snapshot tells the story right there. This Callista is massive in this game.
Yeah, and great. There's a big gold lead, but it's on your Sejuani. Honestly, who cares? It doesn't really have any effect on this game. So it is going to be problematic here as, yeah, you can try to wait. You can try to find a better opportunity to fight. I agree the Callista is incredibly strong now, but you're also just giving time for the Shy to get levels on the Ornn, to be able to get those Ornn upgrades in, for Xiaohu to complete his second item. Traded flashes.
Crisp with the flash handshake attempt, but on an Elk evaded. That was both summoner spells from the Lux. He is a massive target now. There is no way for him to get away from anything that Weibo throw at him, so you know they got to be looking.
You see the Shy is playing incredibly safe on top side, but it does mean that Bin and Shun are starting to move over. Weibo don't really have control of this mid lane and can't push up for fear that they're going to be outnumbered here. You see Xiaohu moving up through river. Could look for some sort of swoop and boop, but you do need to be careful.
Rift Herald was aggroed by BLG, but they are not going to put any DPS into it. Weibo are bringing the whole crew over. Yagao is still down in the bottom lane, but he has a teleport to try to join this if he wants to. It's still so scary for BLG to try to do this. These rivers, when you're up against hostile takeover, when you're up against the Call of the Forge God, when you're up against that Twisted Advance, it's so difficult to deal with.
Xiaohu needs to reset to cover Jason, the bot side of the map, so that's why Weibo is starting this up. They will lose bot tower, but honestly, you're kind of doing what you need to here as BLG. You avoid the fight, you still get a tower, and that's essentially what this Rift Herald is going to guarantee for Weibo as well.
Exactly. I think it's actually really good for BLG. You know, they need to stack gold. They need to get this Jason a point of power because the Caitlyn is pretty darn far behind. So you get that tower bot, you deny probably at least 2 waves with the earlier waves that crash, plus you're going to get these, and you steal away Krugs. So sure, they're going to get a charge in mid, and they're probably going to take down that tower, but really not a big deal. And we'll see if Yagao can get himself into a point where he can really start to get very, very strong. We saw it, I think it was the game from Zeus, where he went super crazy in the late game. If you get in towards Shojin, you get in towards those super high CDR builds, you can actually hit the point where you're getting 2 shot blasts per acceleration gate, and that's where Jace, I think, kind of becomes actually a strong late game champion. But of course, you still then have to be getting that past all those frontliners.
Okay, nicely done from Bin. He waited for the Bellows breath so the Shy would not be able to immune the ulti, but now he's looking to keep this going. He goes unstoppable again. Flashback over the wall from the Shy. Q3 comes out from Bin. He doesn't have enough damage just quite yet, but the Cassante takes him down. It's a solo kill for Bin.
It's a dash, bash, but Bin is able to come out on top, and now, with that struggle, they're coming in for mid lane as well.
They go for the Maokai ulti. They find Shun here in the front as they follow it up with a hostile takeover. Oh, it's going to be the first kill, and Weibo are looking for more. They chase after the Sejuani, who does not have his Arctic armor or the Aftershock any longer, but they won't find anything else. Xiaohu still potentially looking here. He has the ulti available, way down to half HP, but they got to be careful on the other side too. Shun also half health from the Sejuani, Light on the Callista, leading the minions down the mid lane to take out the tier 1 turret and bring this game back to dead even goal.
Light was too low to really follow up, but Weibo were still able to escort BLG out of that mid lane to set up then for the mid lane tower take, and crucially, without that Rift Herald being used as well. So that means in a minute 20, well, maybe not quite with the time that's on the Rift Herald, they should still be able to put pressure on the map to try and get this dragon.
BLG are just kind of getting destroyed by these Maokai ultimates. The last one down in bot lane killed On. This time again, they try to line up, but not quite able to do it. As you can see, On just gets tagged by the very edge of it, and as soon as he CC'd up, there's just no way out. They put some good burst down onto Light, but it was never going to be enough to get a kill.
Meanwhile, back to live. The Shy is the target yet again. It's a 3-man collapse. Make it 4 with a TP. Yagao goes to the skies. The Shy goes to the dirt. Elk gets the kill.
The Shy was way overextended. Look where the rest of Weibo are on the map. They're not pushed up. They're not in position to go for Dragon. And that's just a quick pick for BLG before that objective spawns. And much needed gold into the hands of some of these carries.
Yeah, that's really good. And I think even just getting some confidence for Bin. Had a great game last game. This game again gets a solo kill and really is getting himself to a point where he could maybe be that X factor, because you are going to have a tough time against this team that Weibo has drafted in the late game. You need someone to be the X factor. You need someone to really pop off. We saw it against KT. Maybe we'll see it here against Weibo as well. Bin can make magic happen when he's playing at his best.
15 seconds till the third Drake of the game spawns. First 2 have already gone the way of Weibo. If they can get early soul point status here in this game, it'll create an immense amount of pressure on BLG for the rest of it. You still don't have the fully evolved Muramana for Yagao's Jace. Lux Laser flies out and finds Light, but that's it. Sejuani ultimate goes right between 2, as now the Maokai ulti's ready for the counterattack, and Bin TP's into the middle. The Shy's not going to find his engage here yet. Hostile takeover hits the Cassante, and meanwhile the Ornhorn flies over the top. Binding almost finds Light, but not quite yet. The Shy's here, tanking up in the front, but he's gonna die. Elk gets the kill, and the Shuffle tries to buy a little bit more time. Crisp is gonna be shot through the head as On kites Light away. A double kill back over to Elk, and now it's BLG crushing Weibo. Yagao with an accelerated shock blast, and he'll cut down the tree. Xiaohu at least takes Bin, and he might get a second. The Emperor of Shurima will die before the third, as Elk takes Light out of the picture, and BLG get the ace.
BLG take over at the Dragon. They make the fight happen. Coming in from all angles, knocking down the Shy early, being able to push out the carries and take the fight.
This was so well played. Look how slow BLG actually played this. They're looking for the poke, playing at range, and when this deep TP comes in, BLG back it up. Weiwei doesn't really connect onto targets that are actually viable to hit. Elk gets knocked up by Ornn, but no one's there to follow, and once that's all gone, that's when they turn.
And look at how Yagao played this so well. On the bottom side, he retreats from the hostile takeover as well as that Maokai ult, then goes in, gets tons of damage out, is able to follow up alongside Bin here, really making the difference. His on the other end was kiting out Light. He couldn't get there. His support was already down as Elk was able to knock him down, and BLG just played this out so smart, being able to chase these members around. Light, lying in wait, is able to actually step up and get this kill onto On, which sucks, but Elk gets the shutdown and a lot of gold right where you need it.
Right back into live, right back into a fight. Maokai ulti flies out, and Shun's under a lot of pressure. The damage flies into the Sejuani, and he dies as hostile takeover finds Yagao. He's shuffled back into Weibo. Massive shutdown over the light. Weibo just found everything.
How the hell did they find them at all there? Weibo, come back in. They play around the choke, and they're onto the Baron.
Baron started up, 5v3, Bin, Elk, and
Weiwei's
On
low.
have to try to pull off the defense. The Shy down to 10% HP. Weiwei's gonna be taken low too. Bin zoning the rest out as the Shy will finally fall. Callista with a ton of spears into the Baron as Elk is under pressure from Xiaohu. Bin is all out, but he's only one man. He goes back in and he finds a kill, but it's still Baron over to Weibo. It's still Bin about to go back over to Weibo. It's Weibo all day.
Weibo get the Baron, they get the kills. On, searching, not gonna have enough damage to knock them down. They're gonna TP in, they wanna try to keep the chase going, but there's nothing to chase. They're gonna be able to get out, and it's that pick on Yagao, on Shun, that started it all. And we gotta see how this started off. No, we're gonna go way past it. As I thought BLG would push in and try to actually take down Weiwei to try to deny the Baron from being secured, but Light and Weiwei in the back of the pit kind of get ignored, and in goes Xiaohu just flashing in, dashing in on top of that Caitlyn, able to take him down.
And this is such a massive turnaround for Weibo. What had just started off, what could have been their first stepping stone from BLG to make it back to their second international final. The super team that was meant to be from the LPL puts a stamp on this game.
And this is why this team was built. It was built to be a super team, to be able to have international dominance, to be able to make these deep runs in tournaments. But after their performance in the LPL, no one thought it was going to happen. And now, coming into the semifinals, they've been doubted. They've been called frauds. They haven't beaten the Eastern team. They haven't played the top competition. Their time in the tournament is over. Well, here they are, one game away, potentially minutes away from going to the World Finals.
I mean, it's 2018, 2019 world champions in both of these positions, but it's been Weiwei who was denied that opportunity alongside Light to get to the world champions for a while.
Shun wants to go in on the Shy. He lands Sejuani ulti with the Bellows Breath, manages to get through it. They fire off their own counterattack on Weibo's side, and Bin's looking like a pin cushion. He disengages, but barely stays alive. Crisp now nearly killed. Shun also at death's door. BLG will hold on, but they are critically low. Weibo still looking for an opportunity to re-engage. Only Crisp is really threatened here. Xiaohu taking a lot of poke. Now has to eat the ace in the hole as well. Crisp could not tank that for him, as now a TP is coming in. Weibo still trying to get themselves out. Bin wants something. He sees Weiwei behind him, pushes him back. Wants to go for the all-out, but he won't knock him through the terrain. Bin still in hot pursuit, trying to find a knock-up, trying to find a knockback. Won't find a damn thing. BLG hold the line.
They hold the line with 30 seconds left on the Baron buff. That's going to time out, and BLG have prevented Weibo from taking the base, and that is huge against what Weibo have. You can see when you're trying to siege up against a Caitlyn, Lux, Jace, how difficult it can be. So for BLG, they bought time, they get the resets in, but another dragon in a minute's time.
Yeah, and it's just going to be fight after fight after fight. Yagao now has that last whisper in. We'll see if Elk's going to be going towards LDR here next. It feels like he needs it, but there's also been just so much chip and so much poke that it feels like getting thrown in that I could see him wanting to go towards a BT as well. But at this point, you just need that damage. And we'll see if they're going to be able to get it. I mean, if you can work towards this Mountain Soul, it would be really impactful here. Stacking up that additional armor, the additional MR, and if you can get towards Soul, I think it's huge for either team.
I think you need to try and get this control over your lanes, though, first for Weibo. If you can stop BLG from entering River, you're in a much better spot for these like long-range engages, the ultimates from Chris, to just keep BLG in check. And that's where you can see Weibo aggressively fighting for this space. They have full control, Dragon in 10. It's going to be hard for BLG to try and crack this.
And you can see the Shy already has his upgraded Ornn item there, is 14 now. So the upgrades are going to be coming through for the teammates here very shortly. And that is going to make that gold lead lie to you a little bit. It's that additional scaling, that extra power that Ornn does bring.
Gargoyle's Stone Plate, second fully completed item for Bin. Gives you that massive shield to make the difference in the team fights. But there is no team fight. BLG are deciding to cash in on the extra time they bought themselves in taking the last Drake. They will surrender this one without a fight over to Weibo. Weibo moves on to Soul Point. BLG will not have the option of letting those go in the future.
And that is massive for Weibo. If you're able to pick up these Mountain Dragons, as Hale was saying, like keeping Yago at bay, keeping Elka at bay, when there's so much AD damage on this team, that's such a massive opportunity to turn this around. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see Shun going for the Abyssal Mask. amplifying the non-existent AP damage doesn't seem like the play. But look, at least it's a quick, cheap item that you can try and pick up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's probably the thought process here is, hey, I need a little bit of MR. I'm going to be dying to this Azir. What's something that I can buy quickly? What's something that I can afford now? And probably in looking towards that. There is that third item. The Cyrilda is now done for Yagao, and it is going to be a move towards LDR here for L because he's got his last whisker completed. So he's working towards that, but it's already 3 items done for Light. It's already 3 items done for Xiaohu. It's stopwatches on both. They know that it's going to be about preparing for this next fight. If you win this next fight, if you get Soul, likely you are going to World Finals. And both teams are going to be preparing as much as they possibly can, likely even popping elixirs, buying stopwatches, doing everything to be as powerful as possible.
Under 60 seconds until the next Baron spawns. You can see so many defensive wards on the side of BLG. They're looking out of their own jungle. The side of the map for Weibo is mostly dark from either side because Weibo are the ones with the lead. They're the ones constantly pushing up. They're the ones challenging BLG and trying to choke them out of the map.
They're trying to see if they can get control of this top side. You'll spot out Yagao there. Wei wants to go for this, but he's just going to force Yagao back. I mean, there's no one even in the area really there to try and follow up, so not sure why he wanted to commit that heavily, but Baron in 20 seconds, maybe they can use that to try and get some vision, but this might be the time for BLG to strike back.
Yeah, you can see that BLG do have quite a few wards on their side of the top side jungle, so trying to at least maintain the ability to step up and ward over the wall to check on that Baron pit. But they're going to move in now and try to clear away some of this vision as the Baron will spawn. We'll see if they can get that pink ward out of the pit.
It does mean, though, like, when you're coming into this, Wei not really in this position before. Shun hasn't been in this position before, and now it might come down to a smite fight.
They're rushing it. The Shy is bottom. There's no teleport available for the Ornn, and Maokai still has no ulti. Weiwei's the target. They gotta try to keep him away. The Cassante focusing the enemy jungler, going all out to take him all the way to the other side of the jungle. Bin will likely die for this, but they get the Baron on the side of BLG. Weibo get 1 kill back. But what else can they find?
Really gutsy call there from BLG. The Shy makes a critical mistake. He shows bot. They just commit to it instantly. TP forward. They started up because the Shy had no TP. The question is, can there be turrets taken back? Obviously, the 1 kill for the Baron, really worth it here for BLG. We'll have to see if they can get more.
It will keep that Baron buff up, though, right up until that Mountain Dragon spawns. So you should be able to reset, get these items, start to get the push, start to abuse that siege potential that you have, and then litter this bot side jungle with wards in favor of BLG.
And it's that extra injection of gold right when you need it most, when you need to be at your most powerful for these big fights. You can see some extra items coming through. The LDR did get completed. There's a BF sword for Yagao, likely going to be working towards that Shojin. We can see, more and more items coming up here. Curious to see where Bin does go with his build at this point, but critically, no major cooldowns were actually forced out from Weibo, at least in that fight, so they didn't lose stopwatches or anything like that. It is just the Baron. Of course, you don't want to give that over, but they're still in a pretty strong position here at this point. With your Azir working towards the death cap, that 4th item, when Azir hits death cap, it becomes the point where you get Q auto'd and you lose 30–40% of your health. And it becomes so difficult to step up at all against this champion.
And this for Xiaohu is kind of his moment to see if he can bring it back. For Xiaohu hasn't had the best of the World Championships, and now he's got to see if he can try and be that late game damage dealer for Weibo. See if he can finally get that World Championship title under his belt.
BLG stepping into the enemy jungle, looking to steal away the red buff, but it's Wei who's faster on the smite. Giving that one over to Light there with a pickup.
Xiaohu, he has 1 MSIs, he's 1 LPLs. He's never even been to a World Finals, right? So that would be the first there.
That's Kalista ultimate used from Light. They're going in, they're trying to find something, but they won't get anything.
Well, they did TP mid, so they're going to keep pushing. So now they're going to try to draw them out towards mid lane. They have full mid lane prio. If you don't back for this, you're going to lose a lot.
The Shy has already lost a lot. He's already lost 2/3 of his HP. Shun staying after him, finds the slow, but no more so far. Xiaohu on the flank might have an opportunity here for a pincer. Weiwei's going to be taken low, flashes back over the wall, just barely staying alive. Xiaohu's got the Sun Disc. He'll stay protected thanks to that.
But they can't stop the base. If Shy gets back to base, he's just going to TP right back at full health. We'll see, though. Weibo can just play for mid. The bot side is going to be controlled here by BLG, but they did use quite a bit to get that damage down. Nice chunk. That trap placement was perfect there from Elk, and Weiwei is so low.
All right, Weibo still facing down a difficult situation. Weiwei on low health, Crisp still at about half, some ulti still spent. Light does not have Kalista ulti ready to use here in this fight. Weiwei's gonna get jumped on. Bin goes in, he's all out. He takes the enemy jungler away back over the wall, but he escapes into the sun disc. The Lux ulti comes over the top, and Bin is unstoppable. But what about the fight back in the Drake pit? The handshake onto Shun, who flashes away to stay alive. The dragon is secured. It's stolen away. Kalista of Light manages to steal the soul as Yagao wants to turn around, but he can't do it. Light's gonna go up with his R2. It's a double kill back over to the Kalista as Xiaohu kills Bin. It is so many dead on BLG.
It's Light who secures it, but it's Crisp with the hostile takeover that pushes Shun out, that buys the space for Light to secure it, and it's Weibo on the march. How much can they get?
Elk is up. The reset from On. It's 4 versus 2. The bot lane for BLG needs to make the miracle hold.
It's 15 seconds on Shun. It's Caitlyn Lux against everything. The minions are still coming. The Shy taking a little bit of damage here. They're going to be stunned up. No damage enough just yet. Finally, the Shy's going to drop. On an Elk. Still holding on. A little bit more damage from the Luxy. Handshake back at Elk, but he ain't going to die just yet. Shun comes in, but he will not find the ulti connection. They're still getting away. Xiaohu, the ace in the hole comes through, but Crisp does a good job blocking it. Shun still chasing. Light is down. Crisp and Xiaohu running away. TP's coming in. Yagao wants some. Accelerated shock blast doesn't hit, but Crisp is slow. Renata doesn't get away from these. Bailout's not going to bail anything just yet. And Yagao with a counter punch.
BLG have to push and they have to try to do something right now. They can't afford to let anyone get away because the soul is going to be there for good, but they have no wave. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything really much off this. Now they're going down mid. They can't stop the Azir, so he'll get back to base. And Yagao is not with the team, does not have TP, so it's just going to be that tier 2 mid. It's not nearly enough.
If Xiaohu had gone down, that could have been Weibo going with him. The fact he managed to escape over the back wall with so many members of BLG chasing him might have just changed the outcome of this game, but it's still a long way from over and a minute until Baron. And when you've got an nearly open Nexus, you have to be so careful as BLG as to how you play this.
I mean, this is just insanity. They try to go for the push here. This is way back to that previous fight has been, goes all out, pushes out Weiwei. But it's really all about the fight around the Dragon. The hostile takeover from Chris, he has been such a difference maker. Watch as he uses the hostile takeover, it pushes out Shun. They just go aggressive on Shun. He flash handshakes him, first of all. He flashes out right in the hostile takeover. That puts him out of range. Early smite as well came through there from Shun. He knew he was going to die during the hostile takeover, and I think he just panicked. He wasn't going to be in range, so it allowed Light to secure it. That is game-changing. What a play from Crisp.
And that's the thing, is that in this game, it feels like it's the players that haven't been in these situations that are standing up for the respective squads. On an Elk with a miracle hold here to keep Weibo off so BLG could respawn, but even Light as well, having an insane performance to get us into this position. Weibo and BLG
we gotta go back to
live.
We gotta get back to live here. The chase obviously goes on a little bit longer. We know Yagao comes in and kills Crisp. The dance in the mid lane continues as the coaches have to be on their edge of their seats for either side. Horn summoned. Light Binding's not gonna block anybody. Instead, they're just gonna collapse it. On is dead. Hostile takeover locks down Shun. It's 2 kills back over to Weibo. BLG is on the run.
That's it.
And Weibo is on the victory march.
They're going to push here. They're going to go for it.
Weibo have the Nexus in their sights. The super team needed to come alive, and semifinals is where they look to do it.
BLG 3v5. It would take more than a miracle to hold him off here. Bin with a handshake back into the team. He's not going to live through this one. Xiaohu throws out their soldiers, and Yagao loses Guardian Angel. Bin trying to find a little bit of damage onto the Shy, but it ain't going to be enough as Elf tries to go forward with a 90 caliber net, but it doesn't matter. It won't do a damn thing. Weibo, through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, will earn their place in the finals. The haters are silenced as Weibo find the victory against BLG in Game 5. And for the first time since 2018, the Shy will go back to finals. From 2019, Crisp will go back to finals. And what a fantastic way to do it.
And Xiaohu, one of the most legendary LPL players of all time, will for the first time in his career play on the World Finals stage. Will have the opportunity to get that World Championship the capstone to his career, the last thing that he hasn't achieved just yet. And what an incredible run it would be if they're able to pull it off.
Game 5 was finally the close game that we were hoping for. It was back and forth for so long, but it's Weibo who clutches it out. It's Weibo who finds the moments, and I think you can go back throughout that VOD and find so many shining points of brilliance for everybody on the team.
And that's the insane part. The Shy, game 1, game 2, having these insane performances. But then as we start to get later into the series, it's people like Light, who've been doubted for such a long time, not living up to the names of the epic LPL AD carries that have been there for so long, standing up and taking notice on this Callista as well, alongside so many other members that played a phenomenal series.
And what a birthday present for the Shy, going to the World Finals on his birthday. He makes it back. Last time he was here, it was in Korea, able to make that run again. We'll see if he's going to be walking away with another title. I don't think it's the year people thought he was going to be able to do it.
It does feel, though, a little bit like DRX from last year. I'm just saying, 4th seed from the region that has 3 teams versus the one on the opposite eastern side, now making the run. It's like, it feels like the story script writers might have got a little bit lazy with this year. We might be seeing a repeat.
I mean, Weibo came into this one again. So many people scratching their heads saying, do they actually deserve the spot here in the semifinals? They come out swinging in game number 1, absolutely bashing on BLG, trading blows throughout the whole thing, and then earning the victory in that game number 5. It was a valiant effort from BLG. And remember, these were the guys who played in the final at MSI. This was not just some other team. BLG's the real deal, but Weibo was the better squad.
And BLG beat them all 3 other times that they played series against Weibo, right? So that's 3 in a row in the LPL. They were able to take them down. And then here at Worlds, in the most important one, to fall just short has gotta hurt. And the meta, it feels like, is evolving at rapid fire pace. It's so interesting because red side felt so important in some of the previous series. Now it's blue side winning all 5 games in this one.
And I think that's one of the incredible things when you look towards the draft here is like, Weibo didn't have to show a huge amount to get to the position that they're in. So we've got to see like the Graves top, the Quinn top. We've got to see them flex their muscles a little bit coming into this and saying, hey, we have a ton left in the tank. So now what becomes the case when you get to finals? Is there more to be shown? Or do we get to see Weibo kind of going back towards, hey, we're going to take this style and try and rely on some of these like carries with Xiaohu and Light propelling us forward?
Well, I think one of the beautiful things is my takeaway is starting to be, you can play almost whatever. It just depends what your team is best at, right? You know, we've always seen from T1, now what we've seen from this team, now what we've seen from Weibo, what we're probably going to see from JDG. I think it's all different stuff, and these are the 4 best teams in the world, right? And I think that's kind of really cool that we're getting to see teams showcase that flexibility. Because just because the Shy played Graves top and won with it, doesn't mean that 369 is going to be loading it up for the next game, right? Like, it doesn't mean that that is the meta that's going to be enforced. And just because we see T1 play a certain way, doesn't mean that other teams are going to be able to imitate that either. So I think that's kind of the beautiful thing about this series for me, and what made it so exciting is that we were seeing all these picks that were really working and also made sense within the context of the team and within the context of the players' playstyles.
I mean, it goes back, the perfect example I think of this was the Xayah in game number 1, right? You see that, you see the 98% pick ban presence on the champion throughout the tournament so far. Where the hell was Xayah for the rest of the series? She was not important.
On the bench, bro.
It became all about this incredible domination of the lane, the pushing and controlling of the wave so you can get ahead early, and the whole thing was such a fun tug-of-war to watch.
I think that's the thing is, though, although we get to see the draft, there was also, for me, a lot of people on these squads stepping up. For Weibo, like the Shy, phenomenal day. I mean, the Ornn was a little bit all right, but the rest of it was relatively
okay. First 3 games, phenomenal.
Whenever you just blank the rest. But and then after that, I mean, you look at Xiaohu. I mean, this has been a guy who has been very much hammered home as this has not been the time for him. But this Azir performance was massive, and even in the games that they were struggling in after game 3, 4, 5, he was still having a great performance.
Well, and how about Crisp? Crisp is showing how good he is on this Renata. You know, he was forcing out summoners, he's forcing out flashes with that flash handshake. In that pivotal fight, in that final fight, He flash handshakes the jungler, pushes him away, then forces out the early smite because the hostile takeover is going to take him out of range. They get Soul off that. Who's to say how the game goes if they can't get Soul in that position, right? Like, it could be completely different. This play right here, to me, was incredible. And people are going to flame Shun for the early smite, but when you're getting pushed away with the hostile takeover, you cannot blame him for that.
It was an incredible battle, and now we're going to toss down to the stage to hear from your world finalists, the Shy and Xiaohu.
Xiaohu, 7th time is a charm. This is your 7th Worlds, and you made it to the finals for the first time ever in your career.
进入到了决赛，那其实这是小虎选手的第7次世界赛之旅，然后也是第1次打入到了决赛，感觉如何呢？
还是很开心的吧，因为这是我离冠军最近的一次吧，然后下个比武也会好好准备的。
It feels pretty amazing. This is the time that I can get to the finals really close, and I will perform better in the next best of 5.
And the Shy, after 5 years, you made it back to Worlds finals. Another Worlds in Korea as well.
경기가 정말 힘들었다고 생각해요. 사실 말도
Today's match was really difficult.
우선 저희 바텀이 너무 힘들었을 텐데 잘해줘서.
Our bottom duo, they were having a lot of hard times. So I want to say thank you for, doing a great job. And I was not expecting us to make it to the finals. I am so grateful that we actually made it this far and we qualified for finals.
저까지 기분이 좋습니다. 샤오 선수 오늘 4강에서 LPL 내전이 성사되면서
Xiaohu, this semifinals was LPL versus LPL matchup. In fact, BLG was the one leading the head-to-head record. How did you prepare for this matchup and what does it mean to you?
的内战，那其实内战的话，大家也是非常期待，但是可能 BLG 的战绩方面的话是高于 WBG 的，但对于这一点有没有一些负担感呢？
其实被外界不看好，反而没有负担吧。然后可能大家觉得我们之前是靠抽签走到现在的，但是我们5个队员都知道我们的实力是比 BLG 强的。
Well, to be honest, we didn't feel pressure that much. Besides the fact that we're actually seeing the underdog coming into this series, and I want to show to the world that after the draw show, we came here because how good we are, not just lucky.
And I really have to mention the drafting today. Game number 1, your Rumble was having a top lane kingdom. Game 3, you were playing Graves top. Game 4, you were playing Quinn. I could tell that you prepared so much for this matchup.
픽에 대한 대처를 항상 생각해보는 편이고요. 사실
I always try to think of a counter pick into meta champions.
연습해봤자 한두 판 정도.
Well, I didn't really get to practice new picks a lot. I just got to, kind of test out the champion matchup. But with the trust coming from the coaching staff, I was able to pull off some of the new picks today.
자, 이렇게 해서 바로 내일 T1과
tomorrow,
두 번째 경기가 펼쳐집니다.
We have the second match-up semifinals, T1 versus JDG. Who do you think will make it to the finals, and who do you want to face at finals?
T1了，那在小虎选手看来，你觉得谁会胜利？你们会跟谁交手呢？
我觉得 T1 跟金东都是非常厉害的队伍吧。然后我觉得两边的胜负手应该要看当天下路的一个状态跟组合问题吧。然后也没有特别想交手的，因为他们赢的人自然会进入到决赛。
I think both T1 and JDG, they are very strong teams. It really depends on whose bot duo can be at their form at that day. Also, the composition of bot duo as well. That would be the victory point, I would say. I don't have a very specific team that I really want to face up against because the winning team will be our opponent.
축하드릴 게 하나 더 있습니다.
And the Shy. Today is your birthday, November 11th. Congratulations. Happy birthday, the Shy.
팀에서 또 케이크를
And we are going to have a little celebration on stage for you.
팀원들이 축하를 하러 나와주고 계십니다.
The entire Weibo Gaming players and coaching staff joined you
한번 해달라고 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
for the birthday celebration.
聚到一起，那有请我们的选手们以及我们台下的所有的粉丝们一起为帅哥送上生日祝福歌，好吗？
祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐，祝你。
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
谢谢各位。
네, 감사합니다. 네, 저희가 질문을 조금 더 이어가기 위해서요. 네.
那我们现在为了继续我们的访谈，要先有請我们的选手们先暂时下台休息。
네, 팀원들께.
We have one last question before we go.
아직 인터뷰가 아직
We need Dejai back on stage, please. Dejai and Xiaohu, please stay with us. And we have a couple more questions before we go. First, Dejai, how did you like that?
말도 안 되는 일이잖아요. 사실 지금 이런
This is crazy, It's like
남자라서 울 수도 없고.
I can't cry because I'm a guy. I'm a grown man. I cannot really cry here, but I think this is like amazing. I want to say thank you to all the fans and also thank you to my teammates. They worked so hard today in the series. I really appreciate that. Lastly, what is your mindset for the finals?
之后决赛的一个决心吧，小虎选手先开始。
我会燃烧自己去打最后一个 BO5的。
I'll burn myself to really compete in this best of 5.
선수도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
And would you like to add on to that, Dejai?
화이팅.
Fighting! And Jayo.
여기까지 샤오 선수, 더샤이 선수였습니다.
And that was Xiaohu and Dejai from Weibo Gaming. And I'm going to pass it back to you guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, that was awesome. Just enjoying it a little bit more. Hey, listen, last year there was a team that, last year there was a team that was a 4th seed that nobody believed in, that said at every turn that they weren't going to win the next series, that had a birthday on an important day, that had a cake brought out. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yep.
I see where you're going.
I was there.
I also think it's cool to point out the differences between these two teams, right? Because DRX were completely unexpected in terms of not only their performance, but the players on that team. People doubted them a lot. Weibo is such a weird case because, again, you look at the ability of the players on this lineup, you look at some of their history, you look at what some of them in particular, Xiaohu and the Shy, have achieved in their careers. And you're like, okay, this team is they are coming alive at the right time. I did have a quiz at the beginning of the day about LPL slogans. Do you know what Weibo's is?
Something about winning?
Born to win,
Born
baby!
to win, let's go!
I mean, it is so fitting. We have been denied the Shy at Worlds for so long, and then when he is here, that they have to go through Bin, and those first couple of games, he carries so hard. And then the team has to carry him the rest of the way across.
Is that why you're prefacing what I'm about to say? You're prefacing it so people don't get mad. The upper player of the series is the Shy, but we're going to weigh those first games a bit heavier in the scale, okay?
Yeah. You have to, because obviously, the second half of the series, maybe not as impressive, but that is the Shy too. We give him the player of the series because this is the whole package.
Yeah.
And I do truly believe that momentum in a series is one of the most powerful weapons. DRX showed it last year. I think EDG showed it with their grit in 2021. And if the Shy doesn't play the way he does in the games that Weibo won, I don't know if they win Game 5.
What do you mean, BLG won Game 4? What momentum are you talking about?
What do you mean? Hey, that Quinn game was not his fault.
The momentum of blue side.
Yes.
If you don't love him at his 0-5 Quinn, then you don't deserve him with whatever his rumble was.
I think Laura's going to talk to Crisp in a little bit, so we'll hear from that as well. But this is just absolutely insane. I do want to spare a word for BLG because I was a big supporter of them the whole year just because of what they achieved despite not having like a superstar roster like a Weibo. And, especially at MSI. Then in here beating Gen G in a wonderful 5-game series as well. But as you said at the beginning of the day, Maurits, not enough on the day, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing with this BLG team is like, obviously they come into this tournament, a lot of international viewers maybe only saw them at MSI or they heard they had a really good regular season. Especially heading into MSI, I cannot stress enough that I did not necessarily believe in this BLG team, especially after their series against Golden Guardians early on in that tournament. So like their evolution and their development as a team and what Tabe has brought to this team as well and their support staff has been, like, it's been a team effort and they've improved so much. Like, obviously this is a crushing defeat, but this is such, it's still a surprise to me how well they did and how consistent they were in the summer regular season, just based on what I knew of this team prior to MSI.
This is such a passionate team, too, that really believes in letting the players play to their specific strengths. We had Shun pick Nidalee at this tournament, even though it is not good. They're like, you know what?
Wasn't good.
Anyone can play a carry on this team whenever they feel like it. The rest of the team will be behind them 100%. Bin, I think the biggest, most shocking thing to me was this series. You know, because I was behind Bin. He's one of the big superstars for this team, which makes you fall in love with it. And yet, for the Shy to be able to overcome him and kind of topple him and like retake the throne
it's crazy.
of carry
It's
top
so good,
laner
though.
is amazing. And then Elk, this AD carry, playing on the edge always, such a risky AD carry, you know, in that Jackie Love style is...
And we don't get to talk about the mental game that much, right? But I gotta imagine for Bin as well, to face the Shy in a situation like this is the amount of pressure that's on you as an individual player is just absolutely insane. And when faced with someone that, again, as we said at the top of the day, changed the way that this role is played is absolutely nuts. And I'm happy that we do get to see some shots from the bot lane as well, because even though we went with the Shy, a decision I stand firmly behind, I do think that the credit needs to go to Lightning Chris, particularly with the expectations that was on these players coming in to the tournament.
Well, and you heard it from the Shy and Xiaohu, right? Where they were like, our bot lane was having a tough time. I thank them for like surviving that, right? And obviously in game 5 especially, we saw why, like we talked about how Weibo had been part of this meta evolution around the 2v2 bot lanes. We talked about the Milio. We talked about the Renata precursor to the Milio, and Crisp's Renata was such a massive factor in Weibo's win in game 5.
Yeah. It's Light that we're going to be interviewing, but the players aren't there yet, so we still have some time to talk about it. So let's pull up this bracket then, where Weibo is our very first finalist of Worlds 2023.
Oh
It'll be Weibo versus JDG or Weibo versus T1 for the Worlds title. I mean, that the latter half is maybe not that unexpected, but the first one definitely is.
Well, especially because it was so hard to rate Weibo coming into today and coming into the tournament in general, because domestically they were extremely inconsistent, and here they faced a lot of weaker opponents. So you're like, how good is this team actually? And today I think we got a glimpse of it.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
They final.
Just beat BLG.
Yeah. Well, and energy.
And now we're looking at tomorrow at their opponent. You know, they're asking him on stage. Xiaohu's not giving anything away. He's like, they're both really good teams.
No, it was interesting
care.
though that he said like at the end, like, what are you gonna do? And he's like, I will play the series. And I was like,
I will burn myself to win.
Yeah, well, you're up versus Snyder Faker, so I hope you will.
Yeah, but I think he's completely right. Like both of the opponents that they could possibly have are going to be monster opponents. Yeah. And they specifically pointed out the bottom lane. They think the winner is going to be the one with the better grasp on bottom lane meta and the one that executes better on bottom lane. So far, T1 was kind of one of the early dominoes that kind of started to shift that bottom lane meta. Are we ready with the interview?
We're ready with the interview. Yes, that's why let's go. The Verizon post-game interview with Laura standing by with Light.
Thank you so much, Shucks. Welcome back to the interview area for the Verizon post-game interview here with Light. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on making finals with Weibo. I want to talk about this 5th game. You were racing to the base. You couldn't quite end the game. What happened at that moment?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了本场比赛，进军到决赛。非常恭喜，也感谢你接受我们的一个采访。先问一下，第5局最后你们在推水晶的时候，当时没有结束掉吗？当时是发生什么事情呢？
当时我们队内的沟通就是可以很明确的一波掉嘛，然后但A 塔的时候可能感觉 A 塔的速度太慢了，我认为我那一波可能有失误吧，我不应该死的，然后对，就这样。
Our comms at that time within our team was to end the game with that play, but it was the fact that we truly pushed the Nexus a little bit slower, and it was my mistake that I shouldn't survive there. Or I shouldn't just die over there. So it was my mistake.
You guys made it in the end, and I feel like this series was mostly exciting for all the new picks that we show, which is something that we started seeing last week with the T1 series, especially playing more through early bot lane pressure. Did you know that this kind of picks could be played? Did you learn from any other teams about them? Or why did you have the confidence of showing these new picks on the bot lane today?
包括其实我们在今天的比赛当中看到很多一些对于下路英雄的一个新选择。从上周其实我们在 T1 的比赛里面已经看到他们拿出了一些新英雄嘛。那尤其是针对前期的一个线权有很大的一个压制力的英雄，可能会更加的青睐。那想问一下说，你们是从他们的比赛当中或者其他队伍当中的一些灵感来源于他们的比赛的，还是说你们自己本身也已经准备过这些英雄？
因为我们在这次世界赛跟很多韩国队还有 LPL 队伍都有练嘛，跟强队，就是确实这种有线权的可以控资源的英雄是更好去帮助团队去拿下游戏的，可以很好的控资源。所以今天的比赛，其实我们两边都是在一直选有很进攻的英雄，对。
So during this Worlds, we've actually scrimmed against a lot of LPL and LCK teams, and it was the fact that, true, the champions which has the early prio during the laning phase could have a better advantage around the fights, especially around their objectives. So it would be definitely beneficial if we can take those champions as well, and I think that works.
Of course, adapting is what makes a strong team in the end. And you were talking on stage, Weibo was talking on stage about tomorrow's matchup, T1 versus JDG. Of course, saying that it's going to come down to whoever is the best bot lane. Who is the strongest bot lane in this matchup and why?
包括其实刚刚他们在舞台上采访当中也提到了嘛，明天的这个 T1 和 JDG 的一个对决，其实很看重的就是下路。那在你眼里，你觉得谁是更强的下路？以及说目前世界赛最强的下路又是谁？
京东的下路吧，对。因为看他们的比赛和跟他们的训练，可能京东是完美的吧，对。
My answer is JDG's bot duel, because according to their performance in scrims and on stage, they're perfect.
Now about you, Light, you made it to Worlds Finals. Weibo keeps on defying expectations, especially coming as the LPL's 4th seed. What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about the fact that you're going to play on the biggest League of Legends stage next week? What does it mean to you?
但现在你也已经进入到了决赛了，而且是身为 LPL 的4号种子，可能说外界并没有抱很高的一个期待，但是现在你即将要在英雄联盟最高的赛事水平的一个舞台要去竞技了。当想到这一切的时候，你的想法是怎样的？以及说这一切对于你来说又意味着什么呢？
我认为我准备好了吧，因为可以说自己是什么都没有拥有过，所以我什么都不怕，然后就是做好准备去打决赛。
First of all, I think I am ready. That's my statement. And because I haven't really owned anything, so I don't fear anything right now. So just be ready for any challenges.
We've been ready for anything with Weibo, and it's been an amazing story. Congrats and good luck on the next stage, Light. 谢谢. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And Iris, thank you so much for the translation. Iris, Shock, sorry, back to you.
That's okay. Iris is a Smurf. I don't mind being compared to her. Great to hear from Light as well. I think sometimes he gets lost when we have storytelling about Weibo, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Light came from, for people that don't know, he came from the Snake Esports organization, was a trainee there, went on to Snake. Snake became LNG, stayed on LNG until he joined this Weibo gaming lineup. So this is, again, kind of like how we talked about how it meant a lot for Knight to kind of leave his old team. Like, this is the first team that Light has been on since LNG, Snake, hybrid, whatever you want to call it. So this has been, I think, a long time coming for him. You know, like, I do think a lot of the times he does get lost. Again, especially with his bot lane partner, Crisp, being a former world champion, really struggling this season. Like, we talked about Crisp's story overall. But yeah, I think Light has quietly been very good, and I did highlight when we were first covering this Weibo gaming roster that he was such a massive part. Him and Xiaohu were the main two reasons how they got here. Like, their performances were how this team is even here. So yeah, it's great.
If you're in a region where Ruler also plays, it's sometimes hard to catch the headlines as the ADC. But
I mean, he said they were perfect.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hey, reminder, you still can lock your pick'ems for tomorrow. T1 versus JDG. Analyst, T1 or JDG?
I'm going to give my prediction tomorrow. You're
No,
not getting on me now.
I'm casting. I can't be biased.
I'm casting. It's T1, of course.
Yeah, okay,
of course I'm going to go T1.
At least someone here
I can't be
does.
biased. I'm going to be biased. You'll find mine out tomorrow.
Okay, spoiler, it's probably JDG. Anyways, tomorrow we'll be back for that second semifinal to find out who will make it to play Weibo in the World Final. It's going to be the LCK's final hope. T1 facing off against JDG, who are looking to move yet one step closer to that golden road and to Weibo in the Grand Finals. We'll see you tomorrow.
Calling nearby, but Weiwei's gonna dash forward. As you can see, Shun now coming in to reinforce Pin, but he's burning up the equalizer over the top, and the Shy picks up the kill. Now Xiaohu's coming in looking to lock down Yagao. He tries to get away. Skin of the week ain't gonna work. The Shy flashes over. These guys came to fight. Light now free-firing back onto On, who engages without support from the rest of the team. Weiwei is going to do the same, but Weiwei is fed, and BLG's dead.
Shy should live, we'll see.
The Shy just got solo killed for first blood.
And an Ocean Dragon as BLG.
BLG throwing out the engage, and they immediately find the pick onto Crisp. As Shun's ready to engage with a ball breaker, Everfrost locks him down. BLG's going to town. The turret might get one back, but not quite yet.
BLG says, "Shit, who do you think you are coming into our domain?"
But remember that Bin's still dead for another 10 seconds. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is found. Yagao, the follow-up CC, scout of the week. And Yagao is the one who eats another face full of buckshot. A TP up into the base. They do not want to stop yet. The two-man TP. Weibo, absolute obliteration of BLG. As Elk has the red-white guns, and Crisp has no flash. Elk just follows him through the tunnel and buries him there. But it'll cost his life to get it done. Yagao should be the one picking up the money here, and BLG makes it an even trade. Oh, they find the Tempered Fate On getting in position. Immediate Sejuani ulti over the wall. The Shy just gets punished, but not quite yet. The Shy will drop instead, and Elk's coming to join the party. BLG only lose their support, and they ace Weibo. Elk uses the cleanse, but he's not the target just yet. On having a flash, but he still dies. Elk's gonna be hunted down, and Light gets a double kill. And Yagao loses Guardian Angel. Bin trying to find a little bit of damage onto the Shy, but it ain't gonna be enough as Elk tries to go forward with a 90 caliber net, but it doesn't matter. It won't do a damn thing. Weibo, through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, will earn their place in the finals.
Once you play God, once you play God, they gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun, like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it.